Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second day of the Gamers8 IESF Asian Championship taking place right here in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest gaming and esports festival, Gamers8. I'm Bara Abdallah. I am honored and privileged to be your voice in this esports trip along with the beautiful and talented Wajih. What is going on? كيف الحال؟
يا أهلا وسهلا فيك أخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا أعزائنا الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام في كل مكان، ورجعنا لكم في جيمر8 بطولة الاتحاد الدولي للرياضات الإلكترونية الآسيوية. ومثل ما شاهدنا مباريات أمس قديش كانت حماس، وذكرنا أن أمس رغم الحماس ما زلنا في اليوم الأول، ولكن اليوم داخلين على اليوم الثاني بحماس جدا مختلف. وشفنا أيضا بعض المنتخبات ما شفناها كلنا، ولكن احتمال كبير أن اليوم أخوي براء والمشاهدين نشوف منتخبات ما شفناها أمس.
بالضبط. Yeah, Wajih, as Wajih's just mentioned right now, as we saw a lot of things taking place right there in Mobile Legends and in Dota too. But today, right now, we're going to start off as well with some Mobile Legends action. And now we're going to pass it on to our phenomenal and amazing casters. Take it from here.
Thank you so much, Wajih and Bara, from our stage live here in Riyadh. I'm OSX. I'm with Naisu for day number 2 of IESF MLBB action. It's quite a while that we saw some metas show up, but yesterday we were trying to calibrate on whose team was going to be on top of most of the challenges today.
We saw a lot yesterday, to say the least, right? And also, there's a lot that people were wondering, especially stuff that wasn't streamed. Again, you know, we're only streaming a certain amount of games each day, but that's not to say there's a ton of action happening. And also, we will be taking kind of like a recap look, exactly how yesterday went. Again, because today, the matches that happened today pretty much settle things in, right? Who's moving forward ahead of us, basically, because we have to reiterate the fact that 5 of these 8 teams will qualify for Romania moving forward.
Speaking of moving forward now, from the matches of yesterday, Philippines and also Mongolia has officially secured their spot in Romania.
I mean, I feel like a lot of people online were kind of surprised, you know, and they're wondering, is Mongolia? I'm not saying surprised about the Philippines. I think a lot of people assumed, you know, they would be making it onward, but specifically Mongolia. And if you go back and watch some of those matches, if you could, they were streamed in other parts, right? Now, there is if you will, a dark horse, maybe for the tournament. They did defeat Cambodia, right? And a lot of people were kind of shocked by that. Again, this is something that we really built on yesterday, OSX, where we were saying, you know, specifically, there's teams out here that a lot of people don't have data on. You know, they haven't been able to watch too many games. How do these players play? What kind of strategies do they have? What have they adopted from metas from around the world? And Mongolia being one of them, right? One of the surprises there, and there could be more as well. We were surprised with Kazakhstan yesterday, right? And how they kind of reverse swept that first series we did yesterday.
Well, starting off with the first best of 3 of the game. It was 3 games straight from KSA and KZA or Kazakhstan, and we've witnessed how these teams can easily adapt, can easily go in the fly of adjustment from what they went from game number 1. As what you said, they were lacking the data on how are they going through all of their preparations, the challenges, but we can still consider that Mongolia right now is the one team that we need to eye on, because yesterday we've talked about could be that Cambodia could be the possible counter for Philippines, but now, well, surprise, surprise. No, so now we're about to see more of it for our group standings for today and 4-hour matches moving forward. So for our standings, starting with Mongolia.
Yeah, so as we were saying, they already secured their spot, right? They've got those 4 points. They got the 2 wins. Cambodia there to follow. They've got the 2 points. UAE and Nepal, both -2. And this is why that first match here today is so crucial, right? Because again, basically both of those teams, UAE and Nepal, they're fighting for that position, right? And that is that last chance qualifier to get that 5th slot later on for Romania. So now we're going to be taking a look at Group B here, and let's see how this one went out.
Well, Philippines straight 4 points, and Kazakhstan also has 2. Well, we have Kingdom of Saudi Arabia from 1 and Bangladesh 0. So there's 3 more slots available to go and continue their journey in Romania. So it's not yet done. We still have 3 more days left to witness and see how will they change something in their own meta.
Well, the tournament meta is definitely, I feel like it's kind of setting its place, but we expounded on this yesterday, OSX. You know, even as we take a look here at the games from yesterday, that we had a huge question mark, especially with the emblem system. We really expounded on that. How can it affect the current state of the game on competitive level? And we saw it already in the first series of the day even, right? And just kind of the back and forth. We saw some of these surprising picks as well. And one thing that really stands out to me is the snowball factor is massive right now, at least with certain compositions, right? And some of the games that we even saw earlier or yesterday from the Philippines, they ended in what, 10 to 12 minutes, something along that line. But what I will say is the dynamic, the flexibility that you can actually have with these compositions in the current meta is amazing.
Dynamic and flexibility. We've witnessed how they adapted some of the non-traditional gold lane options that we've talked about. So now we see more of these teams go through these changes, and they want more or having great chances in getting their points in. So as looking back, we've seen assassin picks back in the game, and also we are also seeing unorthodox choices that we are about to even unfold.
Unorthodox, again, this is something that we talked about deeply when we were getting into drafts or even before drafts, and I love to see it. You know, even in this matchup where we got to see Khalid come to play, we saw Selena pop up a couple different times already too, and not to mention, you know, some of the things that can be thrown even in the gold lane, like we saw against that Beatrix pick when the Bane was locked in. So there's already so many kind of unique heroes being put in certain lanes and going around that. I can't wait to see what still is to unfold, right? And one thing in particular that you mentioned, the Assassin Jungles specifically, it's great that they're back, right? But something that you have to be wary of if you're a team drafting one of those heroes, assassin heroes for the jungle, is this. And that's what we saw from this series, right? Specifically between Philippines and just how much they focus so much on Bangladesh. I mean, the jungle was choked out. And when that happened early on with the state of the game, the state of the meta forming right now, it is tough to deal with, man.
Yeah, and if you're talking about how coming back from a losing match will go and have a way of winning back again, series number 1, it's the EXP laners, right? The XP laners of Kazakhstan and all of the teams succeeding in the matches was one of the biggest factor in the game-changing ways of pulling themselves back on the late game.
Oh man, not only that, but even with this, again, I was talking about the multiple compositions, unique heroes. Love to see, once again, Alpha coming out into the jungle, right? And this whole lineup that we saw in Philippines draft here is just sustain and durability, basically. And I'm wondering, too, if we see, you know, we heard from Coach Ducky saying he wanted to get that kind of redemption for Florin. I think that was it, right? So now, and it's funny because he even mentioned, you know, at least in other parts of the region, people don't like Florin because the way it performed before for them. And then, so there's now the redemption arc at the same time, plus paired with the new emblem system. It's kind of, you're kind of worried if this is too strong, right? And you have to see, hopefully other teams try to go that route as well, that sustainability route. Maybe it's the Florin, maybe it's the Estes, maybe it's like with the Rafaela, like we said yesterday, that could pop up. But that kind of healing sustain meta or composition, I want to see more of it.
Well, regardless if you have a bad rap on how your support heroes were going through before the new emblem system went, well, we can expect new choices to show up even for day number 2, because as we're waiting for this, we have 3 matches today, and those matches has 2 from Nepal.
Yeah, we've got 2 matches from Group A, and then we've got the last match later on today, we've got Group B, right? And that's, I would say the first match specifically is going to be quite dicey because, and the reason why I say that is, again, it's you basically set the pace. Nepal really wants to go ahead. If they can get a sweep, amazing, right? They're still fighting once again for those placements for Romania, and it starts there with match 1. So it's a better, what better way to start our day 2 here?
Well, if we go back on the matches yesterday from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we might see more of the roaming choices that we saw from Troll, and also the new ways of adapting for the non-traditional choices. So we haven't seen most of the non-stream games. It was happening yesterday as we end our broadcasted ones, right? So we're about to see how will they go from this point in time.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest things about this at least day number 2 is it's crunch time, right? For a lot of these teams, if they had, again, this is just Philippines, Mongolia to be specific, they already secured their spots. But of course, in their games today, there's still a roadblock for these teams that are looking for those, you know, those spots themselves. And that's something to be said. Again, whoever has to face off against Mongolia, against the Philippines, after the performances yesterday, it's kind of a daunting task, right? So you hope that, at least from day 1, you have enough of that information, you have enough data to kind of work around. And then even like we heard yesterday from the coach from Kazakhstan, right? How they took game 1. Again, game 1 was a tough loss for them. It was a massive lead, right, against Team Saudi Arabia. And they made adjustments on the fly, and I think that's why it's so important, because even in the draft, we've talked about how much of a chess game it can be, right? But we saw those adjustments being made, and we also saw, once again, even if you're focusing, hyper-focusing, you mentioned Troll, right? The bans towards Troll, the roam option, or even the XP lane, there's so much flexibility right now that really you're just kind of narrowing things down to the point where you never know really what could pop up. Again, Bane in the gold lane, Esmeralda, Jawhead, shout out to Renmar. Don't know if that's going to happen. right? But there is so much room for experimentation, and even after day one, day two is still a great time to test that out.
Well, Bane is much more viable from the matches yesterday. Was more effective onto the gold lane rather than being on the jungle side. Because if we going to break down on the possibilities of the first match, it's UAE versus Nepal. So if they went on with those kinds of heroes that they're comfortable with, so they might open something that they could be practicing for some certain time. So with this kind of situation, well, UAE could actually strike back on how they went through from yesterday. Because today, we have matches from Group A and Group B, right? It's 2-1.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, aside from that, again, there's just too much here that we can kind of overanalyze. I feel like at this level, again, just because of the fact that there's so much room to maneuver, right? And that means that even though we have day one, because we were asking ourselves, and I know a lot of people once again are really hyper focused on the new emblem update, even though it's been a few weeks now, I think, up to this point. And the thing is there's so many changes. We were talking about that before we actually got to see our first match yesterday, OSX, where we're wondering how many different combinations would pop up in the emblems, emblem setup, basically.
Keeps growing.
Yeah, right? And I don't know the specific stat, but I know from each game that we went to, each series that we had, it was quite different. And we were actually wondering, too, with the strength of tenacity, for example, how strong tenacity is. We did see that come out a couple times, right, where the entire team, their tier two emblem was the tenacity. And then it didn't. And then for some teams, they didn't go with that at all, right? And they had a completely different game plan. I think that's what's so special, specifically about the new emblem system. You have these different kind of sets you can roll with and make it work for your team composition.
Yeah, we've seen the quantum charge and the tenacity in 5 straight players up against the Philippines. It's the sustained counter. For how will you give yourself to live from early game to mid game? So as we see, as they adapt in all of the sustaining team fights, they needed more damage. So there are some points that they needed to adjust. As you say, we have the boxes that needed to be checked out for the teams who lost yesterday. So a lot of things could be surprising today. And I believe the teams and the players are ready. So back to you, Wajay and Bara, on stage.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد. شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين، سمعنا كلامهم وتوقعاتهم ايضا بخصوص مباريات اليوم، ولكن احنا بعد ما شفنا مباريات امس اتوقع ان الحماس زاد يا اخوي براء.
صح كلامك يا وجيه ويعطيك العافية, and big shout out goes to our casters who are gonna fire it up today as well with the Mobile Legends Bang Bang competition taking place right here at the Asian Championship. Who's gonna make it? Who's gonna earn their place at the 15th Esports World Championship taking place in Romania? Yash. And now we are ready for the walkouts to call in the teams for the first match taking place right here on the second day.
أكيد التوقعات بتكون جدا صعبة، بخصوص أنه بتكون عندنا منتخبات جدا قوية. فمباراتنا الأولى للعبة موبايل ليجندز في أول مباراة لليوم الثاني. تحية قوية لمنتخب الإمارات.
And let's hear it to the UAE. And ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it right now for the second team competing right here for this competition. Let's hear it for Nepal.
أما الآن عرفنا المنتخب الأول اللي هو منتخب الإمارات، ولكن بيكون خصمه منتخب نيبال.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, who's gonna make it? It's gonna be a beautiful but fierce competition. ولا ايش رايك يا وجيه؟
اكيد ما زلنا في في اليوم الثاني وما زلنا في الجروب ستيج، فاكيد بيكون في فرص كثيره للمنتخبات، ولكن بيكون مباراه جدا قويه بين هذول المنتخبين، ولكن ما ودنا نطول عليكم اكثر اعزائي المشاهدين، فخلونا نتوجه للمعلقين عشان نبتدي فيها المباراه.
And now let's pass it on to our casters. Take it from here.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Barra. That's one heck of a video. Few more steps to glory of our teams to compete and continue their dreams in Romania. Amazing times ahead, Naisu. And we start with the matches of day 3. But right now, it's UAE versus Nepal in day number 2.
Man, I'm wondering when, after that video, after seeing that video, I'm wondering when Ruby's going to pop out, right? There was a time when Ruby was so, I feel like, sought after as a roam because just the set potential, right? And I'm wondering, too, if perhaps she still kind of fits there, or maybe even I just don't even want to leave anything out of the air. Like the fact that she could be parked in a different lane possibly even too, right?
Ooh.
But still, I think there's a lot of debate once again with Rome and exactly what heroes fit the best bill there. And also part of that is because, once again, the emblem system, right? The changes and how some people feel like the tank emblems aren't what they want them to be.
It's different.
Yes, it's different.
Now.
Yeah.
And if Ruby could show up, we haven't seen Ruby being picked in our drafts today. Who knows? So he could land in the EXP, well, as we usually see, or being, well, the traditional tank option. So who knows? So if we are about to gauge on how their qualifiers went, it was a different thing for UAE. But some of them, we see they used fighters for their assassin jungle picks. We saw X-Borg.
Yeah.
We saw different ones. So could be a different change here.
I think the change is already, apparent, even just in day 1, to be honest. And I think it's, even in other tournaments, it was already happening, right? And it's kind of crazy because things are still shifting. And even before, you have to consider the fact that before, when we just had patches, like just regular patches through MLBB, there'd be some of these minor changes here and there, right? It really depended on kind of what changed specifically in the heroes. Mm-hmm. But now, again, when you have the emblem system kind of change or overhauled in a way, it adds so much possibility, right? Now, the thing is most of those jungle picks, like we mentioned, it's leaning more towards the assassin, right? And is it good? Is it good for a lot of people to move away from that utility kind of jungle meta that we saw for, I don't know how long, honestly, that we were there. It was a long time.
Years.
I don't know about years, but it felt like years, right? It was a while. And but this is what we saw yesterday is my point. I want to go back to that because both of these two teams, the play styles that they have, right? I would say for a majority of them, they like that snowball momentum kind of play style, right? You don't see too many teams right now kind of try to extend those games. Like, they'd rather end them early, and I think that's why they opt for some of those hero picks that lean more towards that snowball potential.
Well, speaking of hero picks, now let's check on the roster on who's going to battle it for today for UAE. We have Jed, Bulex, Weird, 7M Dan, and Buzz, if I can pronounce it that way if I'm correct. But a bit of a fact though, from our friends that we met in the rehearsals,
Yep.
3 of them were brothers.
They are, yeah. And, you know, we got a good chance to actually talk to these guys. And there's 3 that are brothers now. Apparently, there's 2 more brothers that are ready to,
Upcoming.
that are training to eventually, there's a whole team of brothers. I think that'd be I don't know if that'd be the first in MLBB history.
A dream
An
team.
entire
a
team.
family.
Yeah, like that's amazing. But, you know, with that aside, we've heard also just on the competitive level and how they kind of like to play around, even with XP lane, right? How much they like to shine and kind of utilize that XP lane for their kind of game strategy here.
Well, speaking of strategy, we have seen players make the difference in their all gameplay composition. So either it's the jungler, it's the EXP lane, or even how their marksman evolves. Okay, so if they've seen the matches yesterday, we might see a different one for Nepal in their roster.
All right, let's take a look at Nepal here. We've got Lunatic, Panda, Masarap, question mark. We've got BBC, we got Xerox, and Yahiko, right? And it's another funny story, by the way. We met Masarap just yesterday. And we didn't get a chance to ask him, you know, why Masarap? And why is there a question mark?
Yeah, and he's not even sure that if what he just tried tastes good or not. So in English, is it good? Right?
Yeah.
Does it taste good?
Does it taste good?
Either way. Masarap is a Filipino word for is it good? So now we are looking at the camera of Team Nepal, inspired also by the Filipino players. We have Masarap there, who again, we've met yesterday. So we kind of want to see how they really can infuse the recent metas in the Philippine server that mostly teams look up to.
Yeah, and I feel like the most interesting here too, aside from of course the names, is, you know, I was watching the online qualifiers here, and our good friend Mirko out there was also casting one of those games, and there's, you know, aside from, like I said, the IGNs, the play style for Nepal, they love to. We were kind of talking about this for the majority of these teams, right? They like to live on the edge a little and like play a little risky. And so I think that's what we're going to kind of expect here between these two teams, is see some of that risk, see some of that experimentation, how well it works for them, and just, you know, who comes out with the win there. And at the same time, when you're talking about both these teams side by side, or, you know, lining them up across the board in terms of lanes, one thing I guess I wouldn't expect so much is, you know how XP lane is usually like a dead lane, right? I mean, we saw some of this yesterday too.
Yep.
The Uranus being picked up. We saw Lapu locked in maybe 2-3 times in a row, and it worked really well. So, you know, heroes like that can still really work for teams like this, where XP lane traditionally is not an exciting lane, right? But the way that these teams from these regions play that, it could be very exciting to see how they rotate. Again, I think part of it is the gold lane nowadays, especially if it's a traditional kind of marksman pick, you really kind of got to babysit that lane, or at least just somehow do something around the map where they can at least farm up the best way possible.
It's the third switch of a control board, the EXP lane. But if we might see Esmeralda and Reynos go back again, it could be a different thing. So if that's the case, most of the teams have this coordination where mid-game starts, they take control of the map.
Yeah.
But at some points, teams are having mistakes yesterday that there's a lot of question, that there's a lot of troubles or challenges that needed to address, that most of them were not even focusing on their own lane objectives. So if we can see how they really adapt or change or fix something up, we might see new things about them today.
Well, I think we have to just kind of assume that most of the new things that we might see throughout this tournament is already, we got a glimpse of it yesterday, right? That's the biggest thing. We had a glimpse there. And even the games that we necessarily didn't catch on stream, and even for the viewers out there watching, you know, a lot of people are wondering exactly kind of what happened in those games. And, you know, we can only, if there was some information or some data out there where you can kind of take it, what I will say is that there's so many combinations of things happening in terms of compositions, right? That's one of the biggest ones. And also, how does it change in the draft? Because both these teams going head-to-head here know that they've got to at least win the draft. Now, even if you win the draft, and most people will be like, okay, well, this draft is better than this draft. But if you notice now, OSX, the way that things are, you can like both drafts, right? Or most of the time, just because you see a different hero slotted in a lane, or you have that flexibility, for example, off the top of my head, even the Fredrin, right? Where naturally you're thinking, or the Joy, they're going to go in this lane, but they switch up, right? So a lot of people will think, okay, well, this draft is better than this. But now we're at a point where stuff gets weird in the second phase, you know? And that's what I'm saying. Like, you have still the normal flexibility heroes being slotted in the first phase. Second phase is where it gets weird. And it's funny that there is an IGN player here named Weird, right? But it gets like that. And that's where we saw even yesterday, the alpha popped up. I was excited. I don't know how you felt about it.
It felt good, man.
Yeah, it was awesome, right? You
I
actually
haven't
get
seen
to
an
see
alpha game for so long.
Well, you know, he's popped up maybe, I don't know, once or twice, you know, around the world in other tournaments. But the thing is that's what I'm excited for, because now when you look at the drafts, it's kind of like, well, both of these look awesome on paper, and you're just kind of trying to figure out how it's going to work in the game, obviously.
Execution.
Yep.
That was the main problem of some of the teams yesterday. So if they have the way to iron out most of it, it could be a better game this time around. So if you want to check on who's going to pop in on a different way, in a different level now, I think we can make some possibilities on how would the meta change. Fredden could still be present. Well, again, Grok would still be present. Even Farsa was always present.
Mid lane is about as unchanged. I feel
Still
like,
the same.
Yeah, I feel like mid lane is just not.
Yeah.
There hasn't been many changes with mid. Let's be honest. And as someone who loves the mid lane, loves to play mages myself, I wish there was. I actually wish there was more variety in the mid lane options. But I think it's just so hard because you got to think of the typical mid laners that are chosen, especially Eve, right? Eve is probably a go-to for, I would say, 90%, if not all the teams. You know, that's jumping from 90% to 100, basically.
Right, man, out of pocket, yeah.
Yeah, but the point is that hero alone is so strong, and then of course you have usually the typical answer to that is the Farsa, right? So you're kind of just drawn into either picking one of the two. Sometimes Novaria pops up, but really, when is mid lane gonna see some of that change as well? I think that's why so many teams started just experimenting with roam mages, like the Kadita pop up.
Yep, Kadita, the Valir, what we have to see it could still be also an option here, because most of the teams that we've also, QB and XLR mentioned, that some of the teams in MENA are more into those kinds of roams, or aggressive type with the burst and the pokes, that we are also could see today, because some of these teams, again, no data at all from yesterday's matches. Now we're seeing them onto the broadcasted stream. More of them could really use this kind of tactic to even what could be more effective against one another.
And that leads me to the question, OSX.
What?
I asked you this yesterday too. Gold lane.
Okay.
Has your opinion changed for now the gold lane? You think that it might be better not to have a marksman?
Yes.
There's been debates on this too online after yesterday.
For me, I agree. With the new emblem system, with you can mix everything up, nothing else that you can lose in terms of having those attributes. Adaptive damage from magic to attack, all of them present in 3-tier emblems could benefit in gaining your laning stage. So, it keeps on getting more effective and keeps on going time and time as the new emblem patch goes. So, gold lane options. Let's count it down. What's your next bet? What's your next bet for this one? We've seen the.
I've already mentioned, the fact that there was Esme gold.
Yeah.
Jawhead might be in the gold. Bane's popped up in the gold. But like my
That's
thing
three.
is, why not explore more of the mages in the gold? Because we've already we're so used to seeing Harith, but like other options there too.
Alice.
That's a throwback. That's quite a throwback.
It could be.
No, but the reason why I'm saying that too, and hopefully more people are seeing this, and I think that's why there's discussions about this going on, is because of the fact that gold lane, you need so much either time to kind of build things up to the point where you have those 3-4 items locked in, typically, and you can pop off from there. Or you need so much attention from your team, whether that's your roamer or even the jungler's help, to allow yourself to get to that point. I think that's one of the biggest weak points right now in the way the current things are being played.
Gold lane. One more thing. Mincetar gold lane.
Yes,
Could
we saw that.
pop up.
We saw the that's a good point. I actually completely forgot about gold lane Mincetar. And it's usually when it's paired, by the way, with Franco, who surprisingly I don't think, yeah, Franco wasn't banned yesterday, at least from the live stream games.
No.
So, you know, like, and when that popped up, we actually saw this in one of the MPL playoffs too, where you had a Mitsutar Gold, you had a Franco Rome, and it was just hell for the team. You know, it was so tough for the enemy team to deal with because they're constantly trying to dodge spears and hooks, right? And it makes that kind of like a fishing game almost, right? You're just trying to grab someone at that point and get that kill off. But I think that's a good point. Not just Minsatar, but basically experimenting and putting something else in the gold lane, I think is a huge play right now, currently.
So we could have a throwback. Well, we've said that Minsatar could show up. Yesterday we saw a Fanny on some of the non-stream games, which was used as well. And one more thing also to consider is one more mage could be used for either for the gold lane is Kimmy.
Is she a mage, though?
Mage, it's a more flexible way of using it in the first phase of the first phase.
I mean, she does build mage items, I'll give it to you. Yeah, okay.
It could be. So as we tick those boxes, it could show up. I don't know. Thinking about these possibilities, it could be an endless ways of options for this match.
Again, we're just exploring ideas here, right? While the players get set up again, making sure that everything's ready to run for this series. But that's the thing, because you got to remember what's at stake here. This is quite the serious game for these two teams. Trying to get the slot. There's 3 left. Yes, 3 left for Romania. So, you know, it comes down to kind of the wire for a lot of these teams. And as we kind of sit here with you guys and ponder, you know, what can happen in the draft, what can happen in these games with these different compositions and whatnot, really, we haven't seen it all. And I feel like even as the tournament progresses, not just here for IESF, but even when we get to Romania, like I actually expect to see quite a different environment, right, when we get to Romania. Like there's still going to be some of the same, you know, meta heroes that have kind of established themselves, especially the flexible ones, Joy and Fredrin to be exact, and Eve. But I'm hoping by the time, even when we get to Romania, things kind of alter, you know, a little bit here.
Gold lane Lunox.
Maybe.
A lot of options on the table right now. Because as we wait and see on how UAE and Nepal could start their game number 1, things could change. And now as we head on to the draft, yeah, we're seeing happy faces here from UAE, all confident and ready to get their first match of the day because the drafting is about to start for this match.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting a glimpse, right, that they are going to be in the draft here. And this is, like I said, where we really get to see what they have in store and what they've learned from day one, because I just feel like most of the mental state too of a lot of these players, a lot of the teams coming into these, you know, major tournaments is we got to see what the other team's doing. We got to see what the other teams, especially teams that we expect to be kind of, you know, a little bit stronger, which is we know that people learned a lot from the Philippines game yesterday, right? It was quite strong.
Of course.
And it was more so, it wasn't even specifically like, yes, the picks are obviously a part of that equation, but if you just watch the way that things are, the rotations, if you will, and the way that, for example, I wish we got to see more of, you know, Mongolia, to be honest, because I'm so interested to see exactly how they've adopted, you know, especially the fact that they took down who a lot of people thought Cambodia-wise, for example, would be a force to be reckoned with, especially, not to say that they're not still, but it's great that we kind of have this dark horse, if you will, or as some people have said in the Philippine community, you know, this kind of Lassen of the tournament.
The poison.
The poison. So already we're getting a glimpse here. We're almost actually through the draft, at least the bans, waiting on a couple others. But already, let's take a look at the picks here for UAE.
Second phase already with the bans. Nepal banning out 2 assassins. Oh, Hellcart specifically for UAE. So probably they don't want that Cape the threat that can happen or can show up for UAE. So they're most likely more on the assassin type of junglers, okay? So we might see more of those things happen because in UAE, they ban out the Joy, they ban out the Arlet. Something tells me they're setting up something here for their own way. They could either go with the Fredrin, they could either go utility. Well, Fanny's even open for this one. But for the side of Nepal, they have secured their own assassin. That's the link. And the Uranus, as you've mentioned, is now showing up.
Yeah, and, you know, just real quick, too, yeah, they're going to go ahead and alter the names there, like I was saying, but as we got a glimpse already of the draft there, I'm wondering, because certain things are open that we're not used to seeing them be open. You were kind of already talked about that. So I believe too, even with that had to, I'm wondering if those heroes, I mean, we can't see it from here. So we have to see if those are actually the heroes being locked in.
Oh.
We just have to, you know, because I'm not sure
We
if
need to
that
double
was
check.
yeah. I'm not sure if that was a glimpse from yesterday, right? Obviously, but it could have been, because those were different names as well. So aside from that, though, we'll have to see here once they get that situated. Still, so everything, right, in terms of composition right now, big question mark for now. We'll see exactly. I'm trying to see. Let's see from the screen here too. Yeah, nothing's locked. It didn't look like anything was locked in. So we got to wait a little bit longer, OSX, to see if, you know,
I
how
thought
the
that was
plan is
it.
going. Yeah, I
A
thought
Hellcat ban.
I thought that was
so
a pretty
specific.
I was gonna say that was a pretty quick draft, you know. But we're gonna wait a little bit longer while they get that situated. But still, you know, going back to the point, there's so much here, room for flexibility. And again, this matchup, this series, starting the day number 2, is going to be quite a big game for both of them. And really, I want to say that it starts game number 1. If you can get that momentum going, it's going to be huge for the series. But based off what we saw from first series yesterday, that might not even be the norm, you know, because we saw that reverse sweep from Kazakhstan.
And if they want to have that way of trying to check on what's the approach of UAE at this point in time. Again, Nepal has 2 matches today, and they might see the first match or for the best of 3 series. They could make some adjustments. They could adjust on the fly, but they might need also to be sure if they want to have that early momentum. Right? You have to keep it going on the first strike. You don't want to lose the hotness of that iron while you're on the run and getting all the momentum and points in, because as day 2 and 3 approaches, you might want to get that chance in securing the 3 more slots remaining for Romania.
Yeah, again, and at this point we got to just wait to see. I know they have some of the picks, you know, up here. It looks like they're locking them in, but still, in terms of currently what we can expect from these teams, let's think about it, right? Aggressive play style for the most part is something. Here we go. Now, this is the one, right? This is the correct one. We've got those first bans already coming out. First phase just about done. We're in the second phase. They focused on that jungle pretty hard, actually, right? There's a lot of jungle heroes being banned out here. And already, let's take a look exactly. So we got Kaja. We talked about this. Is this a Lunox?
Gold lane.
No, I mean, they have a Wan, man. So where's
I was expecting too much.
Where's it going? XP?
Oh man, the non-traditional choices are showing as of the moment, because they've banned out Hayabusa, the Ling, and the Joy up against Nepal. So something tells me they've been using this in a great way, that they don't want the threat in their own way, because yeah, they banned out also the Fredrin and as well as the Arlet, and bring Kadite in. And this is the second phase of the banning that we're seeing.
Okay, second phase underway here. This is, I mean, even the fact that you have that first phase where you lock in the Akai, the Terizla, and then you have Leslie, right, for Team Nepal over here. That's an interesting first phase. I think it's relatively safe compared to what we saw over from UAE. I do like that they actually got their hands on the Kaja, though.
Yeah,
you know,
it
a
has
hero
been
that
banned
we, yeah,
mostly
that's what I was
yesterday.
gonna say. It's been typically banned out. But still, my biggest question mark is, where do you want to put this Lunox? I'm wondering, too, if, you know, do we possibly see... It's either Lunox XP, mid. I don't think it's going to go in the XP lane. Although, I don't want to count it out, because already the fact that we've seen some kind of crazy heroes being placed there, but I think we're leaning more towards mid lane, at least.
Lunox XP up against Terizla.
Yeah, because you have the mechanic there, right? I mean, Terizla's quite tanky himself. You can probably burn through some of that tankiness with the way her Chaos Bolts work and her passive, you know? So, again, but I'm going to lean more towards the side that she's just going to be placed in the mid lane. We'll find out. Now, second phase of the bans are already done. Oh, my. Oh, I was about to get a little excited.
That was so close.
I was about to.
It was a hover.
It was a hover. He's going to lock in the fire.
You get too excited from there, right?
Man. Maybe one
Will
day.
it fit there, though? The
Maybe.
gourd.
don't know. Like I said, I think Farce is just the better option.
Well, in terms of AoE
Yeah.
and coverage, because if you're up against a 1-1, you would want to have that Feather Airstrike dropping in the right position, just in case he doesn't get to use the crossbow of tank quickly, right? So since there's Kaja present here in the side of UAE, pickoffs is there, but one thing I need to also to consider is the Akai could actually counter everything if initiation comes through. But now, is this something that we're about to see new for UAE? Is a Zilong and an Amon hovering it for the choice CX Borg, I'm telling you.
Okay, well, right now we don't know nothing. None of these are locked in just yet, right? On the other side, though, we have a Lilia being locked in again. We actually talked quite a bit about this yesterday, and how it did not get the opportunity to really perform the way you would hope. Lilia needs a little bit more time to kind of build up. Yes, some of the poke is great early on, but you've really got to allow yourself to get that power spike you need. There's
There you
the
go.
lock-in. So it's the Uranus and the Alpha
Alpha.
Dog again. I love this. I'm sorry, I call him Alpha Dog 360 because he is just an amazing hero, one of my favorites, and he's going to go into the jungle once again.
Oh, this is a good choice for UAE. So Lunox now is going in the mid lane since EXP now is filled by Uranus. So on the other side, on the last pick of Nepal, hovering onto Saber, Karina, all of the choices here. We have the Lilia though as an option up against a Lunox in an early game. It could lose a lot of chances in rotation.
I think that's the biggest thing, though, is like being able to rotate early on, quickly, you know, clear the lane as fast as you can, and hopefully roam around. And that, I feel like that's just the game plan that Nepal kind of wants to go with, right? So we'll see if it ends up working well for them. But rounding out that lineup, especially for UAE, it looks solid, right, on paper, especially from what we saw from Alpha, you know, yesterday, right, in the hands of Kyle Teasy, how that kind of played a part. So I'm wondering if we see a very similar emblem setup, possibly even, or if it's going to be his own kind of variation of it for Bullux here.
Well, it's good to see a Julian back in the game on the jungle. A debut pick here as well for IESF for day number 2. Well, from yesterday, we've seen most of the assassins, but on the Julian side of Nepal, much greater coverage up against also an Alpha. So early game, how is the rotation going to work here with the Alpha and the Julian?
Honestly, I think in terms of Alpha, again, he starts to really shine when he gets his ultimate, right? When you get that Spear of Alpha, works out really well. So he might need a little bit of time here. Let's see. Okay, he's got the Brave Smite. Well, I'm sure we'll take a look at the emblems here, the breakdown in just a second, but it's there's 3, by the way, Brave Smites being rolled here for UAE. So the matchup itself, you're wondering, well, Julian's going to have a good time early game, right? Lunatic Panda should have a relatively easy jungle time. And in terms of if he can work with that the early damage there for Julian is pretty good, but he is going to want to be scaling in, right? And one big thing he's got to watch out for, obviously, is getting caught by this Kaja pick from 7, having that Divine Judgment.
Yep, speaking of how they start their way, Alpha or Bullux on to getting his purple, being aided as well by 7M Dan. Mostly gaining control how they don't want to be disturbed early on. Look at that BBC.
Okay, weird. That's the player. not the situation being weird, but weird, able to survive there.
That's just his name.
Had to burn the flicker early on already, though. So gonna want to be a little bit careful, you know, at least for the next minute and a half. So, and because really there wasn't nothing fancy about that, right? And kind of Nepal just threw it at him there.
Just pokes, spams here in the mid lane, trying to get control over the river here. So as they rotate, well, gold lane matchup here. We have Axe, Buiz, and also we have Yahiko, which we see a Leslie over a 1-1. Look at that, half HP. Going back to the turret. Now we're going for a pause. Nice here.
Okay, so they take a little bit of a break here, right? And I think at the same thing, we have to consider the fact is that early game, right? Nothing's happened too much just yet, aside from the fact that they burned the flicker from Weird, right? That all will lead into that first turtle, the first turtle of the game. And I think that's what's crucial here, obviously, is which team can start the momentum building already with objectives. Biggest thing. But I will say, Alpha in terms of jungle, the jungle matchup alone, Alpha versus Julian, Alpha, once he hits at level 4, it gets a little scary, and he has that Brave Smite. He has the emblems there. I would love to see what they locked in for Tier 2, Tier 1. You know, those emblem sets, because we saw a very tanky version of Alpha being built, or even that team. It was the Brave Smite, then I think they had Tenacity, and then they had Firmness for Tier 1, I think, with the extra defense there. I'm trying to remember what they had yesterday, but it was just to the point where they were very beefy, right? So the thing is can that work well for this lineup, this team, rolling 3 Brave Smites?
Well, with that, they would want to have more damage in taking their objectives, as well as taking more main ones for themselves in case they lose it, because they're up against a Julian, could be in a great position in taking, well, knockups, you have the burst, you have enhanced change to be utilized much more of the team fights. Now, we see more of the adjustments could grow from early game from first minute to 5, because if Alpha, as you said, hitting level 4 would be needed to continue. But as you call him, 360 knockups is there. You have more control in those kind of team fights. So I say they still have a better start here. Something neutral, but slow and steady.
Honestly, at this point in the game, it's too early, right? Like, we can only kind of assume so much, because the early aggression was so far from Nepal. And so that means that if they can, even if just taking the couple minutes that we had to, see that early game, them being able to basically make a move that early on, even just getting the flicker out, already kind of says that Nepal wants to set the pace, right? And this is, again, something very similar to kind of what we saw in the online qualifiers. And even referencing the online qualifiers, like I said, you can take certain things from online qualifiers, especially with play style, and use it obviously here, right now at the Asian Championships. But things obviously have changed quite a bit from online qualifiers game-wise to where we are now. But
Complete change.
Yeah, but still, the fact is, Nepal able to set the tone this early on, it could either work really well for them. Again, we're only a couple minutes in, but once that first turtle comes up, if they win that fight, if they even have a fight for it and they end up coming out on top of it, that's, I feel like, already going to be the kind of go signal for them. Biggest thing, though, that could stop them is, again, the Kaja. You have that Kaja pick.
Divine
if you
Judgment,
get Divine Judgment.
You have the Ring of Order.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to deal with.
Heavy spin, though. Heavy spin.
It's a good fail-safe. It's also a good option to just set with the heavy spin, if you can.
Yeah. Good counters as well. So we have the Lunox being back on the map, Julian as well. So we've seen the pokes before the pause. It was almost half HP on Leslie on an early game 1-1. So probably on the early laning stage of how the Leslie would they want to pull up. As you said, momentum could be the great start of Nepal. So if the gold lane could be the target of Team UAE, this might struggle from mid-game as well.
Yeah, not only that too, but again, something that has to be kind of focused on as well is XP lane matchup. I know there was some of the poke going on in the gold lane already, right? 1-1 can work great. You have also the Leslie there, especially with the way the true damage works. Usually we see Leslie pick up BOD ×2, right? They will, if they get to that point in the game where they have 2 BODs and the damage is just big damn, like I like to say. It's just disgusting, at that point.
Bursting damage all over his
But can you get to that
BODs?
point,
Yeah.
right? Like, that's the biggest question. And also, too, the fact that you have to deal with a Uranus, right? And we've seen how just kind of annoying I feel like Uranus can be 1 versus 5ing, 1 versus 4ing a lot of situations.
Well, going back to our pause, you're level 3 on our marksmans. Both of the opposing teams now on to gaining control of the first objective. Turtle hasn't been in any attention, either from Nepal or UAE.
Well, they're going to get there, right? They're going to make their way there. It did just come up here. You can see both teams kind of getting in position, especially for Bulex. He's got that level 4 available, the Spear of Alpha. Going to be kind of working around that, but everybody is here except the gold lane. So a full-on 4 versus 4 for this. And even just looking at 7M, right? He's in position, looking for his target. We'll see if they can actually find the Divine Judgment on the right one. But for now, everybody's
Turtle
just kind
reset.
of holding on. Yeah, Turtle going to go ahead and reset. No one pulling the trigger just yet.
Okay, speaking of pulling the trigger, there's no way that some of the members here could be the one to hold the damage right now of BBC and Masarap. So they have more damage in terms of CC and also the lifesteal, so they need something more to hold the front line now of Team UAE. So Turtle almost out.
Masarap gonna jump in with penalty zone locked down by the BBC, and they get the kill right there. Bulex will fall. What a combination, right? BBC with the setup there, Masarap jumping in too. I can see that synergy is obviously there.
Master up talaga with a flicker. It's not yet done. Jed.
Wow.
Almost a sliver of health in the defense of the tower. Good thing the outer turret energy shield is still up.
And knowing Uranus, he's not even going to go back. He has his ultimate. He might just stay there, regen back up. And that's what I'm talking about, right? That's the whole kind of concept. Okay, he is going to go back here. But he goes back, and actually he doesn't. He doesn't go back. But still, the fact is,
he's still holding
Uranus is not, you need a lot of basically attempts to kind of make Uranus's game not so fun for him, right? And it's something that you kind of have to solve here. Already, though, big item pickup for Yahiko. Going to go ahead and lock in that Berserker's Fury already. So right now, still a lot of attention here on bottom side.
Yeah, Gold lane trying to delay something. The winning condition of damage. You've mentioned Berserker's Fury. More of the items that is needed for a marksman to show and to control game damage, because if you can see the lineup here of Nepal, you have Akai, you also have the Lilia, and also you have the Julian. So one way to get that penetration is that you have that damage that you need, because in most of the times the 1-1 or Buzz from UAE could be in the backline, so you would want that Rage to just keep on poking him down and force everybody on a defensive state.
Okay. Even with a defensive state in mind, right, they've really kind of got to play around this. You have two pretty much things you have to watch out for, right? It's either that Divine Judgment play coming out from UAE if they can find it, or even just keep an eye for BBC, right? He's going to be looking for the lockdowns and the jump-ins like we saw from Masarap. Already getting that brilliance out, that's already going to be huge here. There's the heavy spin, going to find the lockdown. Blue Lex could be in trouble. There's the damage comes through as Lunatic Panda pick up the kill. And that's just the green light for the next turtle of the game. Also forcing Weird back. He does not have that brilliance. He's got to go back. And this should just be a clean turtle here for Nepal.
Oh, 1-1.
He's got to be careful. It's one hit away. Here comes Yahiko. He's charging in. Is he going to take the risk? Goes in with a knockback. BBC going to be looking for it there. They finally find it. Goes in the hands of BBC. They find 3 kills now for the game, plus the turtle.
So this is a problem now if you have a Lilia. Forcing resources out of UAE, even this space. Look at that. 7M down. Being targeted down. Oh!
Huge flicker into the penalty zone. Gonna be able to find it. They get 2 kills in the mid lane, looking for a third. They get that one as well. Killing spree already for Lunatic Panda. And this is exactly what I was talking about, OSX. They want to start strong, the momentum going, and that's exactly what they did 6 minutes in.
Great start for Nepal now with a flicker combo. This is the problem that we've thought about in the game, that with the heavy spin and the penalty zone combined all together, it's being used most of the time as a surprise factor. Look at that, another one!
Oh,
Bulex in trouble, trapped in 2!
Quite a bit of heal though, BBC's got to get out of there. Lunatic Panda gonna take the onslaught of the damage, will go down here most likely. Still able to escape for now. Weird gets the kill. It's a big pickup, though, here for UAE. They got to keep it together. Again, that was a little, very confident maneuver right there, right? We've seen that. You were just talking about that, OSX, the lockdowns with a heavy spin, but that time it was responded well with.
Well, if they have lack of a CC here in the side of Nepal, you have the pickoff that you can get from Akaja. You have the Ring of Order, you have the Divine Judgment. You need to choose in the side of Nepal on who's to be the first target here to get out or to pick out of the composition in team fights, because now Xerox has the Enchanted Talisman, which have or can give him more of the mana that he needs to keep on spamming it, giving it the factor nice of not letting the distance or minding a great way of holding their front line most of the time.
Yeah, and you know, you actually saw that too, where one of the great things about Leslie, yeah, Jet should be just fine here, he's Uranus, but Leslie, one of the great things about this hero is it provides vision, right, with the way the ultimate works. So if you're not shooting the bullets off, you actually get some of that vision. You can find out where the enemies are, and they can really use that information. So now, next turtle up, third one. Let's see if Nepal's able to grab it to get that clean sweep across the board. I expect the same thing here, right? They have so much CC available to them. You really got to watch out for that heavy spin setup. Luckily for them, Masarap is not here, right? He's still in the bottom lane.
7M Dan needs to have a good way of pulling out
There
one.
it is.
Oh, pinned down.
BBC's at it again. Going to be able to get the lockdown. One down. There's the crossbow of Tang, able to finally get it off. Still going to be working on the turtle, though. Buez unleashing, still alive. Couple of hits away. Turtle secured by Bulex. But they have to pay for it as well. Now Masarap on the run. Gonna flicker around to safety. Bulex looking for two. Can't catch him, though. And it's quite a trade. UAE able to secure the turtle.
Yeah, still Nepal on to that point and securing that. When we were talking, oh, flicker out onto Weird. A decision
I like the way you
made.
said that.
Yeah. He kind of want to be on the safe spot there because Steros would just pull off a gloom out. Masarap, oh no.
Masarap going to be in trouble. No way he can survive that. Does fall top side. Still holds on to that tier 1 turret, though, for now.
Okay, looking back on how 7M Dan could be the game changer of Team UAE, he was the first one to be targeted down by BBC. Pinning him down with a heavy spin, well, gave them most of the time to give on the set. Look at that Jed being burst down almost half HP, but he is our Uranus. This keeps on going and pulling everybody off on the map.
Yep, pretty much just a huge distraction, right? I mean, that's part of the... I feel like that's just like the hidden passive of Uranus, like as a hero. He's a distraction. Wherever he is, he can usually get the attention of many, and that's what works so well about him. And you can kind of just play around that too. If you can continue to get that focus around you, you can let your team shine. But right now, Nepal is just playing really well. They're the ones basically controlling the pace of the game up to this point, 10 minutes in. If they can maintain that into that first Lord, that'll be crucial for them. You can already see even positioning happening here. Masarap going to be going, has the help with Panda. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2 on the top side. Goes in with the Spear of Alpha. The damage comes through. Panda will fall. Masarap is next. Can't survive it. Double kill to Bulex.
Now 6 to 8 and catching up onto the gold. 28k leading through Nepal's gold lead. Late game is the answer. Look at that being pinned down one. Taking Buez down. The marksman, the gold lane of UAE slowing down their potential, but they're not too far gone on what's missed in game on the early game.
Yeah, even with that, they can't go ahead and start the Lord up here. There was also some pushing happening up by Jed. Now it looks like UAE might want to go ahead and secure this if they can. Lord can be half health here. Yahiko given the vision. Still, there's the pull, the Divine Judgment for the BBC, but it's secured by Yahiko. And now they're on the run. Goes in with the penalty zone, not able to flicker over the wall the way he wanted to. He will fall. But still 4 members of Nepal up, plus the Lord in a huge play.
Talking about an angle of Masarap with a penalty zone, catching Bulex. Unable to contribute on that team fight. Now Nepal's continuing momentum with the Lord being trying to be pulled by 7M Dan. Now mid lane with possible way of push. Second tier turret down. And still the defense of Nepal remains strong up top. One has only been taken. Now a lot of problems are being set up on the plate of UAE. We need to go for the wave clear. And will they make it through the mid lane or the mid game power spike that they're talking about with their own composition? 31k up against 35.
Man, this is one of the big things too, even just in terms of that first Lord, the way things kind of unfolded. It's UAE, they do have some counterpunch to them, but they need to be able to just go up front with, hopefully Buez has the items that he needs on this 1-1. We'll take a look here at the items in just a second, but at that point, again, if you can get a really good crossbow of Tang off, or even overloaded damage from Weird, you just saw him pick up the Divine Glaive, so it should be there, right? Right on time, Masarap picks up the Athena shield. There you go, there's the items. Let's have a look at this.
Okay, we have the Athena shield, we have the Dominance Ice, delay healing. You also have a counter for the burst of Weird. BBC pinning down Buez.
BBC comes in. There's the damage already. Yahiko has to be dealt with. 7 gonna flicker out. Can't get away. Mega kill already. Bulex trying to buy some time. Lunatic jumps in, then just gets a slaughter at this point. Triple kill for Yahiko. Gonna be looking for another. Doesn't get it though. And that is a wipe out.
5 out of the game. 12 minutes in, taking down the last turret down bottom, then there's a push from up top in the middle.
That's it.
Now Nepal is looking to take this game up against UAE, starting their momentum strong and taking game number 1.
Well, like I said, man, Nepal, a team, actually both of these teams, but Nepal specifically, we saw the glimpse before we had to take that little pause there from the early game, that they meant business to build momentum, right? And that's exactly what happened there. They did it at the start before the even first turtle came up, and then from there they just built on it to the point, that was what, a 12-minute game I think it was. I didn't catch it there at the end, but just a strong showing there from Nepal. And specifically, I know we're going to talk about this a little bit here, OSX, is the synergy.
Synergy, the
From
confidence.
Masarap and BBC.
Starting in strong.
Big.
Yeah. And it's just
Clock.
one way of setting up momentum in the second day of IESF. First header of the day. Just complete having that grip on how they went through the game. And we're seeing glimpses on how UAE would actually bounce back. But it was the mid-game moment that they wanted to continue. But that goal, that Lunox, the mid lane Lunox could be actually an answer. But it was too late for them to continue.
I think, again, it made sense in a way, right? It was nice to see. Because before we even got to that draft, man, we were talking about changing up the mid lane. And it's nice to see that we have a Lilia, although we did see, Lilia pop up yesterday. It didn't work so well, but it ended up working great here. And then we also saw Lunox. So there was a change in the mid lane, which is nice because you have kind of a different trend of the game. And this time, what I think worked out so well too, because you have that Lilia there, again, it was the synergy being set with the way that the penalty zone works into, sometimes it was just a heavy spin.
Oh, the surprises.
Yes,
Perfect.
and the way that they were able to just allow Yahiko to get to that point on the Leslie, like we were saying in the draft, where Leslie's just one of those heroes at one point in the game, the damage is going to hurt, and it's really hard to escape it, right? Because of just the way she can kind of like move in and out. She can kind of like bob and weave in, and get a shot off, retract. Get another shot off, go back. And you get whittled down basically when you're just trying to farm. And so it's really difficult, and that's why I think we only maybe saw 1 or 2 crossbow tanks get off. Because if you're trying to get into these team fights, it's so hard to deal with, and that's what we saw from Buez here.
Yeah, and going back on the replays, 5 minutes, gaining control of the vision that Team UAE wanted to have. Look at that, the mid lane. They were trying to hold on this turn, but look at that, surprises.
That was so good.
Onto the penalty zone, onto the flickers, dropping it down. They were out of defense. They were out of hand on how to bounce back from this. From action to action, it keeps on going from all of the lanes.
Man, some would say, this was a very Masarap game for Masarap.
Yeah.
Right? There's no question.
There's no
I don't know
question.
why there's a question mark there, because he had an amazing game. And alongside, like I said, for a lot of those sets here from BBC. And the thing is like, even in this case, there was a lot of fight back from UAE. There was a lot of good potential here with even this lineup that they had. But unfortunately, once everything was expended, like they just kind of ran out of gas, so to speak, right? I mean, even in moments like this where they found their own pickoffs, it was great. But still, at this point, I just feel like they really couldn't utilize the gold lane specifically. I mean, Wanwan's a great hero, don't get me wrong, but definitely if you can't get the crossbow of tanks off, if you can't get in position to get those the points down so you can actually activate that, it's really a struggle, basically.
You're talking about how Wanwan could get the ultimate flying through the composition of the side of Nepal. One thing was missing, though, is the Ring of Order and the Divine Judgment of the Kaja. We were expecting more of it to be on the jumping side of how would you pull either Masarap or even, well, Lunatic Panda, because 2 of the members here for the side of Nepal can actually be a bait or regen out of the battle. So So this is one thing that they're also looking for. They were looking for the angle on who to pick out against Nepal. And who would that be? Because every time that they jump, something gets bursted down, and they sacrifice more of the team fighting and the push that they can give, just in case they can fight back through the mid game. So it was kind of, there's some hesitations on how the Roamer do in terms of getting that set for the 1-1.
There was definitely some, some hesitation. I think part of it again was just the bases were covered so well from Nepal, and the way that they just come out swinging. Basically, like even if you have a Kaja, yes, Divine Judgment is great. It's a great ultimate ability to hopefully get
Pull
that
one out.
automatic -1 from the enemy team. Problem is, if one, you're hesitating, like you mentioned, OSX, and you're not able to get exactly what you need, you have to watch out for heavy spins and penalty zones.
Well, looking back on what happened in our game, looking on the numbers of our post-game here on what happened in game number 1, look at this, the damage of the side of Nepal up against UAE. Total of 2nd turtles and 1 lord, and all of the turtles destroyed. Defense is down, and we almost half of the points, 8-16.
Just looking at the numbers here, right? Honestly, I felt like it was a lot closer for UAE in certain parts of the game, but most of it just kind of fell apart once again because you really couldn't, I mean, your gold lane just kind of got shut down for the most part, right? It was really difficult for you to work around that. And so that makes me, wonder, even with the Lunox pick, and you're hoping that you can kind of burst down some of these beefier opponents, it just, didn't work out because you had to actually use your brilliance so early on as well to kind of escape. So I just felt like there was a lack of firepower, from UAE, and if they could have dragged this game on, it probably, let's say another, I want to say 5-6 minutes, then they would have been in a better position, because then you can kind of work around that pressure that Nepal kept throwing at UAE.
The later stage, the late game.
Yeah, definitely.
The late game. You have the Lunox, you have the 1-1. All of the damage that they need to penetrate through the Nepal, it could be the answer. But if you're up against Lilia, you would need to have that way of holding your initiation even in your HP, because as you can see, Kaj or 7MDN had the Dominance Ice, had only the Oral. You have Regen, yes, you need more of the magic defense here to go up against Nepal. So with this, either you go all in or miss the chance of having a perfect set, because 1-1 here had the corrosion side, we have the Demon Hunter Sword and the Windtalker. The build-up was there, but one of the thing is he can't get the setup that he wanted.
Yeah.
And the vision that they needed. So, yeah, more of an adjustment.
And, with that, too, looking at the stats real quick there, because, again, we had we were wondering how Lilia would specifically work after yesterday not working so well. Props there, because that was a 1-0-11 Lilia. And so the fact is, the capability to kind of whittle people down, for the most part, worked out really well for them, and then they just had that follow-up. Once again, your whole job as Lilia is to pretty much do as much damage with the blooms as you can, black shoes if you want to get that reset, keep doing it. As long as you're safe, you've got your, at least your battle spell to work around, you get tons of speed, and then here comes Yahiko on the Leslie, and I think that's kind of what we saw work out so well for Nepal there. So I'm still wondering if we see them go with a similar draft, maybe even if they, depending on the bans, right, how the adjustments from UAE, but this is exactly what we saw yesterday. We saw a very strong showing from one team yesterday, and then we saw very quick adjustments just from that, right? So that's why it is crazy for it's a best of 3.
Yeah. Well, best of 3 now as we look on to our matches. Well, one of the things we utilized was the ultimate of the Leslie. Vision. They had 2 visions by just utilizing the ultimate. And as you can see how they were reinforcing one another from middle. It was so quick for them to adjust.
Yeah.
And getting them off guard was one of the things that they were trying to delay right now.
Yeah. So I think also, in terms of points, again, points are very crucial here as we get through this day number 2. And I think I also heard from back of house the game going on. Because, again, there's 2 games going on, but you guys are just seeing the live stream one. I think it was 1-0 Bangladesh, I think is what we heard. So we'll have to confirm.
1-0.
Yeah, 1-0 for Bangladesh. Again, it's crucial because points for these 2 teams, they both are fighting for that spot in terms of they both coming into today had, I think it was negative 2 points.
-2.
-2 points, correct. So now Nepal gets a little bit of an upper hand. It would be great here for UAE if they can actually go ahead and take this to a game 3, right? Because a lot is happening. Like whatever you guys are watching on the live stream, there's other games going on as well.
Simultaneously happening. We have 3 games today being broadcasted, and 4 of those as well are being played simultaneously. So as the game goes by, as the broadcast goes by, we tend to update you with the stats.
Yeah,
on
we
how,
get the updates.
Yeah, we update, share you or get you in the loop to get in through the games of the day. Day number 2, we have 7 matches. 3 of them are broadcasted.
Is it 7?
Yeah, I think total it's 7.
I think it's 6.
7 or 6. I know. There's the last one waiting for a result. So
Yes,
that's the
yes.
last one to be announced. So depending on the results, we will know on who's going to be the last match of the day. But right now we have 3, focusing on 2 matches of Nepal. Currently it's game number 2. A bit of adjustment could happen from UAE. A bit of a way of like getting through the composition. One of execution as well, as we've mentioned.
Yep,
they adapted to the meta, but the execution was also needed to happen. And vision was one thing to consider in their own way of getting through the game.
The great thing about today, at least for the live stream audience out here too, is that we get to see Nepal, I think, play twice, basically back-to-back, right?
Today,
Because, again, this showing that we already saw, it's quite impressive, you know, and a lot of people, like I said, you've been keeping tabs here and there. Maybe you guys have also watched the online qualifiers, right? And you've kind of seen how they have adapted up to this point. And if you just look at game 1, for example, it's impressive what they're able to do. And even just the communication factor, right, between Masarap and BBC, it works really well. So hopefully they can replicate that for their game 2. But for UAE, like I said, it's crucial for them to take this to a game 3 while they get through game 2 ahead of them.
Well, now, game number 2, this could be an adjustment stage for you. Again, for the match of yesterday, game 1 could be a way of like testing on how will they go through, how will they see this, how will they make use of their own infused composition and personalities in the game. So more of this could happen in 2 and 3. So let's see how will they adjust, how will they look at this moment. Because in the draft, Nepal has priority banned the Navaria and UAE for the Lynx. Specifically again for game number 2, same thing as well. So Eve is out, taking out the possibility of a threat of an AoE here with a burst. And Hayabusa, focused ban here, Naisu, second time.
Yep.
For UAE taking out against Nepal.
Yeah, focusing on, you know, those assassin jungler picks like we talked about. I think that's it's either you let those through or you just kind of just ban them out, deal with them. Because honestly, even if you let some of those assassin junglers picks go through, it's not the end of the world. Like we've seen plenty of teams handle that completely well, and even if that just means dealing or choking out the resources, the buffs, sometimes that's all you have to do. So again, as we get through this first phase, we'll see if they want to ban out one more jungler. They already focused on those 2. Meanwhile, on the other side, Novaria, Eve, Fredrin, very common meta picks being banned out.
Yeah, now they're on the other side. They've taken out the Kaja with them. So now this opens up more of Nepal, but seems like they're not changing a thing.
Okay.
Akai onto the first pick.
Well, he is, I mean, why not? BBC had an amazing game, the last one on the Sakai, and I would be surprised if they actually just go to Rizla again. I'm not sure if that's gonna be the game plan, but why not? If it worked wonders in game number 1, then might as well go with it again. Now the response, like I said, has to be from UAE. What do they want to go with? I like that they did just ban out the Kaja, but at the same time, like you said, did it really work? At least in the previous game, the concept of Kaja is always strong. Like, Kaja will always be a great hero, just the way that it works. But if you can't get to that hero, like the one you're targeting, which is usually the gold lane, then is it really worth it? You know what I mean? So
that's down.
Yeah, and when you have, for example, Nakai to work with, it's hard to do. But already, UAE going to go ahead and lock in the Diggy and the Farsa.
Yeah, seems like they're okay with it. And Diggy and a Farsa. Yeah, first they have immunity over the CC, which was so much from the first game. And the Terizla here, even the Akai could be, well, how great we have draining out resources once they keep going with the Flicker and the old combo. So with this, the option of Nepal here, will they go for the Marksman again? Will they go for the EXP now? Because again, Terizla is still open. We have the Leslie. They're going for the Marksman.
Yep.
Again, and the Lilia. nothing changing.
That's what I'm saying. If it,
For Nepal.
I would say this, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Don't fix it. Yeah.
And that seems to be the trend here, right? So to change this, UAE, after they pick in their next pick for the first phase here, they might just be like, dude, let's just ban out the Turisla. You know, we don't want the Turisla to go through in the hands of Maserap again. We've dealt with that combination, but even so, again, you can still live on the edge of danger.
Yeah.
You have Diggy at least.
Yeah, Diggy.
Right?
Still
You got the Times Journey to help you out.
You have the Times Journey for safety. Lilia is there. Now with this kind of roam for the side of UAE, freely you could get the vision that they needed. And to pair that up, well, Lancelot could still be open for them. And, well, Marksman, they're still hiding it through, though. Marksman, we have the Brody, we have the Leslie matchup. Now, for the second phase, will UAE now consider the Rizla, as you've mentioned? Is there time to do it, right?
I think again, it's really up to their risk appetite, if you will. You know, like, do we want to just let it through and have them possibly take the same draft, like same composition, and then we have Diggy, so we at least have that safeguard, you know, to deal with all that CC. I mean, the heavy spin alone, it's going to be much harder this time, right? So we'll see if that's the case. They could just even focus on other options, right? Especially in terms of narrowing down. Maybe they don't want to deal with Uranus, for example, right? There's a ton of things they can do. UAE, though, they have to really focus on rounding this lineup out because it's so squishy, man. Like, it's so... You have to have beefy boys for these last two picks. Like,
okay.
Utility and beefiness.
Utility and beefiness.
Yeah.
That's the core answer of UAE. So
Yeah.
with this, you're thinking about the roam here. You need a good roam, you need a good fighter.
Yeah.
Okay. So Julian's been banned out. Nepal could consider that beefy dude or hero that could be out of the protection of UAE's front line. So Kufra could be a good one here, or even the Grah, or even what can... Oh, Atlas has been open. Even Franco.
Yeah, I would
Too
love
much
to...
open.
There's a lot of
heroes.
There's a lot. I would love to see them pick a utility jungler here, though, and I think that's why you see like even the Fredrin. It's a good thing that Nepal banned out that Fredrin, but in terms of just the lineup that UAE needs, you know, they're gonna want, like I said, one of the utility junglers. I'm not sure if they have a Martis up their sleeve if they want to go that, but still, it kind of works in the way that just these three picks alone. You really want to be able to protect them, round it out, let your Brody get to the point where he can shine. At the same time, though, Brody is a lot safer, I feel like, against a Leslie, for example, rather than having to deal with the Leslie as a 1-1. I think still you struggle a little bit in terms of range, but at least you have the ability to farm up relatively safe, I would say, right? And if you can get to the point where you have the items that you need, you're almost, in a sense, when I see Brody's, I think like having torn apart memory, right? The way that it works, like you don't have to put yourself in complete danger. You're really just trying to get those marks on, and then you pull the torn apart memory. So that is relatively on paper a lot easier than trying to get the weak points off on a 1-1 and trying to, you know, get airtime basically.
Of course. So whatever the result is, let go of that ultimate in terms of getting out, because you have two heroes to the side of Nepal could easily escape those kind of threats. So with all of the assassin bans of UAE, Nepal was expecting that they might use the Fanny.
Yeah.
Right? Global control on the junglers of UAE. So now they might consider something different here. They take out the Esmeralda. They still have no XP laner. So opening up the doors. Okay, some beefy hero could suffice their lineup. It's too squishy looking at these three picks of UAE.
That Esmeralda last ban too.
Specific.
You know, interesting on that one.
Interesting.
But still, I like it. They just take the Turisla.
Stolen.
They don't ban it out. They're like, we'll take it. That's our penalty zone, Maserap.
It's our time now to do the penalty zone flicker. And responding, Nepal's like, wait, they were expecting, like, they took out our Turisla. Because they're going with the same lineup in the first three picks, the Lilia. So now, up against the Turisla, well, Glue is still open, Lapu Lapu is still open. Opening up EXP, well, Alpha could still be EXP. a lot of good choices for Nepal to choose with this kind of composition.
Yeah, and you know, off the bat, you gotta think already. You know, what do you want to put in that XP lane? It's a Lapu Lapu we've seen pop up many times.
Oh, there you go.
Many tournaments, and it's paired with Lolita. So this, in a way, you know, you're forced to change the lineup that you had for the previous game just a little bit. Really, it's not too much of a difference in terms of execution, right? Now, the one thing is, instead of a penalty zone, you know, and having that, you still have a stun. You also now have Lolita available to you to get those Nuno blasts off.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Layering here is super important because you're working around the time journey, right? You don't want to like just use everything in your right on time. You don't want to use everything.
We just
your
did that.
whole arsenal, and then just time's journeyed away. That's not fun. OSX.
No.
You know.
You don't put your eggs in one basket if you're up against a Diggy.
Yeah.
Layering of skills is the most important thing that you can do. Yet it is a Lancelot. No wonder they ban out everything.
Well,
all of the assassin picks out. Yeah. For the hero of the jungler of UAE.
Yeah. You know, and I think it's in terms of matchup, he's got to be able to really shine on this Lancelot pick, even if that means contesting every single objective to the point where, like, okay, you might not be able to completely get it, but with this lineup, they should have a good shot, right? Now for UAE, you got to be able to get those objectives because snowball potential is going to be tough to work around with, right? And I just love how fitting it is that Lunatic Panda
is Akai. Wow, matching names. Maserap in Lapu Lapu's image.
This is all planned.
Yeah, wow.
This is all just, I'm sure it's just planned.
And how would they well let the personality out is just completely unique. Now going in game number 1, 11 seconds in. Now on to the composition of UAE. This could be their chance in bouncing back in this game. Now layering of skills is possible, but how's the emblems now for this game?
Okay, this is what I was saying, right? It's nice. There's quite a flexibility in terms of emblems that are set up here. You've got that concussive blast. From Lunatic Panda, he's also got the Swift. There's a whole lot of agility too, right? So they're really going to be working around with that movement speed. It is just, you know, is it like a lot of people are like, is that movement speed really that big of a difference? Yes, it can make the difference throughout the course of the game. That's great that they have that. Also, too, again, you know, with Yahiko here having an amazing game from game 1, still rolling with that weapon mastery, and then of course you're rolling here with Xerox. Xerox specifically, I feel like if Xerox has a similar game from game 1, that's going to be a huge thing once again for Nepal. Now on the other side, UAE, this is what I like, right? You have the Terizla this time. I like that Jed, especially because we got to talk to Jed, you know, and
yeah.
I feel like now that we've had that conversation with him, I could see why they're just like, Jed, just take the Terizla, roll with it. You've got the Brave Smite now, you got that Festival of Blood. You're going to show them how the penalty zone works, and hopefully they're able to pull it off here.
Well, speaking of how they start here, is a great way of slowing things down a bit in the mid lane. But if you would notice here up top, there's 2 members here present. We have 7M Dan and Buez, the Brody and the Diggy, and also as well as BBC. Now, the focus is now with the gold lane, their damage output that they need to get it go for the early stage of the game. But 5 seconds remains for the first bullet to pop out.
Yeah, it's at this point, there it is. Turtle's going to be up. We'll see both teams kind of transition their way there. They're still looking possibly, like I said, a big problem was Yahiko. If they can get an early kill, at least put pressure, and that's exactly what they're doing. That works best for them. Turtle's already going to go ahead and be started up here. In position, they might just give this one up, it looks like. OSX. Bulek's just going to go ahead and get his buff instead. Jed's got the information, and they know they can't contest it.
Okay, Lunatic Panda or Nepal secures the first objective. This is what happens if they're up against a Lancelot. This thing keeps on happening. Jed almost half HP.
Maserap not feeling happy about the Terizla being taken, but obviously Jed's not in a position where he can go 1 versus 1 just yet. You know, at this time, he's going to have to just kind of farm up a little bit. He is going to be able to regen any of the damage for the most part that is thrown at him from Masarap.
Yeah, and sustaining it with the Brave Smite Emblem is a great way for up against a Terizla. Now Buez has the Blade of Heptases. With this kind of item now, he could really have a strong sustain in terms of going up against a Leslie or Yahiko. Now, with the presence here of a Lolita, they can force things out with 7M Dan, with all of the time's journey. But in times of getting those layers of skills in, they need White also to consider on where Xerax could be.
Xerax is going to be, for the most part, again, taking what he did in Game 1 is everywhere. He's still got the black shoes, taking a little bit of damage, half health here. They do find Bullux. He should be able to get away. Numa Blast can come in with a flicker, able to get out of it, though. Nice backup as well with the Feathered Airstrike. Going to push them back even more. And now BBC going to be in trouble. Torn apart memory will come through for the first blood. And right now, UAE setting the pace.
Good dodge and utilization of Thorn Rose there from Bulex, and Weird with the flicker, plus a Feathered Airstrike reinforcement. Talking about wrapping around those kinds of danger that DePaul set up, that's one thing that you've said. Layering of skills. If once you've missed the Numenon Blast with that kind of setup, that thing goes the other way.
It was a good attempt, though, right? I mean, utilizing the flicker in with the Numenon Blast, but still, Bulex played that well, very well. Even able to escape, you know, with a combination of skills from Lancelot and Thorn Rose and everything else. So still, you know, at this point, UAE setting the pace. It's great. Gold is relatively even, though. So still, we're going to have to see if they can control this part of the game, transitioning to that mid. They want to fight for this turtle. Hopefully, they're able to secure this one so they have the even across the board for turtles. Yeah,
we have heavy spin from Lunatic Panda. And Akaya taking this objective could be most effective and viable to hold and even secure and pin down one.
Here comes Jed. Everybody making their way. He got the information. Already going to get zoned out a little bit here. Masarap with Bravest Fighter, already going to be secure. BBC gets the turtle, though. Do they actually still want to fight? Jed on the run. Looks like UAE is just calling off retreat here. Turtle, second one, going to the hands of Nepal.
Yeah, that was the second attempt, though. They were all in getting the second turtle for the side of the UAE. So with that kind of attempt, that was something that 7M Dan could actually be holding through, right? Denying the entry of the Bravest Fighter, but that was one of Nepal securing that part, forcing out the time's journey, and they saw that thing that they could actually be a counter and getting those objectives in.
Yeah, crucial. I mean, a lot of this micro play is working out, especially here. Nepal doing great, working with the map, but still a lot of focus on letting Yahiko farm up the best way possible, even just planting BBC up there, working around it. If they can get a kill here on Masarap, it'd be great, but Xerax already here to respond. Jed, though, went in with the penalty zone, so they're going to have to immediately call that off. Xerax didn't even show, and a little bit of a misplay there.
Misplay, used the flicker defensively to escape the possible CC of Masarap. Now up top, 3 members up against 2 Yahiko here in BBC. Well, resources being drained out. Gold lane back again is on focus. They would really want to have a point here up against Yahiko. The problem is, if they miss up the chance there, or they might force something out from the gold lane, well, that's attention that they're looking for in terms of getting that setup.
This is relatively much slower, game overall, or I guess less violent game overall, right? There's only 1 kill so far. We're almost 7 minutes into this game. Both teams doing a great job on economy, though. They're farming up, they're working around the best they can. A lot of pressure even on both teams across the map, but so far it's all managed really well. But it might turn here. They get the time's journey out. Xerax making his way as well. Still gonna be looking. They get the Numenon Blast. That's huge. Buez will fall. So already a play being made by Nepal. Conceal play gonna come out. Masarap gonna go in, goes in with a flicker. Immediately takes out 7M. A huge play once again. Meanwhile, Bulex taking the 3rd turtle here. Finally able to secure one for UAE.
Forced out resources in Chaos. Time's journey, you have the torn apart memory, 2 flickers used, and in Chaos, that's one you've taken back, but Jed, Weird takes down 1, and that is Xerax falling down in Nepal. Continuing the skirmish from top to mid.
Okay, taking a look at the items here too, things are building for Yahiko. That's going to be major, especially in the damage department. Already having available that Berserker's Fury. Has a little defense as well, plus the cooldown boots to help him out. Now, big thing that has to happen. Also, Xerox wants to be able to whittle people down. He's got 2 items already, especially that burn potential, right? You've got that, and that's why he's running the Impure Rage too. He wants to kind of just be able to spam things out, right? Now, Malefic Roar already being locked in for Buez. The damage is going to be there. He's got the blade, like you mentioned earlier, OSX, and things are starting to fall in place, right? But both teams, like I said, relatively even. You know, in terms of power,
Gold,
in terms of gold and itemization, they're doing really well at this point in the game. So it really just comes down to that execution factor.
Yeah, we have physical penetration present. Malefic Roar up top. Jed, half HP.
Jed? Oh, he tried. He flickered, but still went down. Not going to be able to escape that. The damage, like I said, from Yahiko is starting really to show here.
Well, going back on the item buildup of the same momentum and gold of these 2 teams, physical penetration spellbound present. Now they need to have good defense. Oh, BBC?
No. Bulex going to get sandwiched in. Can't escape that. That's just too much CC. And Weird comes in a little bit too late.
Using the Numenon Blast right on the turret of UAE. Missing out the chance there. It was too early to call that he won't have that setup right in the defense of UAE.
Well, I think that's one of the things that's the problem here. OSX is, like we said, layering, right? The layering of ultimates available to Nepal. Okay, the damage has to be respected. They already got the black shoes out here. Things are going to go all reset, though. Lord is now up and available. But yeah, they're already showing some of that damage in the, you know, for both teams, honestly. I don't want to just say it's one member. Buez has it. So does Yahiko. He's got the 2 kills already. So in the position here to start up the Lord.
Well, positioning, Jed could go in, Jed could hold off, but 7M Dan's threat here is still imminent. So most of the things that they can do here, but they have
BBC gonna flicker in, finding the Numenon Blast. 7 will fall. Weird on the run, can't get away.
Woo!
Sniper shot from Yahiko, able to find the connection. Jed will go in with the penalty zone, but no backup to help him just yet. And there you go. BBC will go back to base. They're going to set up here, transitioning into the Lord if they can take it. Buez, though, you got to respect his damage. They might just give this one up unless Bulex can do some fancy footwork here to stop them from securing it. 7 also now up. Monsterop going to jump in. Bravest fighter zoning him out. And it should be a Lord just in the hands of Nepal here.
Okay, Buez and 7M Dan. Good force out by Nepal, but the Lord now is being taken by Lunatic Panda. Nepal secures the objective. Meanwhile, up on Weird, it's clearing out the lanes with a fitted airstrike. Now 7M Dan still holding through, but still defending onto the XP lane. Lunatic Panda also securing the waves.
Okay, right now they're going to have to just kind of be a little bit on the defense here for UAE. It's only the first Lord of the game. They should be able to clear it quite well with what they have. Again, you know, item disparity isn't that big. The gold lead isn't that huge. They're in a good position. They've got great high ground defense too, having a Farsa here available to them. They just got to make sure. They got to make sure they don't get taken down in terms of numbers, but they will lose some space to work with here on the map as the tier 1 will fall on the bottom. Lord still has to be worked with on the top side. Here comes the heavy spin. Jet can be locked down. Will fall. Yahiko grabbing another kill plus a turret.
Layer of skills, layer of damage. Nepal showing dominance there in taking all isolated plays. Bulex up top as well, trying to defend and push with or take down the Lord. Buez as well. Will the damage suffice though? And turret has been taken. Nepal pushing through base.
They're gonna crash down here, still focusing on the mid. Losing space. There's the next tier 2 gonna fall. Now UAE still on the defense. Can they hold it together? Bulex trying to buy some time, clear the minions. As he does. Nothing forced, though, from Nepal.
Okay, now, speaking of being forced out, how will UAE win a setup here with all of the skills that they have? They have a Diggy, they have a Brody, they have a Terizla. One way of getting through Nepal is they need to get in with the backline or isolate them for not using the skills. So one factor here could be the target, could be BBC. The setup of the Numenon Blast could be an imminent threat for UAE, but if they want to have that way of putting him out of those team fights, as they could do, they could have a way of pushing through the base. As you can see, only the top lane has been taken the side of Nepal. And with this kind of lead, could be not too far gone, but they could still worry through or penetrate through isolated ones from the members of Nepal.
Problem here is there's so many options. Jed gonna have to flicker around. Heavy spin already committed too.
No.
And as you were saying all that, you know, that's the thing. Nepal has so many options to start fights, to peel, to counter things. And so the job here for UAE is how do we get to Yahiko? Honestly, if they can get to Yahiko, that's a huge amount of damage that just gets taken out of the repertoire for Nepal. So if they can somehow get to Yahiko, that'd be great for UAE. The hard part is actually doing that, right? Because Xerox, like I said, one of the great things about Lilia, able to just kind of plant yourself at the front, even though you're technically a mage, because you have black shoes, right? You're able to pop that if you get in danger, it kind of resets, and you get your health back. So that's amazing for just the potential to basically scout for your team and put out some damage. Now, even looking at the items here, OSX, how's it going?
We have steel-like plates present here. So on the basic ones of getting the defense for a damage for a marksman. You have the Berserker's Fury, Magic Shoes. You have the Cooldown, you have the Blade of Despair. It's all about physical penetration present for this Leslie that can pierce through any members of UAE. With this kind of things present, they don't want to miss any resources. But yes, Jed, using that flicker for a defense, they keep on forcing everything out of this team that could be in the defensive state in terms of getting those team fights. So they might want to be careful on how to make those choices right if they want a set out of Nepal.
Yeah, one of the big things here for UAE is they get prepped up for another Lord drive into their base, is just being able to manage not only the waves coming in and clearing those out the best way possible, but not getting collapsed on. If they can do that as this next Lord gets primed up, Jed not going to be able to find the connection with the penalty zone there, but they've got to defend, right? They have to be able to defend this and dodge either the flicker combination coming out from BBC with the Pneumo Blast or the flicker coming in from even Masarat for the stun. Already concealed play going to be used. They're looking to start it up early. Feathered Airstrike going to come down, still holding on. That's quite a bit of damage already from Buez as well. They have to respect it. Still though, Lord still marching his way down bottom, will get the charge in unless they're able to do something about it. Most likely will lose possibly 2 turrets here. There's the charge, turret, 1 hit away. They see if they can go. Heavy spin gonna come out for Panda. Buez with the torn apart memory. Won't be able to find a kill just yet, but Blue X goes in, goes down. It's gonna be a 1-for-1. Lord still up here. Feathered Airstrike gonna drop down. They get Yahiko to flicker around. 1 hit away, still holding on to the mid turret as they do. UAE holds on.
Can they dodge? Can they defend? Now Wave is pushing through up top. Now 2 members are out of each team. Now looking forward for the target. Now Weird here could eye on Panda. This might be their chance on how can they turn things around. Now Jet as well is being present right now. It's the base that they need to defend, and even for the Waves as well.
Yeah, again, Yahiko, so close to getting Yahiko down. That would have been massive for UAE. They could have potentially even turned, you know, that into at least getting that tier 1 down in mid lane to open up some space for them to work with before that next Lord comes up. So they're almost there in OSX. They're making their way there, right? The damage from Buez, like I said, is already, it's a huge threat. And I just feel like Nepal knows that, and they're playing around it so well, too. Now you have a couple, you start to get in that territory where you have to work through immortalities, and even just a tankier Panda, right? Picks up the Brute Force Breastplate. You're 30 seconds away from the next Lord. UAE might just be better, once again, like I said, to just kind of stay in base, you know, because if you get collapsed on or cut off through a sandwich play or anything like that, trying to commit to a Lord, that could be the game for you.
Yeah, so hold the line. Hold the line, looking back on the leaderboards here of Buez and 7M Dan. And out and go, if they might go back to base, could be the next option of UAE to hold and wait for the possible way of hold this in 18 minutes. Because if the damage you're talking about could pop off on the side of UAE, that could be their answer to go up against Nepal. Because this defense is still up though, and the Lord would be the one to take them to get that way of bouncing back at this point in the game.
They're going to have to pull something amazing off. Jed already going to be in trouble. Time's Journey plus the penalty zone comes out. So they don't have that available to them. They might just have to give this up unless Bulex does something amazing. But I don't think that's going to happen here. Nepal doesn't want that potentially to turn the game around for them. So this should just be another Lord secured here. Bulex gets the information he needs, decides he can't go in there. Gonna get stunned as well. Thorns Rose tries to get out. There's the Phantom Execution. Heavy spin being used as well, pushing him back. Masarap goes in with a flicker, finding the stun on 2. Still going to be going. Jed will fall. Can they get the counter punch? Bulex goes in deep, goes in with the Phantom Execution, still finding another. 2 will fall for Nepal. Bulex somehow finds some kills through that.
Canceling out the Numenon Blast right on point of chaos. Nepal missing the set of UAE, and that cost them 2 members and to retreat back on their base for the defense. They have the Lord though. They have a push. They have a way of buying more time. But for UAE here on the damage, we have only Brody here. We have a Buez to count on and get into those damage and torn apart memories in. But will they have the time to defend on how Nepal set this up, no matter what the cost happened if they missed that set out of that team fight?
So they successfully at least take care of the Lord here. They still got to take care of a couple waves. But right now, with that whole thing that unfolded, UAE holds on. You know, 18 minutes in, they're buying themselves more time. Yahiko, like I said, that is one of the keys here for UAE. They have not been able to find Yahiko at all for this game here.
How can you reach someone that can be invincible, can be in the most protective state by BBC or even by Masarab? So how do you even manage to penetrate that part of Nepal's game? Either I'm counting on Jed in making that flicker and penalty zone combo to get him off by surprise, because there's always Yahiko behind the Lolita. So that's one way of seeing that could secure a potential threat out if they want to bounce back in this part of the game.
Oh, this is so dangerous. Yeah, it is. It is going to be really reliant on Jed here, OSX, to be able to find those penalty zones. Nice spot out with a feathered airstrike, because Jed also has to be careful. As tanky as a Terizla can be, especially with the emblems that he's running, you can, at this point in the game, you can kind of just get blasted, right? And it's really tough to deal with here, but still, it looks like UAE is able to find some of that farm they're looking for, allowing the rest of the team to get to that point where they can hopefully, you know, withstand a full-on team fight, because right now it's just Nepal looking for a setup. If they can find that kind of set, that ambush, to give them the numbers advantage. You're already seeing that, right? The 2K crits, true damage from Leslie. I'm not sure. Maybe that's the 2 BODs already locked in here. At least I know almost was item locked, right, at this point, 20 minutes in.
Yeah, almost half of the map is being controlled by Nepal. We're seeing a mirror on how they wanted to position themselves, as you've mentioned, onto the ambush play and onto the vision they wanted to give. Yahiko, keep on utilizing the ultimate up against UAE is a big factor that they can give for BBC here to get on with the perfect sets. Now, the problem of UAE here, there's no front line, there's no tank, could set up everything on their side that to counter BB's Numenon Blast. So with that kind of thing that they wanted to do, they kind of want to get them off by surprise. As Jed now has an immortality, this could set him up on getting a great way of taking 1 or 2 down from Nepal, because that's one way of starting up their team, the momentum that start from UAE. Well, the Lord is present here. They're waiting for UAE to make the first step, while they're waiting on who makes the first one. Because again, a time's journey, either you use it or they force out a resource out in you and not make the call at all.
Man, I love what Jed's doing. He's so patient, though. But Nepal's not going to wait at all. They already get the time journey out. Masarab going to go in. Also had the conceal. Going to miss the Luna Blast. Won't be able to find it. Weird will get shot off the map. But here comes the rest. Yahiko in trouble. Immortality will be popped. Still going to be looking for the kill. Can't find it, though. And now it's all bad news for UAE. Only 2 left. Jed finally falls in 7, running for his life. Nepal with a massive play. And in just a couple seconds, they're going to be making their way into the base here. And it's only a lone Diggy. The thumbs up comes out from the Panda. Xerox clears the lane. And just like that, Nepal ends this series in a sweep. And they're showing it in style here as they work on the base here.
2-0. 2 matches for Nepal, starting it strong with a dominant game up against UAE. You're questioning how 5 agility emblems were present. Well, that's how they wrap things around. Completing how they wanted to go in the endgame. They were seeing the threat. They were beating out UAE from that moment that they might use it as a trap. They were all hungry for objectives, but they saw a better way in trapping them out and forcing all of those ultimates. And by the time they wanted to bounce back, it was too late.
Man, I loved what Jet was trying to do there, right? He
Saw it.
He had the idea, but it's like Nepal just knew it, and they're like, we got to do this now. And that's what they did. They went with full pedal to the metal, and they did it, right? They already got that times journey out, and I loved it because this is what we talked about. And as you know, the players shake hands here again. It was a great series. The second game was amazing, and it's always a treat to see these teams battle it out. Again, Nepal here coming out with a win against UAE, and that's the thing though, they got the times journey out. The layering of ultimates was so good. It was the synergy was so good, right? The timing, and I think that's something that really stands out there. Again, Masarap having an amazing game. You know, he didn't get the Turizla this time, but he essentially did the same thing on the Lapu Lapu here.
Yeah. Same principle, same style. It's just the EXP laners here. No matter how his hero was stolen, it was a great way of like looking at the potential that I can still do it.
I think people got to watch out for that combination, man.
No, it's
BBC
deadly.
and Masarap.
It's
Masarap and BBC.
Yeah, it's deadly. It's a deadly combo that
It is
we
a deadly
might see.
combo.
Yeah. From that moment on, we were looking for how the layering of skills could actually work. And with the times journey present as a threat, well, that's how you make it through. Agility right on the map, reinforce right away, bait them in, ring the bell, and that's how you do it. Complete Nepal taking it. That's the first match of the day, and they have a second match coming right after.
Yeah, that's
for this one.
That's what I'm wondering, right? Because I was saying this earlier before we actually got to see game 2. I said this is such a big game for Nepal and UAE because they're still fighting for that, that qualified spot. Not we haven't gotten the confirmation yet if this confirms them to at least make it to that next spot or at least the last chance qualifier that we have, right? But with this, it gets them those points that they need, right? They needed those points because I think they were at -2 before this, and now we had games back of house as well going on, so we got to see how things kind of all fall into place here, right? But this is already a great start of the day for Nepal. They can take this momentum that they have from here, bring it into their next series that they have ahead of them today. That's going to be, that's going to be huge for them.
Yeah, and to think that Masarap's IGN has a question mark, maybe we could put it into a period from now on with that kind of combo.
Or an exclamation point.
Yeah, stating the fact that that is Masarap.
Yeah.
The damage hitting on you once you use the kind of Sentinel display style when Nepal is developing, man, this is deadly. So we have Mongolia, we have Nepal still climbing through their way. So who knows what happened today and tomorrow will show from Nepal here. A great development as well.
Yeah, it is. And I just think, if you go back and look at a lot of the play style there, for the majority of that game, I know we're going to take a preview of that, but I would say up to maybe the 12, 13-minute mark, things started to build from there, right? And, as we take a look at basically the breakdown and everything, it's just something that has to be said where you have that point where it's such a close game, and then minutes later you start building that momentum that you're looking for.
Not losing the chance of trying to bounce back. There was some glimpse of hope of how they wanted to play that game, but looking back on the replay here, 3 minutes in, there were missed opportunities when you're up against the Lance or Bulek. It was all Nepal dictating most of the times. Look at that, utilize the time's journey, catching one, dodging one another. So this is one thing that they utilize and capitalize on early game, and just keeping on punishing the gold lane of UAE.
Man, look at that. I mean, plays like this, again, this point of the game, it was a low kill game for a while, right? There wasn't too much action early on, and then things really started to pop off here. Jed, like I said, it was great to see him pick up the Turizla here, but he just did not get to use it the way that he probably wanted to and have that performance like Masarap had in game 1. So, and the layering, I mean, most of this that you're going to see is just the really good timing of layering of ultimates. And whether that was, the Numenor Blast from BBC, whether that was Masarap pretty much flickering in with the Bravest Fighter and finding, his own targets. A lot of the times he was finding not just 1 but 2 targets, and that's huge value already. So, and then the whole time you've got a spinning panda literally to deal with. So, like I said, layering of ultimates was on point for Nepal, and we saw that from game 1 to game 2. So obviously that synergy factor is really there for them. They communicate very well, it seems like. And UAE was just, struggling at this point in the game really to kind of catch a breath here.
Yeah, and that ultimate, that cancelled Numenor Blast, was a window of UAE to even strike back. And back in pursuit here, they were trying to target Masarap, but the one thing that was present here, the immortality that gave him way to escape here and just forced everything out of UAE to just take them all one by one. But this Numenon blast was completely dodged, and the mayhem just completely dropped down in UAE. No matter how the Farsa escaped the map, it was not a great way for dodging the ultimate of Leslie.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Even with that Nuno blast, you know, it's a dodge in a way, but at the same time, just because you have so many layers of CC, you use it to cut people off half the time, right? Even if you don't land it, just the fact that it's such a wide range, you know, AoE stun, it works so well. And even if you don't hit anybody, you just cut them off from going that way. And I think, you know, that's why I'm saying the communication there between the team to layer those ultimates is really what kind of stood out to me here. The execution factor of this team from Nepal. And I can't wait to see if they bring it into the next series, really.
Yeah, exciting things that they could do for adjustment here for UAE. So another thing to consider as well, though, they were trying to work on the metas that we've been expecting, right?
Yeah.
So there's still a great way of looking on bouncing back for UAE. So maybe a bit of time of adjustment that they can do. So, but now Nepal having a 2-0, gaining momentum. I say that's one way to start their day with 2 matches ahead. Well, that's way to secure as well on how they can push a potential way of getting through their matches. Now, looking at the head-to-head stats of the game, let's see how the game number 2 went. 14-5, UAE. Total damage from Nepal is almost 180k, taking all the turtles, all the lords, and the towers destroyed. 22 minutes happened,
yeah,
and just keeps on going. The Leslie 2-blade of despairs wasn't needed.
That's what I was saying, man. I was like, Yahiko's got to be at that point where you have those 2-bladed despairs, because that true damage was disgusting, you know, to deal with, and that's exactly what they had. And that's what I'm saying. UAE, there was points in that game where they had counter punches. They had some fight in them, but ultimately they could never get to Yahiko, except that one time where they actually got the immortality off, but still Yahiko, you know, was able to survive, basically, and that was already the end of the game at that point, right? So just overall, it was a huge task for UAE to even get to the targets they wanted to, and I just feel like, too, you know, we had a couple moments there where even with Brody, like Brody's damage, it's respectful, right? Especially a lot of the times, even with the torn apart memory, yeah, he might have only had 1 kill, but a lot of the times he was doing that damage, popping off those torn apart memories. They would bring the members of Nepal quite low, but unfortunately they just didn't have the follow-up needed. You know, like there wasn't any of that, and even some of the set potential, again, most of it is in Tarizla. So if you're not landing the penalty zones, it makes it extremely hard. So then you're kind of like, and we saw Jed, you know, unfortunately for Jed, he didn't land some of the penalty zones that he really wanted to. Sometimes he scuffed them a little bit. So, you know, when
force out flickers.
Yeah, so when you have that, and then you're kind of just forced to time's journey to safety half the time, you know what I mean? So unfortunately, when you only have one of those, basically one options to set things up and it doesn't work out, your game plan is, okay, we got to be on the defense.
Well, that's one way of looking at a great tech for an option. Terizla had a rough time in focusing the front line on how to get a perfect set. But we can't count out as well how he wanted to manage to, you know, at that point of the game that your point of losing, you have no way of like, this was purely instinct to make the sets right away. So maybe at that point, they would really want to secure a great set or even a good kill. But isolation was kind of a great option there, but it was too hard to even manage to divert the attention of Nepal, even closing their own late game. So I say a stronger answer, as you said, either a beefy hero or a strong one could sustain anything.
I just think, too, like, the Diggy makes sense, you know, but in terms of, again, you only have one option to set things up. This is similar to what we saw yesterday, OSX, where, you know, if you only have kind of like that one frontline option or one setter option, if you will, you know, in terms of that, it unfortunately doesn't work out so well for you. Unfortunately for Diggy, yes, he's great at canceling out a lot of the, you know, CC being thrown out, but you know, what can Diggy really do aside, you know, reverse time and whatnot? But he's not one of those setters that you're looking for to complement the Terizla, for example.
Yeah, and also Vision was also present there for the Diggy. It was a great pick. Well, one thing also is it was the times journey the TJ has been using over and over again that they were lacking the chance of like breaking the layer of skills for Nepal to even use. So that's one way of doing it. being ahead of their momentum, breaking down the way of like how can you even stop their possible late game threat. So seeing the possibility, it was just Nepal diverting everybody on the last point. They want the objectives, they want to push. Well, that's one way of securing the element of surprise. So props to Nepal for doing it well. 2-0, more matches ahead.
Yeah, 2-0 already for the day. I'm not sure if, we can expect more sweeps ahead. If Nepal manages to sweep again, that's going to be massive for them in terms of like points, right? Because now they've kind of dug themselves out of that, in terms of points, dug themselves out of that hole, already getting a sweep, and they can continue it on. Again, momentum is usually favored for a lot of these teams that do have sweeps and they go and play again. They're kind of already warmed up, they're on fire. So exactly, we got to figure out what kind of happened back of house too in terms of points and results. But what can be said about this too is that even with 2 different games now for Nepal, they've kind of switched some of that play style up a little bit. But what doesn't change is the synergy, the communication that we have. And usually, for us, when we're watching some of the greatest teams around the world compete, that's always kind of the standing factor for a lot of these teams is just how much synergy they have. And most people say the shot calling, right? Well,
the chemistry.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering here
truly.
Specifically. But for Nepal is, I would love to know who is their shot caller, right?
Who's the captain?
Yeah, who is that captain? Because when we've talked to some of these players, some things obviously game to game change. There's a lot of that dynamic there where it changes, and also depending on some of the heroes that they're playing. Again, Lunatic Panda, where we see, the Akai being picked up, they're able to go ahead and utilize that as well. And that's why I think it works so well with layering, right? And shot calling was on point here for Nepal. So hopefully, like I said, they take that from this series. They bring the momentum moving forward.
Confidence, chemistry, synergy being present. We've seen a lot of teams do this. You know how they do their friendship as well as their bonding, continuing to develop their games along the ways of the scrimmages.
Yeah.
Maybe that's one way of seeing that. What's behind all of this preparation? What's behind of their friendship? Maybe, who knows, maybe they're all brothers as well. That's why we might discover. So maybe close friends who bonded back in high school. Then now, so right now, we're about to hear the winning interview with Wajay and as well as Bara on stage with Nepal right here at IESF.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأولى لهذا اليوم وقدروا منتخب نيبال أنهم يأخذون المواجهة الأولى لهذا اليوم وعشان كذا معنا اللاعب يايكو بنسأله بعض الأسئلة بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الماضية.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. As we just seen it, ladies and gentlemen, Nepal won 2-0 against the UAE, and now we have a little talk with Yahiko, one of the members of the Nepalese team. So Yahiko, how do you feel winning this match?
We feel good and excited winning as a team. I think, yeah.
مستانسين متحمسين صدق هادئين بس ميودين بكل ثقة.
طيب دامك جبت اخوي براء سالفة هادين هم قبل شوي فازوا بنتيجة 2-0 فأنا ودي أربط سؤال بخصوص المباراة الأولى والثانية. ما ننسى أن المباراة الجاية بيكون منتخب النيبالي مباراة ثانية عندهم في الستيج فكيف تجهيزاتهم؟ هل هم مستعدين أو بيكونون تعبانين بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الأخيرة؟
You're absolutely right. So everybody right now is wondering, as you just won the first match, you're cool, you're calm and all of that. 2-0, not bad at all. But now you're going to go to another match, back-to-back against Cambodia. How do you feel about that? Any strategies? Anything going on with there?
Well, Cambodia is a good team, and we were already mentally prepared for it before the game. Yeah, so yeah, we're ready.
He's ready. I guess we're ready. جاهز يا وجيه نشوف
كلنا
بعدين.
جاهزين أكيد كلنا جاهزين.
ممتاز. Well, best of luck to you and to Cambodia as well. Coming up next in the coming match, but we're going to have a little break and we'll be back with the Gamers8 IESF Asian Championship happening here in Riyadh. Stay tuned after the break. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back again for more excitement and more action with skill, strategy, and sheer adrenaline taking place right here at the Gamers8 IESF Asian Championship in the beautiful city of Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. وجيه كيف الحال؟
يا اهلا وسهلا فيك اخوي براء، حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم من جديد اعزائي الحضور ومشاهدينا الكرام. ومثل ما شفنا في المباراة الماضية كان منتخب نيبال هو الفائز في المواجهة الأولى لهذا اليوم ضد الإمارات، ولكن ما علينا أي خوف على المنتخبات اللي خسرت، لأن ما زلنا في الجروب ستيج وما زلنا في دوري المجموعات. بيكون في فرص كثيرة أنه يكون في تعويض للمنتخبات اللي خسروا في هذه الأيام. أما الآن احنا متجهزين للمباراة الثانية، وخلونا نحيي ونرحب معنا بمنتخب كمبوديا.
And ladies and gentlemen, right now for this second match taking place right here, let's hear for Cambodia. And now, coming up next, let's hear it for one more time, Nepal!
تحية قوية لمنتخب نيبال. منتخب نيبال ثاني مباراة لهم لهذا اليوم، وأكيد أيضا عندنا منتخب كمبوديا داخلين بمستوى مختلف وحماس أيضا مختلف. فصراحة أتمنى لهم كامل التوفيق، ودنا ننطلق الآن لإخواني المعلقين عشان نبتدي فيها المباراة.
Well, Wajih, you're absolutely right. Nepal, for the second time, the stamina, and they have a lot of patience taking place right now, and a lot of confidence. But Cambodia is a team definitely to watch out for taking place right here in that second match. So, going up next right now, and let's head it out to a little recap video of what happened earlier here in the Asian Championship.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Gamers8 Asian Championships here for IESF, the road to Romania. We already witnessed pretty much one awesome series to start the day. It was a sweep here. Nepal playing again. I'm Naisu, joined here with me is OSX, and we're excited for the second series.
Second day, and we have more actions to fulfill here in Nepal, starting strong with a 2-0. Now with more surprises of the day, we are about to see how they adjust. How will they quickly do things around with this kind of team going up against them? Again, the starting point of this game is always about momentum. It's always about adjustments. Now we might see a difference for how will they do this with this kind of team. Starting it today with Cambodia, we haven't seen them yet play on the broadcast.
Yeah, for the broadcast, we haven't, right? That's a good point because, again, going into this tournament, a lot of people their eyes were on, of course, the Philippines, Cambodia. These are two teams that a lot of people are familiar with so much. And then you have these outliers that have been proving just how much they have learned, how they have adapted to the play style right now. Again, highlighting the new kind of meta forming, right, with the new emblem system and everything else. Well, for example, Mongolia, we talked about this earlier, how kind of they're this dark horse energy basically for this tournament. Now Cambodia and Nepal, I believe with the updated standings OSX, they're both now at total points because they had to work from negative points. They're now at 0-0 for Group A, right? So what this match could potentially mean, obviously, is both two teams from both groups go to the playoffs, right? They secure themselves that spot. The other team, the third place from the group, from Group A and Group B, will end up in a last chance kind of qualifier matchup, right? Where they're looking to lock in that last fifth slot to Romania. So that's kind of what's on the line here. And again, Nepal is the team on the momentum, like we've mentioned. They just had an amazing sweep, and it was a very strong showing for them.
Yeah, this is always the part of the tournament that you said double zeros onto the points start from day number 1. This is one challenge, or this is one thing that fires up a team. Coming from a loss or coming from a great challenge from IESF, this boils down to create or show some new strategies, new picks, cheese strats, pocket picks might show today, because at some points, and even in our tournaments, even in our ranked games, and even I feel that once you're in the lowest rank and you're climbing up top, things can go differently while showing the best potential that you can do in this kind of competition. So for this kind of tournament matchup, it could go either way.
And one of the main points here to take home from this all too is, again, this Cambodian team they have a lot of experience, right? They've competed a lot, and people are familiar with them. Now, Nepal, on the other hand, again, for a lot of this, our first glimpses for a lot of people around the world, OSX, especially on the English viewer side, is those online qualifiers, maybe even this leg of the tournament.
Yeah.
To the point where by the time we get to Romania, you're super well, you're well versed in all these teams that eventually make it there. Yeah, and the thing with Nepal, like you mentioned, again, the fact momentum based. Two people that also really stood out. We talked about this earlier. Same thing again, BBC, Masarap.
Yeah.
The combination, the shot calling potential. I'm really curious how this will do matching up against a team like this from Cambodia. That is, again, they are. They're well-versed in pretty much competitive MLBB, to say the least, right? And I would say, essentially, people were also surprised that Cambodia lost to Mongolia, right? I mean, there's so many surprises. This was from yesterday that we didn't get to see on the stream, unless I think people tuned in elsewhere when it was broadcasted in a different language. But still, the fact is you have a lot of these surprises happening, right? And this could be that match, like I said, that secures the next team from Group A into the playoffs, because we've already got, of course, Philippines and Mongolia locked in.
So stakes are high. Let's check up on the roster of Cambodia going through this match. We have Fury, we have D7, we have CCAT, Kaligma, and ATM that we usually see back in SEA Games. Now they're here, the Cambodia team is here, and we might see more of them today.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You have to pretty much count on these guys to do what they're known to do. This team, usually from Cambodia, is very aggressive. They like to play a little risky, and this is this is kind of the trend so far. I mean, and it really adapts to the current meta setting up here. Let's take a look at the next roster here. Again, we just saw these guys from Nepal. We've got Lunatic Panda, Masarap, question mark. We've got BBC, Xerox, and Yahiko. And across the board, man, I gotta say, every one of them shined in their own way from the previous series, right? There's not a specific person here that is carrying the team or anything like that, is doing more than the other. And that's something that really shines for a lot of the teams around the world. When you're looking at some of the best, it's where the synergies, obviously, their shot calling is there, and it seems like the communication is so on point. And this is, again, while I was highlighting the pretty much overlaying, the overlapping of ultimate abilities from Nepal from the previous series is something that Cambodia wants to like handle right away. You know what I mean? Like that's one of the keys. And not only that, but also if we were to kind of come up with our own keys to victory here, you got to take care of Yahiko, man. Yahiko, other than the combination,
the gold lane, the marksman,
other than the combination we talked about with BBC and Masarap, Yahiko, you have to get him down because previous games he's nearly deathless. Even the previous game, I think he was deathless.
With the Leslie.
With the Leslie. So maybe take the Leslie away, but really focus on getting Yahiko down.
I love what you're going through here. So respect bans, you have steals that could actually happen in this game. So if looking at the marksmen of Cambodia, they could actually be doing that, right? They can do it on themselves or take it up on themselves because one thing that we saw there, also the qualifiers, is they adapted too quickly when things could go wrong. So this personality might show up, a new strategy might show up, so things can possibly happen if they go up against Nepal here. Up against a 2-0 team that just gained momentum, I think things could go a good way for Cambodia if they have a good level of doing things in the draft. That's where things starts. The drafting. So either they pick something out, they steal something out, or trim down how Nepal went through all the challenges from day 1 and to day 2.
You know, even looking across the Cambodia lineup, right? Again, a lot of people watching at home are familiar with this, and what I'm wondering too is if you haven't been able to see them play on the, this updated kind of meta and the emblem system, is how have they changed their play style? Again, this is a team also that has been to other international events, and they have a clear play style, and I think it clashes really well with what we've seen from Nepal so far, and I just wondering exactly how they transition too, because now up to this point, day 2, let's say we're at the midpoint for day 2, right? It's you've come to a point now where you've seen a couple different play styles presented by the teams from around this Asian Championship, and things work. Really, it depends what kind of card you pick from your deck, if you will, right? What's up your hand, or what's up your sleeve, right? So I think for Cambodia specifically, a lot of people are wondering, we had these expectations, if you will. A lot of people had these expectations, and what is new on the table? What is new up their sleeve? Part of that, again, is how do you utilize that gold lane? Because you now know that you have that gold lane matchup, right? And I would love to see how they kind of evolve that, because they were a little gold lane eccentric before. Also, the XP lane was massive for Cambodia in other tournaments. So, now you're matching it up against someone, like I said, who has made waves already this early on.
Yeah, speaking of how they would want to evolve, so draft might show anytime soon. So this will be a game changer on how will they approach this. If they're up against Cambodia, if they're up against Nepal, we could really eye on who is the possible deadly duo. You've mentioned Masarap, you've mentioned BBC, so that kind of duo here could be even in the eye of Cambodia in trimming down their possible comfort picks, their power picks that might be in their hands, or they can actually even adapt how they usually do and work. So if Cambodia sees that kind of way of like dealing in terms of those kinds of problems, maybe if that's one way of showing that, hey, we have evolved, and this might be their way of showing that in this point in time, they have a chance to go up against different teams as well. And even on Cambodia, this player was also the one who was just wearing the red jacket. He was one of the things that we saw back in the SEA Games as well, in the Southeast Asian Pro Leagues, that we saw that in this team, there was one way of telling that who's the captain, who's the shot caller. And that was one guy in Team Cambodia that keeps on doing his thing and commanding his team.
Well, in terms of pretty much, again, you have so much data to take on, these familiar teams, familiar names. And, even for someone like CCAT, you've seen CCAT perform so much on a high level that you're wondering exactly how has that changed the course of their play style again across the board, right? So we're gonna have to find out here as we get through the draft. Now we're jumping in. First band's already gonna be out here. We do have Cambodia taking out the Leslie. That is a great option.
Respect ban there.
Take that out of the hands of Yahiko again. Also another pick that popped up twice from the previous series, right? They're gonna go ahead and just take out Xerox's Lilia, who honestly, yesterday's performance was questionable, but then today it's like, all right, this actually fits really well there, right? So the response, though, from Nepal, they go ahead and take out Novaria plus the Eve.
Yesterday we saw a bad game for Selena, and the next time we saw another game for Selena. It was a good one. So one of the teams that we were seeing in IESF is they still managed to pull through all the mishaps that they experienced in the first game, and going on the third game, they have a chance to pulling it back. So there's one way of reprogramming these kinds of ways of using their own comfort pick. So it's a good way of seeing that Cambodia is eyeing on the strengths here of Nepal and opening up something from their book. So one thing also to consider is the utility jungler of the Fredrin, who's just perfect in any situation that you've mentioned even yesterday.
Oh, I love that they did this, right? Even the Kai. These are all pretty much respect bans in essence, right?
Yeah.
And right away, first pick priority for Cambodia. They just take the Ling. They're going to be happy with, putting that in the jungle, hopefully work around that, secure those purple buffs, because we know there's going to be a focus also from Nepal to kind of choke that out. Right now, first pick, though, for them, they want to go ahead and take the Faramis. Let's see what they take for the second part here. If they want to go ahead, again, we've seen teams now, even in that first phase, right? Sometimes they're securing themselves that mid option, the roam option, and then usually gold lane if they want to go there, if they want to take a marksman before more are banned out. That's still an option here. Now, in terms of, again, handling the Ling, you just need to cover your bases, right? And Nepal, it looks like they're already taking that Beatrix up.
Okay. Going with the marksman, going with the Roan. Yeah, that is Super Shima. Kaligma. Shima, yeah. The one who just wore the red jacket back and also the C game. See? He's smiling on camera. He knows when it's at him. And it's how to show his personality right here in IESF.
We heard his message to another prominent jungler out there in the world.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. We know. So now we kind of see that they prioritize on this Ling. And with this point, Farsa is open, but they're going with the combo that we
This is
call
old school.
Yeah, in our country, Angela, it's the Angela and the Ling combo paired with the Uranus, and he's smiling right off the camera.
This is a throwback. So like, do we just see that? Do we see Nepal like let's just take the Esmeralda, man? Like that, like, do they want to do that? Do they want to go ahead and like park Esmeralda and go back to the eternal battle that we're used to seeing with Uranus and Esmeralda? That might be an option. There it is, right?
Oh, wow.
Deal with the shields, man. There's going to be a ton of shields out there that you got to deal with. You might as well. I feel like we're back in, I don't know, in terms of for everybody that's got MPL out there, where this is seasons ago. Like when we were on that patch, and all we pretty much saw was Uranus and Esmeralda. But it's different now, by the way.
We've talked about how this could game go in the beginning of the series. Pocket picks back on the strategies way back in the seasons. Now we're about to see the Angela being back with the Ling. A perfect combo, whatever the jungler goes and around the map, a complete response with the Heart Guard just to continue doing his own thing in taking enemy jungler caps. Now on to the second phase of the ban, they've taken out the one as well for Nepal. So as well as the Franco, so they don't have a tank, they don't have the marksman. Still balancing out for the second phase, and also capping it out with a Claude.
That's a lot of focus,
Yeah.
That's a lot of focus on the marksman options here for the gold lane. It still begs the question: do they actually want to go with a marksman with this lineup, the traditional one, or do they change things up? They still have the option to, right? I mean, especially if they want to go ahead and park one of the mages up there. Not sure if they'll go that route, but still. I mean, even what we actually saw a great lane of Gold Bane versus the Beatrix, and it ended up being very effective. So, but for now, Nepal picking up the Julian here. They want to go ahead and lock that in for the jungle. That's going to be that jungle matchup, Julian versus Ling. We'll see. Last two picks here for Cambodia.
Julian versus a Ling. well, we could all count out how dependent a lane could be on the purple buff. So with mobility and resistance early game, with the pick of a Julian, covers everything probably on the map early game.
Unless it's flex too. Like,
Yeah.
I do want to say Julian could be technically flexed still. We have seen him pop up in the mid lane too. Again, even the Faramis, you're not really sure if they want to go mid lane Faramis or even roam Faramis. We'll find out here with the last pick. But already, okay, there's the Lolita. So yeah, we've got the mid Faramis, we've got Lolita in the roam, and then of course we got Julian in the jungle. Across the board though, this is a great set potential, right, from Cambodia. And it's nice to actually see this Lunox pop up again, right? So we're gonna see how that pans out this time around.
This is a gold lane Lunox.
Yep.
For Cambodia. And this is and how the fuel goes from, if you want to get those points in, looking at these strategies way back is being shown right in this very game. As they ban out the Kaja, they don't want the pick off. There's a Cho. You don't want that kind of Ring of War, and also with the combo of the ultimate of the Kaja, it's much more terrifying than being defied or being cancelled on a setup. So this is either way, the setup of Nepal as well is trying to keep up as well in the early game, you might think.
Yeah, early game is going to be massive here. Again, in the hands of someone like Super Chama, this Ling especially. If you can somehow stop him from just kind of running amok or running a rampage, really, if Nepal can do that, and going off what we saw last series, I think they can. So jumping into the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, the second match live streamed here today, it's going to be Nepal versus Cambodia. Again, both of these teams now pretty much even in terms of points for their group. Going to be fighting again for that second spot, hopefully, to be able to go on to the next portion of the tournament.
Early leash from Yahiko up top for Lunatic Panda, getting his orange first. Meanwhile, on the other side of Cambodia, Ling or Super Shima on the other hand has prioritized on the purple. Look at that, Seacat might be trapped here, low on HP. Early pokes there from the mid lane of Nepal.
Okay, and like I said, early rotations are going to be important here. Nepal needs to be able to control kind of that pace that would be set, or at least expected with this lineup that they have. Also the fact too, you got to be able to kind of counter around, once again, the fact that they're going to have a ton of shields, which is great. They have an Esmeralda, but typically you're not going to see Esmeralda and Uranus in much of the fights early on, right? So then you're kind of working against those shields, some of that extra, basically padding of health. Hold on.
Oh, Super Shima using Tempest Blades for defensive out from Nepal's possible ambush. He's going down deep there on Nepal's area.
Okay, well, that's already off to a great start here. Nepal kind of controlling things the best they can. Again, Chama's fine, right? He had to use the ultimate, but that's what it's for. Leading into this first turtle, though, that's where things kind of get a little dicey. You can see both teams, too, kind of getting in position already. They also regenning, going back to base, getting set up, because first turtle in this matchup is going to be very crucial. Again, both teams love momentum in their favor from game to game and how that transitions to the series. So, Chama's going to go ahead and start this up. He's got the purple buff. His orange will be up in a couple of seconds. Seacat should also now have the Way of the Dragon available here. So there's a lot on the line. You can see a lot of zoning trying to happen too. ATM, though.
ATM on half HP, but he is a Uranus. Now Masarap being trapped in. We have the Dragon with a kick. That's a stun. That's a knock up Masarap. Now might fall down, but the blast will connect to the Super Shima, but Lunatic Panda secures the turtle. Now it's going to be action here for Cambodia. Two members trying to defend, low on HP, but Masarap here being trapped in 3. He's still safe. He's still making it through, but the first blood goes to ATM. BBC as well gets down Seacat, and now that's 1-1 from Cambodia and Nepal.
Okay, I almost thought Masarap was going to get away. They're still going, though. ATM just trying to slow down Panda here. But it was a good trade, right? The 1-for-1. Nepal securing that turtle, which was, great that they did that. Again, it was started up by Cambodia. So right now, great responses.
ATM is still doing his thing up against 3, sustaining the fight. Seacat as well, looking for an angle here. That's Shunpo as well. Jeet Kune Do here trying to knock up BBC. Meanwhile, back on the duties here. Gold lead, ahead by 100. But ATM is wrapped. We're looking for this eternal battle you've mentioning that might happen, and we're seeing it now right in our eyes. Now going on to the focus on the gold lane, they don't know where Seacat is. On level 4, but this is the deadly setup that we might see. A setup from Cho. We've seen a good Cho game yesterday from Troll, from KSA. Now they need to beware of this threat from now on.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of this, you know, Nepal, the biggest thing they have to watch out for is just, yeah, getting kicked, right? Just getting kicked with the way of the dragon into whoever Cambodia decides they want to go. And if they can do that, if they can at least avoid that situation or respond with it, and I think that's why it's great that BBC is on this Lolita.
Looks like Hikanji Gondu out of Yahiko. That was 4 members on a reinforcement.
Like I said, you know, biggest thing, handle the way of the dragon. That's how you do it. They handle it perfectly fine. You take that out of the picture, and really Cambodia has nothing they can do.
Knock up from Julian. Fury now receives the Nominal Blast right in the turret. He can't escape damage. Yahiko. That's 2 kills. All gonna be a Trix. D7 takes down BBC. Now Lunatic Panda now going back on half HP. Still climbing through and sustaining D7. Trying to hold their top lane in the first 4 minutes. They're still holding it through. Second turtle is up for the taking.
Seeing a similar trend here, OSX. Yahiko, 2-0, right? And it might be a different hero this time, but we do know how they like to scale into that, right? Having these early leads for, even if it's just Yahiko, they do really well holding that on and transitioning to mid to late game. So Cambodia's got to be able to do something about that. That's going to be CCat's job. But right now, this turtle is going to be up here. It's going to be juggled around, danced around for now. CCat also might be looking for an advantage if he can find one, but you know, at this point, this is again one of the things about a Ling, right? You've got to go grab your buffs before you even contest these objectives, these neutral objectives. Meanwhile, Yahiko just picked up a BOD, so he's farming up pretty well. Like I said, he had those early kills too. So both teams just kind of dancing around this next objective for now.
Yeah, piercing damage onto the gold lane now. ATM still looking for an angle. Masarap still looking for a great way to hold off that Uranus. Now still, and talking about Super Shima right in the map, trying to steal the orange up top, up against Lunatic Panda. Here comes the Heart Guard trying to take on
Nice dodge.
Lunatic Panda, trying to dodge in the Tempest of Blades. Now 3 members on the reinforcement. CCat as well, trying to get in for the cover of Cambodia. Now Turtle is still up, trying to steal that orange. Was a bit of a risk from that moment.
I think it's a risk you can expect though, you know, especially from, again, a team like this. Oh, D7 though.
Okay, D7 now, he might receive that kind of setup, but now with a response to the counterattack, CCat with the way of the dragon. Now Super Shima, will he still go? Look at the damage piercing through BBC, almost low in HP. ADM trying to knock off BBC, but misses the chance. Now CCat as well, half on HP. Saracen Panda now trying to dodge defense, but Masarap still draining the shields right off Cambodia, and they don't care about a turtle at all.
Yeah, you know, this second turtle is probably the most, is the longest this turtle has stayed up, at least throughout these games so far. No one's really paying attention to it because it's just both teams, the way that they like to play, the play style they have, they're very hungry to go ahead and start building up on those kills, those items that they need, right? This is also a great pickup for CCat. He needs that Radiant Armor, right? In terms of the items that he needs, he's going to have to deal with that because there's so much magic damage also being thrown at them, even just between Panda and Xerox, right? Xerox, yeah, he's a Faramis, but, you know, even with Lethal Ignition, it's going to build up even stronger, so you want to be able to have that defensive value, too, but they break out for the turtle.
Oh, turtle now. Who's going to take it now for the first time? Now, off-cam kill. Super Shima takes the turtle from up top. Now, 3 members might take on Super Shima here. ADM as well, trying to zone out Xerox and BBC. Now, Masarap out of the battle. Now, continue on to the 37. Secure signal onto Xerox. Now, Shima being low in health, still surviving the fight. BBC as well. Now with the defense of D7, Love Waves and Heart Guard making on point for the regen, escaping the death from Nepal.
So there's a lot of good things here happening for both teams, right? I mean, there's a lot of back and forth for both of them. But right now, Cambodia, able to kind of out-sustain a lot of these situations or skirmishes early on is going to help them. There's another big item pickup here finally for D7, going to help deal with some of the stain now. This is the thing, too. Chama continues to just plant himself in Nepal's jungle. That's about the best thing you can do is, you know, put pressure at least there, put that on Panda, not allow him to just go and get his buffs for free if you can, right? Even if they can do it on the purple, even better. But right now, just the way things are kind of falling into place, Cambodia is slowly building up that lead.
Off-cam kill there, D7 on an Angela, taken down an Esmeralda, Masarap. Now ADM on half HP. Love Waves making to the regen now. 4 might be trapped here. ADM burning through his HP. Yeah, he takes down 1. Now Luminum Blast, will he get? No, the regen comes in from the Cold Altar as well, saving Nepal from the possible takedown of D7 and Fury. Now backing out ADM and CCat down for the trade of 1 against Nepal.
That was such a good area to be in for Nepal, right? And the way that they utilized the Stampede there, and even just having that Cult Altar is paying dividends right now for Nepal. And as we take a look at the items here, again, it's relatively close, right? So items are being locked in here. First ones for the majority, working on their second here. It was crucial that you have that cooldown reduction and that Necklace of Durance. So Monsterop should be able to withstand a lot of this, though, although that regen's going to be hurt.
Oh, now Tempest of Blades finishing down Monsterop D7 again. Angela on a killing spree. This is crazy. Now, yeah, he takes down one, taking out Seagat. There's no roamer for Cambodia, but ADM as well, trying to hold on the turret from mid. That's it. Brilliance in for Xerox now, almost half HP burning down. Look at that. Shadow Stampede pulling in two, but draining out Seagat up from that battle. But Fury here receives damage from Lunatic Panda as well. Yeah, Hiko is on a streak, 5-1 and 2, making it another pickup on that Malefic Roll, talking about penetration and a setup for this Lord.
Like I said, Yahiko, he's going to do that, right? He's going to go ahead and continue to build up here just like he has the previous games in the other series. Cambodia's got to be able to control that. They have the tools that they need. You know, there's some push in the top lane here. But even with that, Nepal still doesn't want to overcommit to this Lord. They know the rest of the team of Cambodia is going to be up. Even if D7 didn't come up now, you just heart guard into the fight. The focusing Mark Emblem is also doing a lot of work here for Cambodia in terms of like the team fights and skirmishes going on. Now, biggest thing, Yahiko's positioning. As we saw from the previous series, with this, with not having Flicker, he's in a huge risk at any point in the game as long as he doesn't have that, right? So you really got to count on having that Cult Altar or any of the peel available to you, and that's why you see them dancing around this mid lane so much, not really committing to the Lord just yet. They know at any point Cambodia could just go ahead and force a situation for them.
I love what you said, overcommit. 30K is still with Nepal right now. The goal is still even, and they're not letting go of that economy that they can bounce back into the later stage of the game. They're buying more time for more damage, and against Cambodia, they're not letting more of those things slip through. This is one thing that they're trying to do, not letting out more of the resources as the game goes by.
Yeah, you can see even the pressure, still going.
That's the kick received. Seagat with the Jeet Kune Do. Now he's been stunned with the counter attack. Xerox almost low on health with the regen of the Cold Altar. Now they might be pierced with a Tempest of Blades. D7 again, taking a BBC 2-man knockup on Yahiko. Now Super Chima taking a Lunatic Panda. Now will the snipe connect? No, it won't. Fury taking down Maserap. 3 members down, and Cambodia still lives 10-9, and this is the Lord being taken on their side, and they might go in for a push up against Nepal.
No, they're going to go in for a push indeed. Are also going to take resources away here from Panda. So, you know, just like that, it's like Cambodia flipped a switch and said go. And they're still going, right? Xerox is going to fall here in the mid lane. They're just going to buy some time, wait for that Lord, and push down that mid, right? They still got to work through the tier 1, tier 2. But like I said, Yahiko is kind of that saving grace for Nepal right now. Should be able to relatively stay alive pretty well, maybe lose a couple turrets here, but they should hold on to the turrets in the base. And if they can get a pick off, that would be great for Nepal. But right now, it's all about defending as much as they can here.
Pick off. Yahiko, he tried to pierce down D7 with one hit of the sniper, almost 3/4 HP. The isolation, the pick off would make a good move for Nepal to take a -1 from Cambodia to make a push. That makes total sense, but what is the gameplay or the game plan now of Nepal? Look at that, bursting through damage. Now Lunatic Panda might be in trouble. Shima taking him down and securing with the Tempest of Blades. Now jumping in through 4, knockup onto 2. And they take down 1 turret out of Nepal. Tier 3 turrets now being melted down by Cambodia. Securing it 1, Numinal Blast will it make it through? Isolating BBC, now they're on a streak, exchanging kills with a trade of 2-1. Last tier turret for Nepal. Can they still defend? Can they still hold on to make through the damage in the later stages of the game? Yahiko might be the only chance for the damage. Still holding on. Waves coming in, Cambodia losing 1, and that's only ADM.
Man, Cambodia got a lot for that first Lord. You know, they were able to just get, all turrets in the base of Nepal just on that first one. And this is what I mean by, the experience of this team and those decisions, right? Even with it being the First Lord, able to find a moment of weakness in Nepal's defense and just capitalize on it is something that shows, again, how much experience they have. Now, Nepal, they're still in a position to be able to pretty much turn this game around, right? It's looking grim in terms of gold and whatnot, but yes, you're right. You pointed it out earlier, OSX. Yahiko still survived, even that siege, right? If you can keep him alive, the damage is obviously there. But what needs to happen is an amazing set. If that's the Numenon Blast, then so be it. But there has to be, if let's say a multiple person Numenon Blast and they're able to survive that and follow up with the damage, which they already have, that's going to be massive here for Nepal. Even looking at the items, right, it looks like Yahiko even picked up a Haas Claws to have some of that regen available if he gets poked down, because he knows that with the way that the relationship between having a Ling and an Angela works, you're going to get whittled down, you're going to get pressured. You have to be able to take that damage and build it back up, right? It'd even be better if he's able to get that Wind of Nature faster or sooner than later, rather, right?
Yeah.
So now they find themselves here, possibly just giving up a Lord. Might not be able to contest this. We'll see if they do.
Look at that, trying to go near this objective. 4-man knockup, and that is the Numenon Blast. Will he take something out? No, they miss out one good setup. Now Shima secures the turtle. Now things get happening. Chaos just dropping down in Nepal, dropping down a Tempest of Blaze right on to Xerox. There's no one to sustain him with Gold Authors at this point for defense. Now with the exchange, Shima goes down. Yahiko still the last hope of Nepal. Damaging through. Fury takes down BBC. There's no setup for Nepal here, but they can still defend the base. They have wave clear. They can still make it through. Divine Glaive onto Xerox. Man, you're right. Yahiko on Nepal, still making it through, still alive. The hopes of Nepal can still fight through in this late game.
All right, they just have to defend this. They're going to go ahead and try to take care of this Lord. Should be relatively easy. Not sure if Cambodia still wants to put the pressure, though. Looks like they want to.
Oh, ATM. That is one regen from Xerox. Now, what is the game plan here? Lord being melted down. They're still clearing it. They're still defending it.
Wow.
They're feeling the damage piercing through their HP bars right now of Cambodia. And they're backing out now for defense reinforcement. Look at that damage leaderboard from Yahiko and Xerox.
Well, that's what we pointed out minutes ago, and throughout the course of the game, even the previous series, Yahiko is massive already. And it could be a turning point even for Nepal, even though they're economy-wise, they're down here. But here comes Chama.
Oh, look at that. Tempest of Blades, ADM, trying to reinforce it through Yahiko with the monster kill. His on a streak. Ultimate being dropping down from BBC. And now ADM with the Heart Guard. Will they catch one? But BBC here's being caught up by the Chikunto. Fury secures the kill. Now 2 members out. Shima was the trade. Now this is Nepal fighting through the late game. 16 minutes in. And the goal lead is catching up against their side.
Well, like I said, right? Continue to find moments where you can, Nepal. That's the best case scenario for them. Find moments. If it's Chama jumping in without the Heart Guard, then so be it, right? Take them out, but then you still have to get over the obstacle that there's still massive shields between ATM and D7, right? Something that you need. They didn't have Panda after that fight as well, so it was good to kind of fall back as much as possible. The problem is, or the big question here, even the situation, as we get into that 17th minute of the game, can we even contest the Lord? Can we even get close to it? And I think even at this point, it's almost too much of a risk. As massive of a game as Yahiko is having, if he gets cut off or outplaced and you don't have anywhere to run, you automatically kind of just lose and collapse, right? So the placement, the positioning here is crucial, and the decision of, do we actually want to contest this Lord? Do we think we can defend against that push for that third one?
Okay. So if you want to ask or you want to check on the potential of Nepal here, their hope for a setup could come from BBC here. But what I'm seeing is he still has no immortality. If you want to secure that, yes, they have the Faramis. What if at one point he misses the ultimate again inside of Cambodia? What could happen? What could be the possible clapback if he misses that setup? If in few moments that he can get his ultimate, maybe that's the confidence that they need, because right now it's the Athena shield with a choice of BBC. Now, Shima securely melting the Lord down quickly. Not contesting at all.
I think that's okay though. That's why I was asking. The question is, do we actually want to fight this? And it seems like Nepal is like, no, we don't, because same thing. If we try to get in position here, we're going to get cut off in some way or another. You got a Ling flying over your heads, right? You don't want to deal with that. So it's better to just have your, even though your back's against the wall, to at least be safely in your base and do that, right? And try to clear this out, even though it's a strong push with this third Lord of the game.
Can they defend? 3 waves pushing in. Masarap being caught in 4. Dropping out the HP. That's Nemesis Blades. That's the exchange with Luminol Blast, but no caught from the side of Cambodia. Now damage will pull through. Look at that. Melting everybody down, but Yahiko gets the kill. Datsu members down with the immortality buff. ATM still secures that. Still defending Nepal. It's not letting go of this base. Despite of what happened, Yahiko, the silver lining of Nepal, is now showing that they can defend and they can hold it late game. This is their window of power.
I mean, what an amazing defense. Third Lord already entering that 20-minute mark. Nepal showing life despite kind of the rough 5 minutes they've had the previous, for the past 5 minutes. Looking here, I mean, just looking at this replay, the defense, BBC with a nice Nuno Blast to stun and stop Chama as well. Gets him with the stun twice to slow him down, allowing more time because Chama was looking to push that in even there with that heart guard. So just also a great defense all around from the members of Nepal. They're back in a similar position, right? They did make their way up there to the top lane. They're like, hey, let's get that at least tier 1 down, right? So they get it finally. But they don't have much space to work with. Given that awesome defense that they just had, they're still in the same position.
Yeah.
Relatively the same, right?
Same.
We still have to second guess if we can actually approach this next Lord. Now that one, even if they just give that up, it's almost like a 50-50. Do we give it up? Because if we give it up and try to defend the base, that one's a lot harder to defend against, you know, because fourth Lord of the game, things kind of get crazy, right? So on top of that, you just want to be in a position where we've got some of the immortalities taken care of, right? Are we confident enough to be able to get a numbers advantage, if you will, before that Lord comes up? Because if that happens, if they can somehow get a pick off and then lead into getting the Lord themselves, the first one for them, for Nepal, they could just march into the base from there.
Wow, it's still an even ball game. Right now, it's even though there's a few difference on even in the gold, right? What happens now is if they fall onto land of the perfect layering of skills there, the Yahiko just pick up the wind of nature.
Yeah.
Now he has a physical damage immunity here just to survive the damage of Cambodia. But onto the positioning, Cicada's on the bush. Oh, what? This is a deadly setup here from Cambodia. And look at that, ATM trying to zone off Nepal, but was this a good move? They forced out the Numenon Blast. Is this a go time for Cambodia? This is a follow-up with the way of the Dragon Seacat, but that is the Cold Altar being sustained with the side of Nepal, but now it's a 4-man knockup. Lunatic Panda takes down Fury, and as well as ATM still holding it. Forced out resources, Fury is down, 5 members present for Nepal. Who's going to be the target? Yahiko D7, just fall down in the hands of Nepal there. No matter how they forced out an ultimate 2 members down from Cambodia, Nepal striking back strong and slowly.
See, that's where it feels bad to be Uranus, because you're the cause of that start of the fight, right? ATM was the focus. His teammates end up falling to come help him out, and he's still alive, right? That's the downside. So now you're going to see ATM try to make, up for it, but he can't.
No,
he
gets
down. Absolutely demolished, and this is exactly what we were talking about. Nepal turned things around. Look at the mid lane, though. They're going to just go for a last-ditch effort to push.
Oh, no, they're pushing in. Only 2 members left for Cambodia.
Chama!
Who makes it? Lunatic Panda secures the Lord. Chama misses. Oh, Nepal still lives another minute up against Cambodia, and they're going in for the push.
Did I not just say? What could Nepal do? Get a numbers advantage, which they happened. They got Fury down with that whole ATM kind of debacle. They then transitioned to a Lord, and now they're marching through the base here.
Enhanced Lord with a great push and damage. She can on half HP on the tier 3 turret as well in the mid lane of Cambodia. ADM back in 4 seconds. Meanwhile, trying to split the map here, Numenon Blast.
Oh.
Nothing connecting the side of Cambodia. They forced out an ultimate. The Lord has been melted down. Now BBC did receive the damage. They're still pulling through the defense. Now Shima here. Will he use the place? Yes, he will. Dropping in 4. Will the damage connect through? Will it pierce it through ADM? Still throwing up everything. Draining HP down on Nepal. Now Seraph is down. Panda is down as well. Now Nepal target on BBC. There's no counter for the tank here now. The last man standing could be Masarap and Xerox at this point in time. Nepal is still pulling it through, but Cambodia as well. Trying to take down Masarap. Masarap not pulling it, not surviving. Immortality Pop as well. With the recalls, and that's where he's still making it through. But no for Fury secures the kill. Xerox is the only one left for Nepal.
Oh, I think that's going to be it here, OSX. Xerox left alone. Guardian helmets being picked up. Get that regeneration. We're still almost 30 seconds away from Panda being up. And now it's tough. It's only Xerox.
How the tables keeps on turning. That's the kick. That's the way of the dragon. And Cambodia in the last minute of defense and take back. They take game number 1 up against Nepal.
Well, what a turn of events that could have been. Because it was looking really close there for Nepal. Things were falling into place after defense. And you really got to admire at least that, the tenacity themselves that they have as a team to try to turn things around there. The only problem with that is once they had that Lord and they were marching down, that's what happened. They got caught out, right? Yahigo didn't really have space to move around with.
Yeah.
Because you only got so many defensive options, at least when you're on a Beatrix. Even though he had a massive game, he had about 10 kills. He was playing crazily. But unfortunately, the way, especially when you have a Ling kind of hopping around above you and just going from one part of the map. Again, Chama was at that, bottom lane trying to push that in, put pressure there. But then he immediately came back and just crashed down. And then Masarap wasn't there in time to help out with that fight. Things kind of just fell apart, even though they had that amazing, fourth Lord take, which almost also went in the hands of Chama. He was flying around, not able to get the retribution off.
This close.
Super close.
Super close to secure that Lord with the retribution. But on that point, Ludwig Pan is trying to secure the damage. No, we kind of need this push, but it's still on the base. This happened back in SEA Games with this team as well. It's just this close calls, these close fights keeps on happening, and that minimal window of mistake, they capitalize on that and they turn things around. Well, this is just Cambodia going back on the last minute.
It's
I think I need to take a breath here.
What a game 1.
Wow.
I'll say that much. Again,
wow.
And the thing is, Nepal, the whole play here for them for this game 1, they didn't disappoint, right? I mean, for the most part, they were holding their own. Yes, they had a deficit at later on in the game, late game, right? Probably the 12-plus minute mark. That's when they started having to pretty much defend in their base. But they did it time and time again. And if you look here at the highlights, right, I mean, it was a good early to mid-game transition. And then things started to scale in favor of Cambodia. And I'm surprised too, once again, duo of heroes, right? The Ling, the Angela still works out so well. And it really is kind of a menace to deal with because of just how fast you can move around the map, right? But still, as I said, Yahigo having a massive game, able to turn things around in a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these team fights early on.
Looking at this, 9 minutes into the game, 7-7. They were trying to take on the first tier turret in the mid lane, but how they managed to divert everybody out of the map here is all about dissecting on how they wanted to pull down or lower down the threat of Cambodia. But at some point, it didn't matter how it went from early game to mid.
Yeah.
It was these tight corners that they were trying to utilize with. They can't have a good setup with Numenon Blast. They can't get a good way of... they can force out so many things against Nepal, but in an open space, in an open window, they try to take on those ways of like, we need to bounce back from this. One of the missing things that we're trying to deal with is the damage.
Yep.
That was present from 12 to 14 minutes. Look at that. Setup after setup, Lord take after Lord take. Super Shima still on to the point that he keeps on contesting everything that he wants to do for his team.
just, I mean, this is something that you kind of expect in terms of Cambodia having the Ling in their favor, you know, kind of setting that pace. And like we were talking about even before the draft, you know, and then you pair this up. This was a great defense, though, too. Like I said, BBC able to find that stun with the new run blast, gets the additional one, buys a little bit more time. They clear this out. And this was what, yeah, 3 Lords were down, so this all led into that 4th one, right? So this was a show of the strength that Nepal has to really stay in the game, right? Even when their backs are against the wall. This is where things kind of fell apart, because as you saw, they really tried to keep Yahiko alive, but things just kind of, you know, in terms of placing, and it was in favor of Cambodia's lineup in that kind of position on the map. And then even this, again, the last-ditch effort for Xerox here. Just overall, there's in terms of Nepal, they don't have to change too much. Like the play, like we've talked about this in the previous series. The synergy is there, the shot calling is there, but what they have to be able to do is this kind of. I feel like they're fighting with fire in a way, right?
Yeah, fire.
Yeah, and they have to be able to answer to that and kind of control that burn, if you will, from Cambodia.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to put Cambodia on the list now. Cambodia, Mongolia, even Nepal.
Yeah.
It's, man, the 3 slots. And as you said, these 2 teams were on a 0 negative, right? 0 negative points.
They were 0, yeah. They were
0.
both at 0. So now we've got a point over to Cambodia.
And to look at the fuel and also how they managing through the challenge that they want to make it through and represent the country in Romania. This is where the stakes are going higher and higher as they unveil, as you said, strategies back. Pocket picks, cheese picks.
These are kind of pocket picks, right? I mean, how many times have we seen, you know, with this, even with for example, Chamal, we know he likes those more risky jungle picks, jumping around, flashy. They are flashy, and you talked about this even with this jacket, right? His jacket's flashy.
He's the one wearing red in that GameCube. So it's telling us like he might be, well, the captain or even the shot caller of the team, because back in Cambodia as well, we were trying to interview him. But now, on that game, let's see how the post-game stats goes. We might see how it was measured, how the momentum was built, because 24-16, that even on 19 minutes, we stopped counting about the goal.
Well, like I said, you got to give it up to Nepal for the point that, again, Cambodia was in their base at like the 12-minute mark. So they held on for another additional, 10 to 12 minutes. They were able to keep going, keep their lives in this game anyway. And they knew kind of, again, what's at stake. And I think it's also a apparent thing. We've talked about the Ling and the Angela accommodation here. The fact that you have Lunox have this type of game, get to a point where those chaos bolts just hurt, man. You are just getting deleted, and it's something that, again, it's nice to see Lunox pop up, right? Some variations even in the mid lane and kind of work around, whether that's a gold lane, mid lane. You kind of have these changes happening in the meta. It's really refreshing to see. On the other side, the idea, the concept there was right. Even Master locking in that Esmeralda to handle these shields.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, when it came to that late game, that 24-minute mark, great that you get that 4th Lord. But when you're in such a position against this lineup that Cambodia had, where you are literally putting everything in your basket to keep Yahiko alive, there's only so much that can be done there, right? And with this type of sustain, the shields, and everything else, even if you have some of those counter items to deal with some of that, it's not enough at that point because of the way that the scaling works and everything else. You kind of need something in your own to burst through that, right? And just unfortunately, again, it looked like Nepal was really, really close there, but they just couldn't cap that one out with that 4th Lord.
Yeah. I'm excited how this best of 3 goes. But having the first point in this game set up momentum from Cambodia, who was challenged yesterday in the off-stream fights or even the battle. So now waking up from a loss, learning the lessons from yesterday, maybe that's one way of dealing or translating that moments into a win, just as today. So we might see longer games as the day goes by.
These are definitely longer.
Yeah, Nepal and Cambodia on head-to-head, and most of the things that we expect that it might boil down to the draft. No, it was execution. It was the discipline that they were pulling throughout the game.
Well, I can't wait to see what's more in store in store for this, right? Because we are going to be taking a short break here before we get to game number 2. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
One purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. Enemy spotted. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that quick, short break. The Gamers8 IESF Asian Championships here for MLBB. It's me, Nice You, and alongside OSX. The players are getting set up for Game 2, and we just saw actually an amazing Game number 1 from their first series of the day, second one of the day actually, second for Nepal.
Yeah.
Right, and at this point, again, like we said, point-wise, crucial for both because they were even, they were tied up in terms of points to get that second slot from Group A. But now that Cambodia has found that win, again, it was a great game, 24 minutes, probably one of the longer ones that we've had so far up to this point, OSX. And they're probably just needs to be some minor adjustments from Nepal.
Yeah, and execution-wise, it's there. It's present. They just need to get a hold on those window of mistakes that they can commit. Because at some point, you've mentioned that, yes, they were rising on with the core scores, riding with a great kills onto their marksmen, and even in the EXP lane. But the problem is, if you're up against the lineup of Cambodia, knowing that Shima and also Sika has on point with the setups on how to enter these kinds of team fights, you might want to secure your late game or end game answer. Look at that.
He's feeling it, man.
He's feeling his on. He's releasing the energy. Shima on our camera. Oh, he just says okay. They're okay. Nepal is okay here. So trying to do a reset there, and with Nepal going head-to-head with Cambodia, I say they still have a heart of a champion that they can push through with their game. Yeah, see? Thumbs up. As we say yesterday, Jazin.
Jazin. We're learning here,
We're
right?
learning it.
But yeah, it's both these teams set up, and I'm trying to remember. I believe this is, again, we met these players just recently. I'm pretty sure that's Masarap. You know, we haven't asked him yet.
We want to know
why the question mark and why Masarap.
Yeah.
You know, does he just maybe he has some Filipino friends out there?
Yeah, that inspired him to do or make this IGM for his own identity.
Yeah. Funnily enough, like I think that was one of the first words I ever learned.
Masarap. Yeah, if you hear Naisu doing his vlogs and his short videos, and then when he tastes food here in Saudi Arabia, he says Masarap yan.
Wow, Masarap yan.
In Filipino, in English means it's so good. It's so delicious.
Yeah, but I just don't, I exclaim it. I don't question it.
Not question.
Yeah.
It's exclamation point in your head.
Well,
but it must wrap his question mark. We want to know why. We want to know the story behind this IGN. We'll talk to him after the break.
Yeah, we'll talk to him after the series here. Hopefully they can take it to a game number 3 again. Second draft now. Nepal already going to go ahead and take out the link. That is just pure respect, right? They don't want to go and deal with that combination again. Novara Eve being taken out here, so we'll have to see exactly what pops up in the mid lane. I kind of love the flexibility so far, at least today, right? Because we've talked about Eve and Farsa popping up. Yes, they've been there, but there's been some variations. Not sure if Lilia is going to be utilized this time, but with Nepal having that first pick, there's quite a few options on the table here for them. Although Lilia, Akai, Leslie, all taken out from Cambodia. So that begs the question, what is that power pick here for Nepal?
Fredrin is open, Fanny is open, even Lancelot is open. Fredrin, okay.
Safe.
That's a safe route. It's a good first pick answer, and we're right. He can't go away with this kind of pick. This is one good answer for Cambodia's way of doing their play style in the jungle.
I think, too, we just see possibly Nepal take, once again, I was going to say Beatrix, but that's just taken out of the hands from them. So this forces, Yahiko to play something a little bit different. Also, again, we saw him perform so well in the Leslie from the other series earlier today. And just recently, like the last game, he was popping off, man, on this Beatrix. So it's taken from him. Wondering what that wants to leave for him to choose from for this game, because so far I gotta say Yahiko has been massive for all the games of Nepal.
Yeah.
And so if you kind of just solve that part of the puzzle, then you start off to a great start, and that's kind of what Cambodia has done here. So this has to kind of be a testament in a way, right? To see if they can test Yahiko's hero pool, and if they can also test his ability to carry this not carry the game entirely, because we've talked so much, about the synergy between Masarap and BBC, but he goes with the Klon. So, how do you...
was banned out.
Yeah, which was banned out
one.
before. So, is this enough to help carry through into a game 3?
Yeah, Eve was out. Farsa could be the viable partner for Claude in terms of the damage, but if you're into the back line, the answer of the choice is just perfect for the Claude and as well as the Farsa. So with that kind of way of putting in mind that the pressure or the aggression that can come in from a Joy, you might want to secure a great tank, a great roam there to hold or even to catch a Joy once he gets his beats on for the back line.
Gets the beats going, I think the Klon, too, is just a great answer to deal with the Colt Holzer. Now you technically have two great options, right? You got the Blazing Duet. You also have the Feathered Airstrike, like you mentioned, because you want to burn through that as fast as possible because it kind of becomes in a way, like these team fights, these full-on team fights, just with this first phase from both teams is already kind of like this push and pull kind of dance, right? That already leads into those turtle dances, those lord dances later on. And you want to be able to avoid the joy as much as possible. And so that's a great choice, right? You've got literally your mage, your Farsa that can just fly away, your wings by wings. You've got a Claude that can BMI out of there. And then you got Fredrin. Fredrin really doesn't do much but walk around with his hand in his pocket, but still he's pretty durable, you know? So, yeah, like me, I do walk around with my hand in my pocket at times. I don't know how quite durable I am, but you know, it could work. So as we get through that second phase here of the bans, last ones, Kaja and Lolita, good options here. Cambodia is just on point right now with the bans.
The Lolita and the Kaja, they know how the Beatrix is important to them as their first pick. The way that Nepal did this work in capturing a good set was the Lolita and the Kaja. They don't want that set. They don't want that thing going up against because there's no tank yet for Nepal. They take out the Hayabusa. That's the assassin option or the jungler option for the side of Cambodia. Now they take out the Uranus.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, now Franco.
The Franco man.
Finally, we're seeing a hook.
Well, I thought you were going to say we're going to see a Viking, you know?
Yeah. A Viking with a hook.
Well, it's nice to see him. And I don't know. I feel like some people were tired of Franco too, kind of like they were tired of Fredrin for a while. But it's great to see it because you also said, you know, you want some of that tankiness to pop up. So they lock in the Franco. Response though, right? Diggy and a special here. A special, the Terizla special from Maserab. This could work out really well, right? We saw him perform super good on it the previous series from game one. So tools are there for Nepal. They have a well-rounded composition, right, in terms of the physical and magical damage. They also have their own CC potential and a way to counter play around it. But in a way, as far as Cambodia goes, is this Joy going in the jungle?
We'll know for the last pick.
Let's find out.
Yeah, because it could go either in the EXP, the mid.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not really Chama.
Nah, it's not a Shima kind of hero.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably played it at some point, you know, in the jungle competitively and whatnot, but it just doesn't engross the red jacket.
Yeah, the buttons are not enough for him to even be flashy or move around, and he needs something like Lancelot to just go through, dash out through defenses and per team fights.
Oh, let's be honest, he's flashy.
Yeah,
like, he's
I want to ask why he keeps on wearing red.
It's just personality.
There's a lot, yeah. There's a lot of things that we want to ask a player.
Maybe he just likes that drink. I don't know.
Yeah,
you know, so
it hypes him up. But okay, in the lineup of these two teams, Terizla again, we were seeing it with Maserab. They could be dependent again with a knock-up, with a penalty zone. They might be counter-reactive with the Time's Journey. But on the side of Cambodia, it's also dependent on with the hooks of a Franco, which initiates a lot of team fights that they can go in early games. So they might, if we're seeing Nepal's composition, they might need to go aggressive in a way that they might force a lot of ultimates out of Cambodia.
Well, let's find out. We're jumping into Land of Dawn, game 2 here. Cambodia possibly looking for a sweep that should be able to secure themselves a spot. Let's take a quick look at the emblem breakdown too. Quite a variation, right? We've got both gold laners running the tenacity. They're going to have that, but the difference between the quantum charge and the killing spree also still having that agility as well, moving around. Now, on the other side, the big thing again is Maserab. He's got the Brave Smite. He's got Festival of Blood. The biggest thing for him is just landing the flickers and landing the penalty zones. That's a nice hook. Panda should be fine. He's going to get whittled down a little bit, all leading into that orange buff here.
That's a good
Maserab
hook.
helping him out.
Seacat now being trapped into
that is Maserab.
Maserab.
That first blood.
Taking the first blood. Nepal strikes first. Now at that point, the D7 wanted to delay the jungler of Nepal, which is Lunatic Panda. He kind of think that he might go in the orange, but no, Xerox, good escape there with the flicker on Wings by Wings. Yeah, he could have gone, well, dead if he didn't.
He could have gone. Yeah, he could have visited the grave.
Yeah,
right.
That was one way of using the flicker for escape. Now at some point, Cambodia and D7, he's looking for ways of delaying Nepal, which they did. Now back on the focus on Shimani XP lane, we have ADM against Masarap. Now for the Terizla and up against a Joy, much more of a way of evading those or forcing the Terizla to keep using. Good hook there from D7. Now ADM, will he let him go? No, he won't. BBC falls down. Now they strike with the first point and the turtle is up. Now setting up for potential taking his objective. Now Cambodia pulling the turtle on them side, but D7, 4 members here present, 3 members rather present. Now Lunatic Panda is eyeing for a red tree battle, but who secures this first objective? Super Shima dropping on help, but Lunatic Panda secures the first turtle. Now Feather Airstrike used for artillery and bursting down members out. Seagad can't use Might.
ATM.
Now Appraiser's Rat might connect, but Masrap there taking down ADM. That's a double for Team Nepal here. And still managing securing the objective and a kill onto Cambodia.
That was a great, just basically minute and a half for Nepal there, really coming out on top. Masrap having a massive game. This is what I was saying in the draft, you know. He got his hands on the Terizla once again. This is where he had an amazing game 1 from the previous series, and he's already on fire for this one, right? 3-0. And the big thing about that is once you start having this kind of lead on a Terizla, this scale, you get so tanky and so far ahead in your terms of your itemization that you're able to do some pretty crazy things for your team, right? Yeah. He's going to go ahead and work as much as possible to be that guy, that front line, to not only allow the Fredrin...
Bloody Hunted Iron Hook combo. Fury finishes the job. D7 aiding the gold lane, utilizing the hook as well for that crab coin. For Fury, we're talking about how crazy things can happen to support the team members. Now they're funneling onto the gold lane of Cambodia to take their own damage. But that Fury dropping down the ultimate. Now he's using Blazing Duet, trying to trick out Fury and D7. Still safe for that engage.
BBC's got to be careful here, right? That's now 2 hooks. I guess that's a problem when you're big. Right, maybe you got to be SBC.
Yeah, it's hard. Like,
yeah, it is.
Right? And to see the possibility of him being bursted down and dropping out those resources, he needs to place himself in a safe spot. Right?
Yeah, there it is again.
BBC.
As we're saying, right?
D7.
And at some point, right, you have to, what he's doing is trying to get that vision, obviously, with the, you know, alarm bots and everything else. But still, in a time, you're going to need that time journey for your team, and you don't want to just continuously be hooked, obviously. They're going to go ahead and clash, though, for this turtle.
ATM using the beats, being on the deep in the back lines of Nepal. Now, who takes the second turtle? Who is going to be? Now, it's going to be Sika taking out BBC. There's no time journey, but Shima secures the second turtle. Now, Cambodia is going back with a strike. Lunatic Panda being trapped before as well. Lunatic Panda lowing down on HP. Fury secures the kill. That's 201 for this Beatrix. Building up damage. Now they're going back to base. Great trade for Cambodia.
Yeah, great trade there. Able to secure themselves a turtle on top of all of that. So now, you know, 1 for 1 in that department, but still, Yahiko, you're seeing it, right? Claude just naturally needs a little bit more time to build up here, and I feel like as the game goes on, he will be more of a threat. But right now, biggest problem is just D7 landing these hooks. This is why Franco is such a threat. Because, you know, naturally, even if you don't have an early game where you're just landing hook after hook, really it just takes one. You know, you could be missing all the hooks in the game, you land one massive hook, it turns the tide of the game. Well, in this essence, D7 is just making things work for his entire team. So as they build that gold lead, you can already see in the items here, building up. Masarap, though.
Look at that sustain. Penalty zone dropping in 2. Will he even live through this? ATM secures, popping his vengeance. And a sliver of hell secures the kill for Cambodia.
That would have been tough, right, if Masarap was able to survive that. But, yeah, taking a look again at the items, they're really on their way to where they need to be. Like I said, keep an eye as well on Yahiko. He's only got the DHS. He's got a little bit of defense here. D7 going to take some feathered airstrikes.
Oh, D7 might be close, being taken down by Nepal. ATM to the rescue here. Will he get a kill? But that is a time's journey. Won't make it to the cut. ATM as well, taken down the kill. 4 members being regenerated by a good pull. And a hook from D7 with a flicker bloody hand combo. Serving Fury another kill. Cambodia still going through this fight. Oh,
Man, he stopped the recall there too. It forced Xerox to be like, oh, hold on, maybe I shouldn't recall there. So respect on it. But, you know, as some of our dear friend casters around the world would say, D7 right now is just cracked, man. He is landing hook after hook. And I don't know what the rate is, but they got to do something about it. So now...
need a hook counter.
Yeah, hook counter. Third turtle of the game is up. And Cambodian is in a great position to take this as they built themselves a nice, comfortable, about 3K gold lead to work around. You can see even the call from Nepal is like, Yahiko, just go farm. Push, farm. Get those items, get those 3-4 items that you need on Claude to really just shine with the damage of the Blazing Duet. But still, you know, Nepal showing some fight here. Another hook.
Another setup from a D7, but with the knock-up, the counter punch from Mashanak. With that penalty zone, will this be for Nepal's counter-attack? But the punch will now follow through Cambodia. Flicker misses out. A kind of initiation, but still, ADM secures the kill onto BBC. 2 members down. Cambodia still lives. Now Xerox Hill will fall back with wings by wings. Now present onto this turtle. Cambodia will secure this turtle. But there is a push down bottom, trying to get it with objective trades cross map.
Okay, at least Xerox went down there. It's tough because this is what we saw similarly, right? Where Cambodia, they put the pressure on when they start getting this momentum, and it's always around kind of the mid-late game transition. We're 8 minutes in here. Turtles have all been taken care of, and it leads to a really strong First Lord kind of objective take. Even ATM, right, having the confidence enough. Oh, hold on.
Thorn Rose, he's just getting it through all the defenses. Yeah, he go. Oh, he went in too deep.
Ankles broke.
Whew. Yeah.
He wants to be flashy, but, you know, there's things like that can happen.
Oh, no, ATM, will the Vengeance make it through? No, he won't. Lunatic Panda, that's 2 kills for Nepal. Oh, Shaman and ATM, they kind of need to not go down deep with Nepal's defenses, just capitalizing through. That happened in game number 1.
Yeah, well, again, you know, this is Chama we're talking about, right? So you kind of expect some of those moments to happen where, you know, they're kind of feeling very confident that they can get that kill. But this is Yahiko we're talking about. Yahiko is just having really good games from series to series, game to game. So, again, he is that kind of trump card here for Nepal. They really need to be able to count on him, really,
wow.
And especially late game.
What a pull from Zekat. With a Shadow Stampede. Oh, hook misses. That was close for D7. Electrifying Beats might be activated here. 3 members might go down. Super Shima here. BBC secures the kill. ADM is down, but what's going to be the counter punch? 3 members might be in trouble. Hook won't land for Yahiko. Nepal takes down 1. That's ADM for Cambodia. Still holding through this first-tier turret of their base.
See, even with this, like, there's still a lot of fight here for Nepal. And that's the great thing, because even when Cambodia finds those moments where they start really pushing on the gas, they start building this massive gold lead. Nepal always finds ways where they can to kind of whittle that down and not let it get out of control. Now, you know, now the First Lord is up here. They could be in a good position to actually fight this too. Yahiko also has, you know, the items for the most part that he needs. He still might be working on that 3rd, 4th item, looking for that. Another hook though.
Initiation from Cambodia with the Bloody
Nice.
One and the hook, but reverse time. D7 might be caught up here for Nepal. That's their counter punch, but still surviving it through the piercing damage.
Conceal.
And burst of Nepal, that is the counter play, the conceal for Cambodia as well. Oh man, peel after peel, back and forth, a dance on who initiates first.
You see, this is what I was saying, OSX. I was saying it is these 2 teams, the way that they play, it's like fire and fire, right? They're dancing with each other, and it's a back and forth between who has that initiation, who has that counter, and they're playing around with it so well. Now, this all leads, like I said, into that Lord. Big Fury pickup here with the Haas Claws. That's going to be crucial, like we saw in the previous games, in the hands of Yahiko, to sustain some of these fights being thrown at them, because the way these 2 lineups work, it can be very extended, right? The fights can go back and forth. We just saw that where you have that kind of retreat and then the reinitiation with the conceal. This is why both these teams don't want to overly commit to the First Lord. Even though it's the First Lord of the game, you still really want to be able to buy time to farm up, get the items you need, and that's what we're seeing here even from Nepal.
Wow, ADM is really trying to contest that purple, but Lunatic Panda secures that objective. Not on my watch. 11 minutes and 7-10 score. Cambodia still on the lead. Now they might secure a push here because, as we see, three turrets of Cambodia and Nepal is still standing. They're not opening up a part of their map just to be taken by one of the jungles of their own team.
Here we go. This is the dance, right? First Lord of the game. Going to be working on it. Chama pulling it to his side. Both teams getting in position.
Look at that.
Keep an eye on Cambodia.
Fury and D7 patiently waiting down bottom on the bush. Nobody's checking from Nepal on what might happen. Okay, we have no clue on where these two might come from. D7, Bloody Hunt, onto Yahiko.
Wow.
There's no marksman for Nepal. It's go time for Cambodia to punish this. Now it's one way or another. Super Shima takes down 2 and a trade of 1. Shima once again trying to go for a trade with Cambodia, but the cavalry is here to take on one of the defense. 3 members down and a Lord present for Cambodia to take. Fury starts to the damage, but Nepal didn't know exactly where D7 and Fury could happen. A crucial kill for Cambodia.
They just gave the kill, pretty much just go for the Lord here for Fury. They want to stop it though.
Oh, Lunatic Pandas going alone on life.
Woo!
Now still surviving through ATM. Takes out BBC, now they're on pursuit. Will they take down Masarap? Yes, they will, but penalty zone. What a follow-up with the Iron Hook. And the Blood Hunt continues. Masarap still sustaining the fight. He still lives. And Yahiko with a blazing duet. Still safely escapes the wrath of Cambodia. Fight after fight. It's still similar from game number 1. Who won that? There's 2 men down of Cambodia. It's still Nepal going for the trade.
Chama's setting up here. He knows they're going to go ahead and start this. This is for Nepal. They're going to push him back.
He's low on health. He's low on health. No, he won't survive that. Yahiko takes the kill. Lord is now with Nepal. They're going in for a push. Waves coming through. Now Cambodia will be on defense.
So I'm going to go ahead and say that, you know, this all started especially too when the fact that with Chama dying earlier on, it was tough, right? Yes, he got that double kill early, but with him going down, they told Fury to go ahead and start the Lord. Things kind of went from there, but then by the time the fight broke out, Nepal was back up. So, you know, with mistakes like that, being a little overzealous is going to just kind of, you know, bite you in the behind. So now you got to work through this. Lord still working up here. Should be able to clear that Fury just fine, but losing half the health on the tier 3 turret. Still trying to hold on to this mid the best they can. They're going to lose some of that space to work with too. ATM though.
In the back line, trying to invade Nepal slowly but surely. But Seagat, oh no! Dropping down HP, they forced and used the called altar, but Super Shima to the rescue, taking out BBC. Time's journey is out for Nepal now. This could be a follow-up of damage.
Oh, no.
Lunatic Panda might be in trouble. Be trapped in 5. Fury getting a kill. 5-1-5. Cambodia still pushing through those challenges. A trade. There's no trade for Nepal. They might go for a retreat on defense. A pull and an iron hook once again for D7 plus a turret takedown. Oh, now that missed out. A penalty zone onto Cambodia. Resource has been used, but Masarap takes down Seacat.
Oh my goodness, we saw it. We didn't see that part too, but when he BMI'd back, Chama was right there. And it just gets from bad to worse here for Nepal. Cambodia just punishing them. And it looked like it could have been so good for Nepal, but just a mistake and a mistake after another leading to this. So now Cambodia looking to possibly end the game. Some of the members should be up here. Do they end it?
Can they end this? Can they defend Nepal? Can they still hold on? All members complete for Cambodia. They're eyeing on the base. Cold altar being used to regen and sustain. They're trying to retreat back. It's too risky to push through the base this early on for Cambodia.
Man, if just looking at this game, D7, massive on this Franco, 0-0 and 10, and I wish we had, you know, just the hook figures here, the accuracy rate, if you will, because he has just been finding the right targets, and even Xerox, you know, taking out massive feathered airstrike damage is crucial here. Even looking at the items, right? Everybody for the most part, for Cambodia is where they need to be. Biggest thing, though, even with, you have Yahiko with most of the items that he needs for the Claude to shine, the problem is once you look for those penalty zones coming out from Masarap, which he just missed that recent one, right? Wasn't able to get it. And then you use the Blazing Duet with Yahiko, even if you have all those items, but you're not able to find the target, and in that point he was looking for Fury, you lose so much firepower, right? So now we see possibly a really big potential play coming through here. This will be massive if Nepal can pull this off. They still do have to worry about ATM pushing the top side. That's why we see a transition from Yahiko to go deal with that, most likely probably utilizing the Blazing Duet as well to try to clear it as fast as possible. But look at this play here coming out from Cambodia.
It's dropping around from the back line of Nepal. What to be the security here for Cambodia? That is the beats going through the defenses of Nepal. They didn't see it coming. BBC is down. BBC is down for Nepal. And now Cambodia is utilizing this mistake that Nepal made. Now they have the Lord here to take on the push, and Minions are pushing in the mid lane of the base of Nepal.
It's so much to deal with here. They're still going.
And Super Shima secures the objective. Masarapi still sustaining. That's the burn from ATM. A Lord push to the mid. Waves coming in from top, mid, and bottom. How will Nepal bounce back from this?
Well, they're going to have to defend, right? Defense-wise, they're still good. I mean, they have great clear, but they got to watch out for these hooks, man. That's one. Deal with this Lord as fast as possible, because Cambodia looking to march it in here for a sweep if they can get it off.
Okay, now the base is half for Nepal, half HP. They eyeing for locking the tab, but Super Shima, there's no time's journey for Nepal once again. Now the Lord is still pushing through, but ADM is down. 2-3 members are dropping on the bodies of Nepal, but it's the end for this game. Cambodia secures this match with a 2-0.
There's Shuma. So he's feeling good about that. Again, congratulations there to Cambodia. Sweep. Another sweep here. So Nepal, getting their own from the previous series. And then they face off against Cambodia. Cambodia gets that sweep themselves. So this is going to be interesting for the standings, at least once we get that update. But still, in a way, Nepal has a lot of impressive moments, but you see that too. Cambodia made mistakes as well, right? And everything kind of falls into place and adds up. But the biggest thing that led to this too was that wraparound play, right? At the end there, when Nepal was feeling like, yeah, they could stay in this. They had some hope there. They went and sent Yahiko to go clear that lane. And as soon as that information was presented to Cambodia on the map, they knew that they could just wrap around and find them in one of those bushes, right? Or they had the information beforehand.
Yeah.
And that immediately, all you have to do if you're Cambodia and against that lineup, get that time's journey out of here. Put the pressure where they had to, right? And that's exactly what they did. And then from there, they just collapsed down. So overall, in terms of that course of the game, in terms of the series as a whole, there was great moments for both these teams as we see them shake hands here. And also there was mistakes that they have to learn from as they get prepped up. Again, both these teams still fighting for those positions to go to Romania. Again, we have 5 out of the 8 teams that will qualify for that. And, we have to wait for that confirmation if this also does put, of course, we have Cambodia in that second place. It should, right? Because they get that sweep. Again, so that would also put Nepal in a position where they might be going off to that last chance, right? According to the points. We still don't have, of course, we have back of house games going on as well. So overall, sweep and sweep. This has been a fast-paced day here, Francis.
Talk about day number 2 and how they knew Cambodia saw the problem there in getting their threats out of those kinds of team fights. The Diggy was one of the major threats that they were eyeing upon. It was kill after kill. They want to have a good step. They want to have a good run and getting those objectives, because once the time's journey has been activated, it's always about a go time for Cambodia to strike back. And looking at this point that they have bounced back from their losses yesterday, I said this is a story building up, counting through the days of IESF.
And with that too, you have to consider the play styles here. Like I said, are very interesting because they clash like fire, basically, you know. And we're gonna take a look here, exactly the replay from this this game. Again, game number 2, the sweep for Cambodia. And you'll see it. You'll probably see it throughout here where there are some mistakes being made. But man, D7, this guy was just landing hook after hook. And I think that was a critical component to why they succeeded so much in this game alone. If this was not a Franco, they wouldn't have built so many of these situations for the team to shine, right? So hats off to D7 because the guy was just massive here for this one.
Francos, what is it with 7, right? We know it's a team who also have a 7 on his IGN, and he also uses a Franco. What's up with the players with a 7 on their end and has a good way of performing, of using a Franco time and time again?
Well, I think it's just you know, one of those heroes that even though people sometimes they feel like Franco isn't useful, especially if you're missing those hooks. But like I said, it really comes down to that one hook that can change the game. But in this case, it was all the hooks. Like, he's just landing them all. And I think, you know, that really allowed the rest of the team to shine. Even we saw Chamal get a little overzealous in some parts of the game, you know, taking chances. But when you have that much kind of confidence in your team, and you know that you can count on them and whatnot, then you kind of take those chances, right? Because, again, this is the play style of Cambodia here. Like, that's how they like to play. And I feel like it was well matched against the team from Nepal because that's even what we saw from their sweep from the previous series, right? They like to play a bit of that risk. But I felt like in this series alone, Nepal was kind of, they were trying to catch up a lot of times to Cambodia.
Yeah. And 14 minutes onto this game, 11 to 14, they were looking for avenues on taking the set out of Cambodia. It's just Fury, serving Fury all the kills.
Yeah.
Hook after with the flicker and the Bloody Hunt combo just keeps on going and going for Cambodia. And one way of disabling the composition of Nepal was taking out the Diggy and as well Satarizla, which was a big problem. If they lose that hook, you're, as you say, a dependent on the setups with Cambodia. So this is their own way of like dealing with the problem. Okay, in terms of draft, it can be good, but it's all about disabling the fact that we might have a chance if we have a complete way of disabling their own approach. While 18 minutes keeps on going and in the late game, that's one way of securing their own way of like winning the series.
It's nice to see too, like some of these games going a little bit longer. You know, we have, I'm not sure exactly what our average game time is, but we've seen games end in 10 minutes, and now we've seen games even go up to 24 minutes. So you kind of see pretty much the compositions that are really shining and their potential, basically, especially for late game. But I would say the 18-minute mark is more like maybe an average mark, you know. And I feel like, again, if this game, let's say it dragged on for another 5 minutes and Nepal could have turn things around, it might have gone in their favor to go to a game 3. But because the things were there for them, I just think that Cambodia, having the experience that they have, that's why you see some of those plays within the game, right? Some of that, even that wraparound, like the fact to push that lane and then wrap around and profit off that works really well. So let's take a look here at the post-game stats, exactly what kind of broke down here from game 2 for the sweep here for Cambodia. As you see, 18 minutes 24 seconds for this one. And across the board, right, statistically, they were very strong. But I will say that Nepal still fought back the best way they could here.
Of course.
And big one, once again, like I said, D7, massive game for him to allow Cambodia to get to the point where they did, especially in the hands of Fury here.
Fury with the kills 8, 1, and 6, getting his hands right away. For the Hasclaws, we have the Blade of Despair as well as the Malefic Roar of completely penetrating the defense of Nepal. He even went for the boots. But mostly we either see a different way of switching those items if he wants to go full damage, but with the aid of D7, keeping all the hooks right on point and the accuracy of the setups was a great way for Fury to feed on those kills.
Yeah.
And also, Shima, on the other hand, was one way of contesting this Predator and well, all being on the defense. But one thing also what he did was he keeps on diverting all of the attention in those missed team fights that Nepal is doing. So it's in one way, they still manage to secure it. You still need to look out for the joy as well throughout the team fights that keeps on happening. Nepal, they need to also wanted to see the chance of getting through those games. 18 and 24 game time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in the case for Nepal here too, it's unfortunate because Masterop, again, he had like a great start, right? He had a great start to the game, and what we saw from the previous series was that synergy, even the way that he interacts with BBC in terms of rotation and setup potential, and I just feel like a Diggy in the hands of BBC, yes, he was getting hooked a lot, but even playstyle-wise, it's not what we were used to seeing from the previous series too, right?
Yeah.
So many times there was that great layering, whether it was the Lolita, whether it was the Akai, where BBC interacted very well with Masterop, and I think that's something that really works for their playstyle, for the success of their playstyle. So, you know, I'm not sure again how deep that hero pool goes, or that's available to them, but it was a very good draft from Cambodia, you know, and that's what we were talking about from day one, OSX, is how these teams, you know, will adapt. We'll watch these games. They'll adapt throughout the days. It's only day two, but there's so many games happening again, you know, simultaneously, other than what's streamed here.
Yeah, we will update you on how the points goes, because this is 3 slots left for Romania, for their countries to be represented. Man, this point of our broadcasted games of the day, things can go differently if they change. You mentioned about adaptation, you talk about flexibility, you talk about changing metas. We've seen Angeling back on the field. So what more could happen even on the last matches of our day goes by in day number 2, because day 3 is happening and approaching fast. And this is one of like securing those momentum. If you have the great start today from a losing streak yesterday, might as well continue that way of like winning all of your matches.
Well, that's why I'm wondering too, you know, because our next match later for the stream here is a Group B match, right? So we're actually going back to Philippines, and I believe they're playing Saudi Arabia. So, and Philippines already securing themselves that spot. You know, there's still kind of this obstacle, right? Again, for Saudi Arabia. So I can't wait to see that. But still, you know, at least now that we've seen some of these games from Group A, we've seen kind of what's changed as well from them, from adapting from day 1 to day 2. And I think we're just going to see more for day 3 and day 4.
Yeah. Whew, I'm excited more what could things show here. We've seen Esmeralda, we've seen Uranus. We also seen, well, I was expecting the expert might be used earlier in the previous 2 matches. It was hovering. You were expecting for Gord to show up. So a lot of things could happen here, but a lot of this also could show in the teams who is bouncing back from yesterday.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead and throw it over to the stage and hear from the ever so popular Chama. Take it away.
حياكم الله جميعا ورجعنا لكم مرة أخرى بعد ما شفنا المباراة الأخيرة اللي كانت بين منتخب كمبوديا ضد نيبال، وشفنا انتصار منتخب كمبوديا بعد ما فازوا بنتيجة 2-0. عشان كذا بتكون معانا بعض الأسئلة أنا وبراء بنسألها للاعب تشما من منتخب كمبوديا، وحابين نقول لهم أيضا ألف مبروك على انتصارهم، وحابين نسأل عن شعورهم بعد ما فازوا بهذه المباراة.
يعطيك العافية وجيه. First of all, of course, we are here with the ever popular here, Chuma from Cambodia. Congratulations, and how do you feel winning this match?
For the winning, I feel so excited. Yeah, but not so excited because we did a lot of the mistake today. So, yeah, we're gonna fix it in the next match, of course. But still happy because I love the feeling of winning.
You deserve it.
He loves the feeling of winning. يحب إحساس ويكون سعيد دائما يفوز. هاي إحساس جدا جميل، ولا إيش رأيك يا وجيه؟
أكيد في أحد يفرح بعد ما يخسر، أو إنه ما راح يفرح بعد الفوز، فأكيد إنهم يستاهلون هذا الفوز بعد ما شفنا الأداء منهم وقدروا إنهم يفوزون بنتيجة 2-0. فحابين نسأل كيف قدروا يفوزون بنتيجة 2-0 ضد خصم توهم فايزين بنتيجة 2-0؟ هل استخدموا استراتيجيات مختلفة أو كيف كان الأداء بشكل عام عشان يفوزون بهذه النتيجة؟
As Wajid just asked right now, and I think a lot of people are wondering right now, as we had a talk with one of the team members of Nepal, and they said when they're going to face you as a team, they have like their own strategies and they were confident about it, but you kind of surprised them, you know, you won the match. So what do you think was the factor, or what do you had as an advantage for winning over Nepal?
Actually, the winning is like what we expected, because we come here with confidence, we come here to win, and the only upset thing is we was lost to Mongolia yesterday, and yeah, it's a bit sad, but I can say that I'm gonna arrange them in playoffs if I have a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Man, Hamas, look at that, man. The confidence and all that, even the way he stands like, we got this. We got this. I love that, man. ولا رايك يا وجيه الحماس قايم والثقة صدق موجودة.
ومثل ما سمعنا كانت عندهم خسارة ولكن قدروا انهم يسترجعون حماسهم وقدروا انهم يفوزون في مباراة اليوم، فالصراحة نتمنى لهم التوفيق وباقي المنتخبات ان شاء الله نشوفهم في البلاي اوفس او بالنهائيات، ولكن بتكون معنا مباراة أخيرة للعبة موبايل ليجندز بعد بريك بسيط وبعدها بنرجع لكم مرة ثانية.
Well, best of luck to you and your team, man. We're going to see you again as well with new strategies, skill, and of course, a lot of sheer adrenaline taking place with that. Any last words to your viewers, maybe even back in hometown?
Yeah, thank you for all of you, even fan of me or not. Just thank you for watching us, and I hope that you keep supporting us in the next match. That's all. All right.
Simply said. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and viewers and gamers around the world watching us right here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, for the Gamers8 IESF Asian Championship. This was the confident talks of Chuma right here. And we'll be having a little break, and we'll be back with more excitement happening right here at the Asian Championship.
one purpose, one dream, one rhythm, one step closer to glory. They say history remembers the winner. So who will be the ones writing the future? The halls of power call for their kings. The ones who won't back down. The ones who believed. The ones who knew that over 100 nations can't be wrong. Join the fight between August 24th and September 3rd as Yash becomes the world's esports capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, the excitement is still on right here at the Asian Championship as we get to see day by day, match by match, who is actually going to end up going to Romania, the road to Yash. And we are here right now for another match and more excitement taking place right here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia at the biggest gaming and esports festival, Gamers8. وجيه الحماس للحين قايم مو براضي يخلص.
اكيد من يوم شفنا بدايه المباريات من امس اللي هو اليوم الاول الى الان والحماس ما زال مستمر. وصلنا اليوم الثاني ما بقى الا عده ايام ونشوف مين اللي بيكون البطل ومين اللي بيتاهل الى بطوله العالم في رومانيا. ولكن الان بتكون المباراه الاخيره في لعبه موبايل ليجندز لهذا اليوم وحابين نستفتح هذه المباراه بمنتخب المملكه العربيه السعوديه.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. This match, المباراة حامية خيالية نارية. I mean, this match is going to be out of this world as Saudi Arabia is going to face another well-known team. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Philippines.
تحية قوية لمنتخب فلبين. أعزائي المشاهدين مباراة حامية تجمع منتخب فلبين ضد السعودية وأكيد كلنا متحمسين ومتشوقين أننا نشوف هذه المباراة طالما أنها المباراة الأخيرة لهذا اليوم وبنشوف مين اللي يقدر يثبت نفسه في هذه المواجهة ويتأهل معانا للبلاي أوفس.
I swear to God, as I am out of words and lack of terms to explain how I am hyped for this. It's like a Super Saiyan mode taking place in this match between Saudi Arabia and the Philippines. And now we're going to pass it on to our casters to fire it up. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Wajay and Abara. Welcome back to the Caster's Desk. And good afternoon, Saudi Arabia. And hello to the world. I'm IESF. I'm with Naisu. For the third match of the day, we have Philippines versus Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Now, this is one heck of a match that we might see. We've seen the similar roster of KSA. And on the Philippine side, I know we've noticed that somebody's playing different for the EXP lane role.
Well, we'll find out once we get to the rosters, right? The roster reveal. I think a lot of people that have been following Philippines probably are familiar, right, when the walkouts came out. But again, we'll save that. Now, the thing here, OSX, is this matchup, yes, it's the last matchup that will be streamed here today. A lot has been happening, right? I mean, things have fallen into place. Also, we did see, I believe, I looked, Nepal has secured themselves that slot for the last chance qualifier. Again, that will be the matchup where they try to lock in that 5th spot, you know, whoever ends up facing off Nepal. And this matchup, again, the Philippines already securing themselves their spot, right? They're at the top of the group. But this is very important also for, of course, Saudi Arabia, KSA, right? Because this match, they are currently, I believe it's +1 in terms of points. Below them is Kazakhstan, which I think they have -1. So depending how this series goes, this will change that, you know, that formation for them, and they could obviously end up possibly fighting off against Nepal in the future.
Now, as we talk more about the players who's going to go with the match up against the Philippines, let's check on the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's lineup for this one. We have Tarzan, Sanji, Cuffin, Troll, and Lark. Nothing changed. It's still the same that we've witnessed on day number 1 on the first match that they had against Kazakhstan.
Yep, and I would say the player that really made an impression yesterday when we were watching, obviously we talked a lot about Troll and him being in the roam role and how a lot of the teams, the way they kind of adjusted, even when they faced off against Kazakhstan yesterday, was just ban Troll's heroes, right?
Four.
There was like 4
3
bans committed to that, and that was kind of the, it seemed like the piece of the puzzle that had to be solved. So I'm wondering if they've come up with a different plan, at least for today, against a monster team like the Philippines. But this is a great, once again, a great test for Saudi Arabia here to see if they can pull things together and what they learned from yesterday.
Yeah, again, we've seen how Mongolia, we've seen how Nepal, and also Cambodia even had a restart. So it's not impossible for KSA to bounce back, because from day number 1, they could still consider it as a learning process on how they wanted to go in the other match, because as they adapt, we've seen how teams quickly take down those notes of what could be improved on. So it could be a no surprise on how they adjust, but on to our cameras, we're seeing Team KSA for this one.
Yeah, I feel like we also have to highlight, you know, Tarzan. Like we said, you know, Tarzan in the jungle.
The king of the jungle with his sling, yeah.
Yeah, just the way that he's kind of performed even yesterday was great. But again, you've got to, just basically the matchup in the jungle, Kyle Teasy, you got to work with that. We're going to be taking a look here at the Philippine roster, of course, as well. Let's see if there were some changes, of course, from what we saw yesterday. And it looks like it's okay. It's going to be Flap Teasy, Kyle Teasy, Few, Ogwin, and Super Marco still. So as far as this, no changes, right? But we did see some interesting hair on the stage.
Yeah, we were kind of excited on how the entrance was made in the Philippines. We'll see. But for this lineup, yes, this is the championship lineup of Team Cebol Philippines. And now, as we know, they're at 4 points of the standings, 4-0. And Mongolia is now 6-0. So 2 climbing on the charts at the top.
Yep.
So something tells me that this might be still a continuing momentum for Philippines.
Man, I am excited. I'm excited for this matchup, but I'm also very excited to watch Mongolia eventually. Like when we finally have that live stream. I think a lot of people actually even have been messaging and wondering about, this team from Mongolia and how they've performed. And again, the fact that, yes, they have 6 points. They went 3-0 for their series. It's going to be a fun match to watch in the future ahead of us. But right now with this one, like I said, the obstacle here for KSA, for Saudi Arabia, is to hopefully secure themselves a game, if not the series, against this team from the Philippines, right? That's going to be massive for them in securing that second spot out of the group.
We are looking. You've mentioned that Nepal is now in the last chance.
Yep.
And KSA could even bounce back and get their win. They're few steps away from getting their representation in Romania, and this is one caliber that we're trying to see. How will they go through all of the challenges of today?
Yeah, it's a good, again, we didn't get to see all those matches, but we did see that match that they played against Kazakhstan yesterday, where they had that massive game 1, and then there was a reverse sweep from Kazakhstan, right? So, to see where they are sitting now in the standings, that they've already kind of refined some of those mistakes maybe that they had, or some of the approach they had to the game, and this is what better team to, test that out against, if not the Philippines? So I'm really interested to see exactly what they bring to the table. Again, there's been some variations in terms of emblems, of course, but that's just kind of up there. We've seen so many unique kind of configurations, and then, of course, the heroes as well. Throwing back to maybe months ago, like you mentioned, with the Angeling combo that we saw before. Not sure if they want to utilize that, or maybe even use what they saw the Philippines do, yesterday, where they go with that sustaining lineup, that kind of durable lineup. That might be something else. And that leaves the question as well. Does the Philippines play that again? Like, do they bring out the Florin once again?
Oh, yeah. We weren't expecting that the Florin might show up, and as well as the Alpha, debut picks coming from the Philippines, and as well as their gold lane, the gold lane Bane as well. So looking back on the camera and the Philippines and their gaming cube, there's one thing that I noticed as well, that it wasn't, it's not Flap Teasy. There's a new player with Team Philippines right now.
The hair is the signature.
Yeah.
Right? So we're excited to see this again. He is too, giving us the double thumbs up. And that's the thing too, is if you've been following kind of the scene, you know that the XP lane's in good hands, right? I mean, it is, and we'll have to see how that dynamic changes, right? Exactly. And one thing that I will say is XP lane matchup here is crucial for, I mean, any team, really. Like, the XP lane nowadays isn't just that kind of leave it alone lane and see what happens, So, and with someone like that, with
it's Xbot.
I've heard differently.
It's okay.
But I know most people, when they see it for the first time, Xbox, like, that's how they say it.
Xbot, yeah. XBOCT.
But I've heard differently. You know what I've heard it is?
What?
Havost.
What?
Yeah, like, is it? Okay. I have
That's
seen.
uniquely sounding good.
There's a little background here. Let me give you a little background while the players get set up, right, for the draft. Xbox is how it looks face value, right? But when I first saw it too, and I was casting one of his games, this is in another tournament around the world, and I was like, man, how do you say this name? And my co-caster at the time, shout out to Sona, he said that it's actually Havost, and he had asked him personally how to pronounce it. So, I don't know if that's, we'll have to find out exactly how that works. Is it Xbox? Is it Havost?
Oh, we'll know for sure. Now, in the draft, we might see a different way of how Philippines approaches this game, because this is the first time we're seeing Havost or Xbox in the lineup.
Okay, we'll let you say Xbox.
We'll
let you say it.
We'll know, but this is the first time we've seen him in the lineup of Team Philippines. So this might change everything on how they usually approach the game. So yesterday they went off the meta by not choosing the traditional marksman heroes. Now with the draft, we're looking at focus bans on the gold lane and the jungle. So we have the ban of the Fanny, we have the 1-1, but Philippines, they have been consistent in banning out the Skadeta. And that's one way of how Ogwen works around the map, how he wants to secure coverage, vision, how he gets into the recon. So they're trying to ban out mostly of the roam choices of KSA. You have the Franco for Team Philippines. They had a fight yesterday also off stream. Now probably they might know something what could be the edge here in taking or making KSA choose the strength in their first pick.
First pick's always strength, right? I mean, you always get that kind of upper hand of being on the blue side, but at the same time, we've seen just the way that I guess the game of the draft has developed over the course of, even this new meta being set in place. There's so many good picks that even if you have that first priority pick, most likely, the other team has that plan. They're going to grab two of their own. And I would say that the first phase in general, it's almost, I don't want to say it's standard, right? But it's just like most people are like, oh, we can kind of predict things happening here, right? But
that is 3 possible bans on the roam.
Yeah. I think you go ahead and focus on that roam the best that you can. You focus that down, right? Because that is such a game changer role so far, even what we've seen through the series.
But wait,
there's more.
You got me there. You got me there. This opens up the Cho of Troll.
The Troll of Troll.
Yeah, the Cho of Troll.
Oh, the Cho of Troll.
Yeah,
okay.
Which is also a beast on how he performed the first day, but they
They don't take
considered
it.
Eve for this one. The mid lane, you've mentioned how AoEs and sealing all the quadrants and team fights are so much important right now in the meta. So you have eyes on this, maybe learning something from yesterday, prioritizing the Eve is much way to go in their first pick. Again, okay, Philippines responded in with their Ling and Uranus.
Well, this is, like I was saying, kind of expected in a way. You go ahead and lock in the Ling early on if you're confident enough to, take that risk. In a way, it is a risk from what we've seen recently. The answer, though, from KSA is going to be the Arlot. They go with that. I still think, man, what we've seen from Arlot, even from yesterday, you ideally want to be able to utilize that final slash, right?
Yeah,
but
vengeance through vengeance.
Yes, but well, in terms of countering that or working around it, okay, that's
See?
great. That's great.
They have it back in their hands. I saw them smile,
Yeah.
getting their signature pick for Troll, and this is setups. And you have an Eve, you have an Arlot breaking team fights in paper, but in execution, we'll also check on how will they approach that part, because right now Philippines has the jungler, it has the Uranus, they have an EXP lane. So would this be a good choice for them to take the marksman? Because as we can see, and in the previous days, it's either they go with the marksman first or they
Yeah.
go with the mage hero first for a few. So we might see how the difference changes here. But
They
it's
don't-
not.
This is what we were just talking about this earlier, man. Going back, throwing it back months ago with the Angeline combo.
Yep.
And this, do they ban out the Esmeralda so that it's just not picked up? But then again, you already have an Arlot there. I'm not sure if KSA wants to go that route of parking a Esmeralda in the gold lane. You know what I mean? And that's kind of what we've seen in the past before pop up. So you kind of have these options now available to you. But what you really need to do if you're KSA is deal, with all those shields.
Yeah, and dealing and draining all of those defenses in team fights, there's a lot of ways that they wanted to check if this be a viable way of building through this draft. How will we move through these kinds of choices if you have a breaking point of having global coverage with a Ling and also an Angela on their side? And I mean, this throwback on this combo, it's classic, but it's gold in a way that it works, especially with the new emblem now. Well, Angela will put him up on the charts here on the winning ways if you want to go in these kinds of matches.
Well, I'm wondering too again, where that draft's going to land, because we kind of had a preview, but they might still be figuring things out with that. So if that is that first phase that we saw, and we saw the same heroes kind of being locked in before previously from the other series, it's a lot to deal with, and you kind of need the right answers to deal with all the shields, and not just the Angela, but even now that they've locked in a Uranus, right? I mean, it's
Considering first two picks.
First two picks, it's tough to deal with. So I know that. Okay, so we just got confirmation, right, that it might be changed up here.
Okay.
So I don't want to dwell too much on it, right? But if that is the case, if for example, Philippines has the same idea, it could work in their favor. And this is going back to the fact where we were talking about emblem-wise, how things have changed, how now some of these compositions, these team compositions that favor the shielding, the sustainability, the healing, right? It's tough to deal with, and there needs to be kind of that question, is there enough within the game to deal with all that sustain and shielding and whatnot? I mean, there's some heroes that have that, even some of the passives. There's items across the board also, which we've seen pop up now. But I feel like more so it's like CC layering, having those items available, but early game it's really tough to get to that point.
Yeah, so that's why mostly we see mages rocking out the assassin emblem for pokes, depending on how they want to do with their second tier emblem. As you want to say that it's more like a sustained team fight from early on. You have the regen, you have the shield. With this kind of composition, some teams balance it out. Either the answer with agility, the answer with mobility. But most of this is how effective is the adaptive penetration. It works both in good ways, the magic and the attack damage. So it's one thing that things could go wrong once you're in the game, but in execution, can also be fixed. But I say with this that there's a lot of ways, there's a lot of possibilities to even execute the fact that we can't get out before the focusing mark wasn't probably used at all before the
Before
old
the
emblem. Yeah, before the old one. But with the mixture of everything here, the support, even the tanks, even the roams, even I myself, is so much more effective in responding. And even for invades, if you're a Franca, if you're an Atlas, it's one way of like getting through like the back line or having a good set.
I would say the most we saw focusing mark before had to be. There was only a couple players that did this actually before the emblems changed, and one of them loved to play it on the Franco. And so he had focusing mark on it, and he's known for his tips out there in the world, right? He loves to take that focusing mark before on the Franco, so every time he landed that hook, he would basically allow the team to shine with that extra damage. But now, you know, we see a lot more focusing mark being played on multiple heroes.
Yeah, we haven't seen Atlas yet showed up in IESF. We've seen Khalid yesterday. So if we want to dwell about on roams, we haven't seen Valir show up. Being even an aggressive type of hero choice in a different team. So if we dwell more on the roams, well, Gord could either be a roam if you would want to. If that would be an outside of the box situation, I saw you do a show match. So
The show match.
Yeah. If everybody knows, Nice did a show match against up a different casters, was pulling up with this kind of caliber of going up against. Again, there's one thing that we want to see in these kinds of situations, that in the fact that if a team is losing from yesterday's challenges, sometimes we see how they bounce back. They carry on the weight. Like, we need to translate these losses into winning victories. So if we focus on in the roam, because at this game, KSA and PHI have great roamers. We are seeing two great roamers here will shine in this kind of game. So worst comes to worst, they might trim down their choices for the tanks and for their roams, but at some point they might need to choose for comfort. They might need to choose for something new or something old. But for the Philippines here, a lot of ways also to adjust as well on how will they want to go up against KSA.
Yeah, we got to see exactly if the draft did change or if it's relatively maybe they have the same first phase already locked in here. I think still, if we talk about, you know, compositions, it will. So we did hear that first phase should be the same. So now diving deeper into it, you know, having those first picks up again, as long as KSA has something to deal with the early game kind of potential with all the shielding, with all the sustain, it should be handled. And now are these first three picks, you know, the Eve, the Cho, the Arla, enough to handle that? Now, in the hands of Troll, the Cho being there, I will say at least they have that, right? Because that's where we saw his best performance yesterday, was on the Cho. So as long as he's got that and he's able to find the pickoffs where you want, all you have to do is, well, you gotta assume that the Heart Guard's gonna come through if you find a way of the Dragon. As long as you have the follow-up damage, you know, so that's something you really have to consider.
Speaking of considering, KSA has eyes on the possible non-traditional gold lane choices, but Super Marco has chosen the Claude, and they ban out to the gold lane possible Harith or Lunox, but they responded with a Bane as well as a Leslie. A good counter though for the Claude, but this time around it's a Bane. So we're looking at I think the Bane is much more going here in the jungle, right? Rather than being in the either. But what could possibly happen? But for the Philippines, is surely securing the fact that they have the Fredrin, a much more liable if you're up against either an Arlot or even a Bane, that we might expect to change in game. But I say this is one solid way. They have trimmed down the Brody, they've taken down the Karina, and if you're up against a Link, that's one way like to level down the fact that early game could hurt with that true damage. They might as well know that they want to have a caliber early game with this kind of composition.
Well, in just a second here, we're going to be jumping into this first game. Again, we can only analyze so much because the improvements for KSA, obviously learning from yesterday, is apparent in the standings. So now we get to see it and witness it against a team like the Philippines here. Now that we're jumping into the Land of Dawn, game number 1 here in the best of 3. KSA fighting for that second position within the group. Philippines already securing their spot here.
On to the EXP lane, the Philippines go to take and poke in Arlot. Now this is the thing. Uranus has been very effective amongst our games of the day. Half HP onto Ogun, still sustaining though. Troll, on the other hand, might be in trouble.
Yeah, he's quite aggressive. Already going to flicker out. So, you know, this is something to be expected, if you will, for Troll on the Cho. Very comfortable pick for him so far. You saw, again, previous teams just kind of ban out all Troll's heroes. And even, let's just take a look at the emblems here.
Now looking back on how they managed to do a mix and match here, we're seeing how the pokes will differ now for Cuffin, knowing that he's up against either, again, the Angela. But at this point, trying to poke in, Troll and Tarzan.
KyleTzy quite low, getting some of that regen back. No follow-up though, just yet. Good response. Few now. Half health as well, Super Marco, to cover fire. They're gonna back off, no one falling.
Okay, going back on the laning stage. Still securing KyleTzy's momentum. Again, as a lane, but looking on the EXP, it's still the same thing, like cutting lanes, trying to aid on. Okay.
Sanji though, not level 4 just yet. KyleTzy able to get away with the Tempest of Blades. Sanji, if he was level 4, just a little bit more, that would have been the first blood. Still going to be going though. X-Boct on the Uranus, going back to the lane.
Yep, Impure Rage on to Cuffin as the tier 3 emblem, getting in with the pokes here. If you're up against, well, a Fredrin or even an Angela, you want to get those pokes and spams just to force out the Heart Guard right away. But X-Bot is the only one here for Team Philippines. Meanwhile, 3 from KSA. 4 present.
Okay, KyleTzy working on his buff. Might just give it away as he does. So, Turtle secured here for KSA, off to a good start. And that's the thing, right, is if you can kind of continue to play around that KSA, getting those objectives. We saw this yesterday too, where, you know, Bane was planted into the jungle and it didn't work out too well, right? It just wasn't enough to deal with a lot of things being thrown at it. But this time already off to a better start, I would say.
Yeah.
And same thing too, Lark getting his hands on the Leslie like you mentioned in the draft. The true damage, the potential there is massive as long as you can get to that point. And we saw great things even from Lark individually. So hopefully he can continue to just farm up, right? Farm up the best he can here.
And looking at this one, it opted for a different route for the tier 3 emblem for Tarzan. Might be getting a good amount of damage. That's a poke. Troll.
Look at that. Already with the Way of the Dragon. Comes out the Heart Guard. Tempest Blade's going to be committed as well. Still nobody falling down just yet. And that's what I'm talking about with the sustain. Troll still going to give the go signal with the G Kundo. Tarzan now trying to help him out. Still, look at that sustain keeping him going. It's tough to deal with here. And this was the question, going back to the whole talking points of it.
Yeah, that is
what can you do with the sustain?
Yeah, going out of a sticky situation that Coffin is giving out to the table, the Void Crystals, and that's one way of aiding your own goal lane. You have Ogun using the Heart Guard, using the Love Waves, being present in most of the times that there is an ultimate coming in from Coffin or even a setup from Troll. This prevents them from being in the back line in the Philippines, because once that they do, that they have a chance to even kick or do a setup just like Troll might be doing right now, he kind of be bursted down.
Yeah, Troll's doing an amazing job right now. All they need is a little bit of follow-up, right? They need to get to the point in the game where they can actually capitalize on what Troll is doing, and that would be great for KSA. As they start up the second turtle of the game, Philippines getting in position here. Few also sticking on Troll, trying not to let him find his target. There's the Way of the Dragon. Turtle going to be secured by Tarzan as well. Still looking for the pickup here. Can they escape it? Ogun going to be in trouble. Massive final slash, able to find the kill. Meanwhile, Troll will fall as well. X-Boct also quite low, but going to regenerate that back up as he makes his way back to the lane. So far, though, quite even.
Yeah, being even. KyleTzy getting on his purple, securing more of the buffs and objectives in on their camp. I say they're trying to get on with the trade here. Yes, you take the turtle right out of our hands, but that's two. But they're willing to sacrifice it now, because at the spike of the mid to late game, this is where the composition will shine for Team Philippines. You have a Claude, you have a Uranus. One thing that you would consider here is the healing, the sustain, the ability to melt through KSA could happen either mid to late game, but right now we see how KSA is capitalizing on their early game window to mid, that they want to secure more of that momentum as they go up against Philippines.
Oh, look at that. KyleTzy quite low as well. Gets the Heart Guard here. Now Sanji going to be in trouble. trying to keep alive here. Still, it's the 1 versus 2 essentially. Sanji will fall. Ogwin coming out in time for Kyle Teasy.
Staying alive. Ogwin onto the response of that ultimate. Now still being in a safe position here. Now with that kind of sustain, you need that amount of damage. Who's going to be the winning damage? Your Lark. We want to see more damage, and how will it pull off into the gold lane? Looking at the state here, they're on the same level. We have level 8 between Super Marco and Ogwin. I say they're being patient. They're buying more time to how their winning condition will work.
All right, now to bottom lane, Pokes. Kyle Teasy making his way along with Ogwin and the rest of the crew here. Cuffin knows what's going on. Good thing, again, this is major for them. They got to keep Lark alive. Just farming up. Most likely going to lose that tier 1 turret. Super Marco goes and grabs that. Now all this leading to that next turtle. If KSA can secure themselves the 3rd one of the game, they still are off to a good start at keeping things relatively even in terms of economy here.
Well, economy could be even, but the push, even the turrets down taken by Philippines from KSA is almost 2 turrets down. Look at the macro response of Team Philippines up against KSA, but now a fight is about to break.
Lark's not there. Troll trying to find the right target, not going to be able to find it. Sanji with the final slash will go down here. Even into the RWM, still going to be looking for more. Troll quite low, has to get out. Cuffin in trouble, 1 hit away. Will find it with the Angela tied to Kyle Teasy as they find more, and Lark's a little bit too late to the party as 4 members of KSA fall.
Truly a worthy of a trade for Philippines, sacrificing Kyle Teasy, but that was 4 members down inside of KSA. Now they have more position. Supposedly they might want to take this 3rd turtle, but with that kind of fight, Philippines is now getting this 1st turtle objective of this game, and momentum slowly building up from this moment on.
Yeah, and taking a look at the items too, you know, time after time with little skirmishes or team fights like that build up in terms of the gold lead. Again, it's still about 3,000 gold at this point. You can see too, majority of the players here working on that 2nd item now at this point. Now, Cuffin's still going to be crucial here in the team fight capabilities, especially around the objectives, right? He already has that Ice Queen wand, helps with the slow, but still what you're really banking on, again, with this lineup is Lark to be able to get that, you know, pretty much the first BOD that he's going to lock in here. He already has the Berserker's Fury, but still needs time to build up, right? And also the right setting here. Still few eyes set on Lark, gonna push him back. Ogwin also taking the brunt of damage. Troll gonna go in, nice kick into the turret. Will find a kill on Ogwin. Now few gonna be the focus of KSA. They can't quite get it because here comes Kyle Teasy. Now focusing down. Tempest Blade's gonna come through, finds another one, chases Troll back. Philippines punishing KSA here.
Diverting with maximum damage output. Philippines securing that 2 kills. Tarzan and Cuffin, 2 kills over the jungle of KSA. Now they're pushing through a macro response here in the side of Team Philippines, breaking through turrets. Now how do they want to even answer that? In KSA, we haven't seen damage yet building through the defense of Philippines. Now 1 more kill goes to Kyle Teasy as a 5-1-3 and a turret down in mid.
Yeah, again, this is getting to the point, right, where KSA scrambling here. They can feel the pressure being put on by Team Philippines. Troll gonna go in once again. Wrong target to kick, though. It is X-blocked. Tempest Blades under the turret, looking for Lark. Has the Heart Guard, too, in a bad position. And it will be a wipeout here as Philippines puts on the pressure.
3-30 Philippines. Now pushing through the last turret of defense down bottom. Now Sanji here would be the last line of defense, but the problem is 3 waves are coming in right in the base of KSA. They need to defend this point if they want to push it through and survive the slaughter they've received early game.
Yeah, at this point, again, like I said, you know, this is very similar to what we saw from Philippines yesterday, building into that lead. It's the 10-minute mark. This seems to be when they just flip the switch and just push on the gas. So KSA somehow, some way, has to defend this first Lord push. Already 2 turrets down in the base. It's going to be very crucial for them to stay into this if they want to. Again, you're talking about a very hard to deal with front line, right? In terms of just Xbox alone. As the Lord makes its way down the mid lane, KSA has to prep up for the defense.
Well, speaking of defense, Xbot just completely take a Twilight Armor. This reduces a single burst damage right on to KSA's skill output. So this is one way of like securing the fact that if he might be the first one to soak up the damage, he might be the one dictating how Philippines will rotate in the base of KSA. Now Lord in the mid could be the defense of KSA now. Needs to happen.
Should make quick work of that. Again, it's only the first Lord of the game. Biggest thing is, can they hold on to that turret? It looks like so far so good. One more wave of powered up minions charging in. And it looks like Philippines has their eyes set on that last turret. They want to completely expose the base here. Kyle Teasy waiting patiently as well. There you go. Turret gonna get whittled down here by Super Marco. They might try to punch it in. Hard guard along with the Ling. There's the Tempest of Blades looking for the kill on Troll. They can't find it. Still held on. Sanji low as well. Blazing to it, pushing them back. Tarzan will fall. Crystal is gonna be worked on. Still holding on. Final Slash to buy some time, but it's not enough as Philippines takes game 1.
Strong, clean start for Team Philippines in this series, 1-0. A great way of combining more of the layers of attack and skills right onto KSA. A complete dominant start for this match.
Like I said, throughout that game, at least, you know, early to the mid, KSA was kind of holding on, right? And they even secured themselves some of those first turtles, the 2 first turtles of the game. They had some control there. But one thing that we see a lot on that macro level is just the way that Philippines rotates around the map, the calls that they make, and even if they give up, you know, let's say a neutral objective or even a turret, for example, space around the map, they're usually finding something else. And that all those little things lead up to these big gold leads, right? That time, nearly it was over the 10,000 mark, and you know, it's kind of the thing there that a lot of these teams have to deal with is they can maintain or at least stay toe-to-toe, sometimes even get the advantage early on to mid-game. But can you hold it together? Can you keep it there, right? And that's where a lot of these strong teams, they shine so much on that macro level.
Yeah, speaking of being on a macro level, the response of the combo of the Angeling it's a classic. It's old but gold, but how they approach this and how getting around the coverage. Yes, it's the macro answer of Team Philippines up against KSA. Again, they were looking, or they were slowing down the fact that they need to get the farm in for the Bane and also for the Arnold. Again, the Arnold has been targeting the right moves and taking the back line of the Philippines, but the defense and the damage wasn't really that enough to suffice even the damage output of Philippines has went through from early game and on to mid. So that's one way of securing it. Maybe they had time to adjust. Okay, they have banned out the traditional heroes of being in the marksman, but going back on the replay here, back in 4 minutes into the game, they had a good target. Ogwin was the target here of Sanji having the first blood on the side of KSA, but that was the way of gaining the objective for a trade and how Kyle Teasy managed to secure his objectives as well. They know at the fact that early game they might lose some chances, window of mistakes can happen, but as they try to capitalize on the windows that KSA missed, just keep on going, building momentum, going a strong, again, flowing way as the game goes by, and 6 minutes in.
Yeah, not only that too, but just the whole interaction between having the Angeling combination and then your Ling run and killing spree, like there, even in instances where you're kind of like baiting people to come attack you, right? And then here comes the heart guard, then you end up getting that advantage with the sustain and the shield, and then you get the kill. So you get some of, you basically get a nice little reset there. So at this point, I just expect to see more Angeling come back, and I think that's in a way too when we talked about the Florin composition that we saw Team Philippines use yesterday. In essence, this is just another like variation, right? We saw how much kind of difficulty that KSA had to deal with early on with the sustainability of the shields and everything else. So, you might want to, if you're watching, for these kind of team compositions, you have to come up with something to deal with them. And I feel like, again, early on, KSA kind of had the right idea, right? And it was nice to actually see even Bane here, again, just have a little bit of a better time in the jungle, at least able to secure, those early turtles and everything. But still, it just wasn't enough to fall into place. Unfortunately for Bane, if you're comparing Bane against a Ling.
A Ling. With
The
an
mobility,
Angela.
with an Angela, the mobility and everything else, the amount of time that Ling is just going to be everywhere he needs to be, right? It's tough to deal with when you're just Bane.
Yeah, having in mind that you have an Angela with you, early game, they know windows of how they could be punished easily. So with the help of how Ogan managed to secure all of those ultimates, it's one way of like, we need to have a snowball onto this Ling and onto this gold lane. I mean, 6-1 and 7 from Ling, and also no deaths onto Supermarket with the Claude. Now, as we go and look at the stats on what happened in game number 1, let's break down a bit on how did it go for Team Philippines. 3-14 with all of the damage dealt that they had here. The KSA needed to defend. And looking how they built it through this process, a complete snowball for their own lineup.
See, that's what I mean. You know, the KSA, even though they were holding things together here and there, they weren't able to get any space on the map to like work with, right? There was no turrets down for them. It was very difficult to find pressure in one of the lanes, really. And also because, again, as good as Leslie is as a hero, especially to scale up and, you know, kind of become this menace, you need quite a bit of time, and you need to also be just taken care of, right? Like, that's something you really need. And in this instance, even having Troll on that signature Cho pick, he wasn't able to utilize the kicks. Yes, he was kicking people into the right position and then, you know, finding the right moments and stuff, but there wasn't enough damage basically early on, you know, even when he had that level 4. And it was unfortunate that they couldn't follow up on those sets from him.
Yeah, speaking of sets though, they have the Eve as well to maximize most of the possibilities of having more of the edge and finding the right angle for Philippines. That one thing that was considered here, few or even in the Fred and built in the dominance ice early, trying to sustain more and deflect those healing and attack speed right on coming from KSA. So this one thing that they wanted to do, that being in the presence of these kinds of team fights works well early game, and they know who to target and who to bait in those kinds of objectives being taken away. 9 towers destroyed by Team Philippines, and looking on to the buffs, they're orange and purple, complete 7 for a Ling, completely dominating game number 1.
Well, that's what I said. Like, if you just look at the jungle matchup alone, even if it was any players out there in the world, right? It's the Bane versus Ling, and then knowing that Ling always kind of has that extra layer of protection in terms of Angela. You know, you can rely on that hard guard whenever you need it. So even if people are invading the jungle, which typically a lot of people, that's the game plan when a Ling or, you know, some type of assassin jungler is locked in, is let's take this guy's purple buff and hope that, you know, we slow him down a bit. But in this case, when you have that Angela, and I think this is why even back then that composition, the combo was so strong, you know, until eventually you can find something to deal with that. But then that's the thing, you just pair in the old classic Uranus as well. You know, there's too much to deal with. Even though they had a dominance ice, like I said, you can kind of stop some of that regeneration going on and some of that healing. But if you lack the damage, which, let's be honest, a lot of the heroes do early game, you know, you're kind of relying on the right, like, push and pull between these skirmishes and team fights.
Yeah.
It's not going to go in your favor, and that's kind of what we see. And again, why I'm saying in the jungle, the Bane versus Ling matchup isn't that great for the Bane.
Yeah, there could be a better choice. We might see, because we've seen also Bane being picked up in the jungle yesterday. It wasn't even a good of a result. Yeah, and Gold Lane worked.
Yeah.
For the Bane, so they might want a different consideration how they would put these kinds of meta heroes in a different lane or a role. So that completely might be a way of like having a silver lining on how they want to take this game into a further state of winning back on what was lost in game number 1. So Angles was there, they let the Eve go. Team Philippines let the Eve go, and also the Cho, and they're more prepared on how to handle the signature picks here of Team Saudi Arabia.
Yeah. I think this is the time, if you are, you know, KSA here, Saudi Arabia, that you might want to lean towards, maybe you mentioned it, you know, some of the pocket strategies, some of the cheese strats that you might have up your sleeve, and just try to pull something off. Again, what you're really fighting for is that, you know, that second standing in the group to get to that point in the playoffs. So right now, knowing that, even though what I would do actually too if I was KSA is focus on those 2 compositions now that we've seen from Team Philippines, whether that's just taking out the Florin so you don't have that, maybe the Angela, maybe that warrants that ban as well up to this point, because you can let the Ling go, right? You, for the most part, you can let the Ling go as long as you take care of the Heart Guard.
Okay, you can either have a -1, but not 2. That's a good point. Either the Angela or the Florin. It was open as well. They haven't banned out the Florin in game number 1, so they're much more focused on. We have the marksman ban, we have the jungler ban. So if they want to target a playmaker here in Team Philippines, who would it be? Because everybody in this kind of team has more experience in getting those winning translations in from the loss that they had from all of the matches that they went through.
Well, it looks like, the players are getting pretty much into the draft here, and we can see that now. First bans coming out, right? Philippines taking out the Kadita. Will be nice to see KSA at least focus on one of those heroes early on, taking out possibly just Angela, right? Or I'm not sure if they feel like Florin should even be taken care of, but I feel like that kind of sustainability composition is something really that needs to be handled, and if that's just 1 or 2 bans towards that, then so be it. But we'll see how that kind of develops over the course of this tournament, the tournaments around the world too, because I know a lot of people have been talking about just how strong those compositions can be, right? So as we get through first phase here, Kadita and the Franco being taken out. We'll see what the last ban's going to be from both teams. Also 1-1 in the Fanny, right? They don't still going with the Fanny bans towards Team Philippines. Last one, though, yep, going to be the Kanja here.
Okay. 2, 3 tanks on the ban of Philippines now for KSA. Will they consider your thought there, Naisu? Will it be the Florin? Will it be the Angela? Will it be a Sustain here that they might ban for the side of Philippines here? Knowing that they could still open a lot of power picks, so they need to choose who they want to trim down the hero pool here. So, for the fact that Philippines chose the first one of Fredrin, but now they wanted to Joy out. So some tells me they might pick up the Eve again for KSA. Let's see if Philippines takes it on the Prio since their first pick. No, it's still the same thing. We still have the Ling, but the Angela still being present for the draft of Team Philippines. So they have the Uranus, they have the XP lane now, stolen from game number 1. So believe that this is one way of seeing. So they have more sustain now.
This is good, right? I mean, again, if you're not going to ban things out, ban the heroes out that lead to that composition, then yeah, just at least take one of them, right? That kind of is the complement to that. So do we see Philippines still lock in the Angela as we do, and the response also, right? They go ahead and take themselves the Esmeralda.
Okay, you have 3 power picks here showing still the same Angeling present. Esmeralda, we have the Eternal Battle once again, and for this they might want to secure their marksman here because they have taken out 1 possible pick of Philippines that they can get, but yes, they did. They want to go with the Brody just in case, because there's a lot of escape, there's a lot of dashes, a lot of jumps out from Team Philippines to evade those things. So one way to answer this is the burst of the torn apart memory. But this makes total sense right now if they want to go through the team fights moving on.
Yeah, so I like this. I like the fact that we're seeing some of this dynamic from KSA, and even so, I still feel like my question with this, and it'll continue to be my question, OSX, is it enough to deal with pretty much the Angeline combo? And not just that, but even, again, what we saw yesterday, right? The going back to, those heroes, the healing meta, if you will. Mm-hmm. And we know, again, teams that love this playstyle. And it might lead to, naturally longer games, but the way that the Philippines has been playing it, even with those compositions, it's rather quick, right? So it's taken that kind of concept of these longer game compositions, but then they snowball so hard right now that they're able to end games, or at least get into the base, the 10-minute mark, right? That usually that first Lord is taken. Sometimes the base can even be completely exposed around that 10-11 minute mark with the way things are going. So again, if you're KSA, you gotta have the answers for that. And they go again with the Cho pick here for Troll. And you can see how much focus, again, even from Philippines, was on that roll.
On the Troll. no Minotaur, no Kufa, even the Kaja not being available for KSA. So they're still forcing out Troll to use the Cho still. So with that, with the Brody, you get a counter with the Beatrix. So this sums up how they want to have the invade potential in the side of KSA, because they have more sustain with the Faramis being present.
And I think, you know, even with that, even just having that Cult Altar, in this case, you still need to be able to go toe-to-toe early on, you know, with what the Philippines is going to be throwing. We're going to have to see what the last picks rounded out here. It's actually the Fredrin, so they'll be parking that. So this is interesting, right? You now have wait, hold on, who is going
To jungle?
No, you have the Ling.
No.
Ling's in the jungle.
Yeah, but on the last game, Few rocked the Fredrin
Yeah.
on the mid. So this is a different way of looking at Few has opened the Fredrin in his own hero pool and letting Kyle TZ use the Ling.
Okay,
But
yeah,
it's
that's
still
what I'm
the same
saying though.
thing.
Like, how often do we see Fredrin parked in the mid lane?
Only maybe this day. So
That's why it threw me for, you know, this was a curveball, but I'm sure it's, you know, popped up here and there. But interestingly enough, and I think, again, it just allows yourself that dynamic of having another kind of front line, a little bit of that combination CC available to you as well, while you just hope that Kyle TZ roams around in the Ling and is able to pop off with the damage until eventually your Beatrix does, right? So, but my biggest question too with KSA is they're still rolling with the Bane in the jungle.
okay, we've seen teams take the same comfort or strong hero on their side, no matter what was the result on the previous one, or whether they lost or whether they win. It's something that tells me that this is one of the comfort picks or the strong picks that they have, that they want to polish once again, reprogram on having a good reset on how will they want to translate this here into a winning situation. So who knows, maybe this might be the game that they're looking for.
We'll find out if they can get that redemption for the Bane. Anyway, into the jungle they go as we jump into the Land of Dawn. Game number 2 here in the best of 3. KSA looking to take us to a game 3. This looks very similar, right? Troll's movements here from game 1 as he makes his way to get some of that vision. And like we said, right, it is a few on that Fredrin. Going to be parking it into the mid lane. And Troll is going to force out that retribution there.
Good way of invading, getting vision early on, looking at all the emblems right now. Oh, hold that thought, Tarzan.
Yeah, Tarzan
Being targeted by Havos.
poked down quite a bit. You know, he did manage to get that purple buff. Of course, this is kind of what you can expect. He will go ahead and start up his orange. Again, looking at the emblems here, OSX, how's it looking?
Focusing mark still on Ogwin, still on to the way of using and utilizing how he would respond in invading, but in the side of KSA, we have the pokes, we have the Impurage present in Coffin. Back in the game number 1, he wants to keep on poking them in all of the things that he can do to drain out more resources of Team Philippines. But Kyle TZ dropping HP there. But here comes Philippines to respond with a 3-member engage in the pit.
Yeah, so, you know, a lot of back and forth right now, a lot of poking going on. I don't expect really much until that first turtle comes up in about 30 seconds here, unless they find some type of pick off once they hit that level 4. Again, you know, Tarzan having that, putting pressure here. Here comes Troll, though. Now the focus again, pushing Super Marco back. Want to get that extra gold, everything they can. They just got to be able to play around this. Deadly Catch going to be used, too. Now Cuffin being the focus here. Kyle TZ using the Tempest Blade. Still going to be looking. Gets the Flicker out. Still on the hunt. Now Troll. Luckily he was there, but yeah, that is a Flicker burned. All this leading into that first turtle of the game.
Yeah, KSA focus on taking out the outer turret energy shields right away in the first 2 minutes of the game. Giving it all to the gold lane, Lark. So something tells me they're maximizing up the fact that they need to step up on how he could have damage in terms of team fights. Because right now, we see Avos and Sanji here, still in the XP lane job as well. Now going on to the coverage here, nobody's taken a turtle yet, but Philippines is also securing how they could gain coverage if they want to make KSA move to take this first objective.
Okay, well, both teams getting situated here. First turtle. Troll now having the level 4, right? He's going to be looking to get that Way of the Dragon, but it's going to be a similar thing. Do you have the damage follow-up? Lark's going to be in trouble. Attempts of Blades coming out with the Heart Guard. First blood going in the hands of Super Marco. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Do they have the answer? Troll and Cuffin a little bit late. Again, no one's starting up that turtle, but this might be Philippines' chance to go ahead and start it up. Still, pressure up here in the top lane.
Yeah, the focus is on the gold lane, delaying the damage of Lark to go in for the mid lane. The flicker on the Troll.
Troll going to go in with the Way of the Dragon. Should be able to find the kill. Oakwood can't get the flicker over the wall he was looking for. Will fall, going in the hands of Lark. Now still going to be looking for more. Turtle was secured. Xbox in trouble. On the run here. Should be able to sustain it, though. As he does. Meanwhile, on the top, Troll. What a Colt Altar. Few, though, will fall. Such timing from Cuffin.
No trade at all. Philippines trying to get in a chance of taking down Troll and a slither of health. It was so close in getting it, but that was the respect that we've seen that they don't want to attempt early on because they have Cuffin, they have a Brody, and they have a good way of soaking up more of the damage early game because this is their window. This is their way of like, we can still sustain the fight, that we need more damage for Lark and as well as getting more kills. But the problem that they can actually have is how the map is being opened from time to time. Troll is more focused on the gold lane. There was one problem that we needed to address from game number 1. The vision was lacking, but if he had more way of like channeling through the coverage of the map here, they might gain momentum from that point that they did.
Yeah, and with that, both XP laners just kind of cutting those waves. They're going to be looking to join the team here. You can see a lot of focus. Here comes the Heart Guard once again. Sanji, though, on the run, does not have the ultimate available anymore. They're going to go under the turret here. 3 versus 1. Tempest Blaze is dropped. Tarzan trying to make his way here. Does he get there in time? Sanji will fall. Tarzan a little bit late now. Xbox on the run. Another pickoff from Team Philippines.
Calculated jump right here from Kyle Teasy with Ogwin as well as Xbox right in the turret just to take that one. That was the EXP lane. That was Sanji delaying more of what waves that he can more clear. And we're heading in for a pause now, and that's game number 2. Yet to see what's going to unfold in KSA.
Yeah, again, this is what's happening here is tempo, right? I mean, it's starting to be set. We even saw just both teams kind of ignore the first turtle for a while, right? They kind of went that route, and at the same time, what you're looking for, and this is something that any time that Angeline combo comes out, even if you see them up at the top lane, they could be in the bottom lane in an instant, right? That's one of the advantages of him. So now, again, it's a similar situation where I said, you know, the Bane matchup, the Bane versus Ling matchup, you have to be able to cover your ground, you know? And yes, he's got that little speed boost, you know, that you can work around with the map, but still it's nothing in comparison to the Finch Poison Ling just hopping around everywhere, right? So you really have to be able to, if you're KSA, you have to be able to find your wins where you can, because when it comes to covering ground, that's not your lineup right now, you know? So what can KSA do? It's find the wins where they can, even if that just means farming things up for now, and just even if they get targeted by Team Philippines, just holding on, right? Just hold on the best they can without a death.
Yeah, looking at the build-up right now of the items of Team KSA, we've seen the steel leg plates present for Troll as well as Lark. We have the first item in, that is the Blade of Heptancy. So if you mean that in terms of what the damage output that Philippines can give onto KSA, they might need more defensive damage now because they have been answering much more of the trails that Kyle Teasy has been doing. And with this, with the starting build, same as game number 1, the Corrosion Scythe, as well as the combination of the Killing Spree, you have that on-hit slow, you had that Killing Spree movement, you have the momentum to leave in terms of getting those ganks in. So that is one way of dealing how the macro game is working right now for Team Philippines.
Well, that's what I said from the previous game, right? OSX, you know, in a way, it's similar, right? The macro playstyle, the macro game from Team Philippines is where they really shine. And that's why I said, you know, KSA, in a way, they kind of have to hold on and deal with it in their own way, right? And if that means just finding wins where they can, even if that's just in economy, then, you know, go with it. And so far, relatively even, right, across the board in terms of gold. It's nothing too crazy. Same kills across the board, too. One thing KSA has that turret. Also advantage a little bit there in the space. So now they can work, hopefully able to secure themselves a turtle here. Still going to go ahead and will down Few a little bit. Super Marco taking some damage too. Tarzan just trying to get in position here the best he can for the team.
I say KSA has good cover and hold. As you can see, all of the turrets still intact. Up in this game, that's the jump from Xbox.
Okay, goes in with Falling Star Moon. There's the knockups here. They're going to be in trouble. They don't have it available. Cuffin will fall. Still, Turtle going to be worked on. Tarzan secures it. So they trade a body for the objective. Still holding on. Now trying to defend the mid lane. The damage is there also from Tarzan. Will he press the situation? Going to force Team Philippines back from there.
Wow, Uranus doing damage right on Few. Almost half HP. That the presence of this Uranus, not in by zoning out members of Team Philippines, we can count out more of the drain of even the EHP, connecting more of the passive through him. And with the Purify present in his hands, but he can do anything.
Yeah, right now too, you can see that, right? Even how much patience Kyle TZ has to just steal things when he can, even if he's using that Retribution, right? Just like he did. He's also just picking up the Berserker's Fury. That's big for his spike here, the power spikes that are going to start happening into the mid game as they get the pressure going, right? Sanji, once again, too, on this Uranus should be just fine, even if it's a 1 versus 3. This is the best thing that KSA did for their draft, too. They took that. Now Troll, once again, going to find Few here. Do they have the damage available to him? He is quite low. The Heart Guard comes through, but they finally get the kill. Colt Alter comes down as well, still putting the pressure. Another sniper shot lined up here. Sanji looking to cut them off, forcing them in with a Falling Star Moon. Still holding on. Xbox on the run. Nobody falling just yet for KSA. Quite tanky as well themselves. They back off.
Well, everything is happening. We have Kyle TZ taking down the first third down bottom. Yes, they lost a few, but they had to trade something out of KSA, and that is the defenses now getting in with the waves. Looking at by just the items of KSA, they have more, or building up on sustain with the Steel Leg Fist. We have 3 members. We have Troll as well as we have Tarzan. Looking at the damage output that, again, Kyle TC can do, and Super Marco, they might want to sustain the fact that they can still live and not drain the Cult Altar so fast, because that was 3 members used all of the ultimates onto Few. They drained it right away, and it gave so much window for them to take this turtle, but now Super Marco trapped.
Super Marco in trouble. Had the Heart Guard too. KSA making moves here in the mid lane. They do get the turret. They trade it for the turtle. Do they still want to fight here? It looks like Team Philippines does. Gonna commit to it. Few jumps in. Has to be careful though, calculating. They do back off because Super Marco's not there for the fight.
Yeah, even lead, even in the gold. KSA and Team Philippines, they might lose 1 member there. They trade with an objective that KSA that didn't utilize that much yet. So that was just the turtle, the last turtle of this game, and that was one way of looking at the damage here. Look at that. We have the Esmeralda rising on the leaderboard, almost 37,000. Now a fight might pull through here.
Comes Kyle TZ. Tempest Blade's going to be dropped here. Still going to be looking for more. Quite a few at half health. He commits to it. Here comes the Heart Guard. Troll goes in. Bobs and weaves. Can't get away though. Super Marco cleans up the kill. Tarzan is next. Cuffin a little bit too late here. Still going to be working on it. Has the backup. Here comes Xbox. Jumps in. Cuffin in trouble. 1 versus 4. Will finally go down into the tier 2.
Philippines setting up the surprise and attack. That is the threat of an invade with this kind of composition. Team KSA, Cuffin was too far in the mid lane, and he hasn't been in good time to reinforce that with a Cult Altar. So seeing the fact that that is their window, dividing the attention, taking Sanji out of the picture is one way of sustaining the team fight that we see against KSA.
Man, even Sanji taking quite a bit of damage on this Uranus. Forced to pop the ultimate here. But ultimately still holding on to the tier 1. That's the best thing they can do for space right now as they lose one in the top lane. Super Marco whittling it down. They'll eventually lose this one in the mid as well. All leading in to that first Lord of the game here in about 10 seconds. Still going to be in trouble here. Troll going to get off the kick. Heart Guard though, just no follow-up damage available. Sustaining through it all. Pushing them under the turret they go. As Troll falls, do they still want to fight it out? Tarzan trying to help the team. The sniper shots are going to be lined up here. Lord now up as well. as Philippines want to go ahead and grab it. They push them back. KSA in dire straits right now.
Pushing their backs onto the wall. KSA answering most of the threats Philippines has been setting up. 2-1-5 Kyle TZ ahead by 2-level EXP. Now this time around, they might be pushing for a defensive state instead of being more aggressive. If by just looking at their items being built up right now, in the side of case, we have the Dominance Ice, we have the Brute Force here. Most likely, the situation Sandy could sustain, but
Kyle TZ can go in with the 10th place. He gets the Cult Altar out. It gets a lot of resources out here from KSA. They're going to go back in, pushing them back. Super Marco landing up a shot, forcing KSA back here. All the meanwhile, they're waiting for the march here into the base. Again, the first Lord of the game here, still holding on. KSA down quite a bit of resources.
yeah, speaking of resources, they need more items as well to cope up with the damage. As we can see, we have Lark here, we have the Malefic Roar, as well as Blade of Heptases. Well, he has the damage for his team, but one thing that they also need to do, if Sanji can't sustain that Tifa, he needs to have a suffice amount of magic damage that Cuffin could give. But as we can see, we only have the Clock of Destiny for this, again, the Faramis. So if you want to have more kind of a layer of burst damage up against Team Philippines, you need to have more way of coordinating that kind of attack.
It's again, it's going back to the fact that this sustainability, the shields, is so much to deal with. Even with KSA having some of the damage items already locked in here, they still need more time, right? 12 minutes in, Lord's going to be charging up, should be able to make quick work of it, but they're going to force the situation. Xbox jumping in, Tempest of Blades followed with a hard guard. Under the crystal they go. Lord's still going to be up. One does fall, Xbox is down. And now they back off here once again. They lost the inhibitor turret. KSA still holding on.
They need more damage out, they need more probable. They need to secure more. Oh, look at that, half HP onto Cuffin. And just looking at the items here, he has the Lightning Truncheon, he has the Clock of Destiny just now. But the answer is, can it make it through or pierce through Philippines? But looking at this defense, we have the Fleeting Time and also the Ice Queen Wand over to Ogwin, as well as for Esmeralda. You have, look at that sustain, you have the Antikyrasu, you have the Oracle, you have the Dominance Ice. This is their eternal battle, but this time around, he has more edge of sustain, even with the pokes using and utilizing that Falling Storm right in for the side of Nick KSA.
I think that's one of the biggest things to deal with for KSA is that initiation pressure from Team Philippines is something to deal with, because you know again, it's the Ling and the Angela combo, and you pair it up, now you have the Esmeralda to jump in on the team. So how do you deal with that for KSA? They have actually great items already on Lark, right? He's got pretty much what he needs, but it's more so about that positioning. Is he able to get the marks off? Is he able to capitalize on it with that torn apart memory? That's what's so hard, because this lineup from Philippines is so mobile that you just have a hard time, and then, you know, after it's all done and said, you have Super Marco just kind of firing off shots or whatever, you know, whatever gun he decides to play with here on this Beatrix.
Yeah, 4-1-1 on Super Marco. 2 turrets left for KSA's base.
Oh,
Initiation from Troll.
Troll gonna go in again, not gonna be able to find exactly what he wants. It's Xbox as he makes his way. Here comes Kyle TZ on the top side too. Lark grabbed a kill, but it's a hard guard combination once again. Tempest of Blades will follow up. Troll in trouble now too. Can't escape that one. Few will fall, it's a triple. Kyle TZ now gonna be able to get away here. Sanji gonna force him back alongside Cuffin. And now Ogwin and Kyle TZ taking the purple buff, all leading into that Lord now for the taking.
3-man down on to KSA. 3 deaths onto this Cho. And also they need more damage for Lark here. Another objective taken by Philippines and the purple taken away from KSA. And the damage leaderboard shows the 3 members of Philippines right now is rising through a scary situation for KSA.
See, that's where it's tough. You know, even looking at the damage leaderboard, it's for KSA, your biggest thing here is Lark. Allowing Lark to get those marks off, to get the damage out. Because, you know, Cuffin at this point too, even Tarzan, you're hoping that you can just sustain the fight a little bit longer with the Cult Altar. You know, your damage isn't going to be that great in comparison across the board. I mean, even Xbox here, he has so much damage built into his kit, and he's kind of a menace to deal with, right? Because he's so tanky in his own way. So then you pair that in with the shields. If he does get the hard guard, look at this, Cuffin getting already whittled down here, has to go back regen. Lord going to be worked on. Sandy trying to buy some time. Has to regen as well. Popping that ultimate. Mid turret will go down. Lark picking up the Wind of Nature. Going to be crucial here. Can they hold on a little bit longer? Lord finally goes down. One turret left. Team Philippines setting their eyes on it. It's just a couple hits away here. Base will be fully exposed. Kalti's going to jump in. There's the Heart Guard. Tempest Blade combination. Forcing them back. Turret will go down. Deadliest Catch, though, keeps them at bay for now, despite the exposed base.
3 ultimates used by KSA. 3 waves pushing through. They might still need to clear this path if they want to defend more, but they will need this Lord for a push. They have been struggling early game, but there's a call here for Troll. Using the Conceal, might be seeing a potential way of like isolating a member out of Team Philippines. Look at the base. Wave pushing through up top.
Given the you know, that'd be a risky maneuver, right? You're using the Conceal, you're looking for some action. You're 10K gold behind, though. You're hoping that you can get a win somewhere, I guess, but you know, who do you even focus on if you're Troll? Who do you try to kick here? Few, though, gonna cut them off. Here comes Kyle Teasy again with the Heart Guard, and it's a disaster for KSA. They're gonna get collapsed on. Tempest Blade's gonna come down, looking for the cleanup. Pushed back with the Deadliest Catch. They don't have any minions just yet to push in. KSA still on the defense, holding it together. Few, though, goes in. Tarzan will fall. KSA still in it on this defense, 16 minutes, 17 minutes into the game, pushing them back.
Minions
now making their way. This could be it. Down 2 members, doing the best. Cold Ult are used. Heart Guard once again available. Gonna get kicked here by Troll. Cuffin falls. Crystal gonna be worked on. Philippines looking for the sweep, and they get it.
Total of 6 points right on to IESF. Philippines now in lead with Mongolia. A great way of dominating the start of the 3rd match of the day.
Man, what a series. Not even just this one, like the series of the entire day here that we've got to,
it's all 2-0.
It's all sweeps. You know, there we go. We got a fan out there too, feeling music, supporting the teams. Again, you know, we're here at the SEF Arena, guys, and feel free to watch with us, you know, in person, because I believe entrance is free as we get closer here to the finals, the championships. There's, you know, fans out there as well. Of course, the players shaking hands here, but amazing day number 2, right? Things fall into place, and I think I'm really curious because we had the back of house games OSX.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what happened with Kazakhstan, because that's who we had to consider, right? We had Saudi Arabia and Kazakhstan fighting for that second place.
Yeah, they won yesterday up against Saudi Arabia with a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
So let's see how the non-stream games go, because we can actually tally the results here on how Saudi Arabia could still have a chance to represent themselves in Romania. So big shout out to our Filipino fans here supporting Philippines, and I see you. One Filipino fan is happy having all the signatures complete in his own poster. We've seen him yesterday, and we see him now again.
He's joining the flex, by the way, because Philippines was flexing yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday. Oh,
remember?
Yeah, right.
So he's part of it. Yeah.
You want to be part of it?
I don't want to be part of it. I'm okay.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just, you know, I'm ready to have some awesome food out here. Again, in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the food is amazing.
Yeah.
And we've had, what, 3
Chicken
Action
biryani.
series? Yes.
Amazing food here right in Saudi. It's a dream come true. Tasting it like firsthand here, it tastes different. It tastes amazing. So we can expect more. I'm even excited on how to get to the catering part over there and see what's in store in our menu.
Well, you know, the taste of victory is also amazing for these players out here, for these teams out here. And, you know, as before we get to the breakdown of the game and the highlights and everything for that matchup, again, it was a composition used that I feel like there needs to be an answer for this, man, before we get to day 3 and 4, because I see other teams kind of adapting it as well in the future, whether that's the Angeline combo, whether it's pairing it up with Uranus, whether it's having the sustain, right, this and dealing with it. What is that answer? Well, hopefully we find out along the way, right? But right now, with these teams pretty much forcing themselves into these almost dicey situations, trying to secure those last couple spots here to Romania.
Damage was lacking on the side of KSA. As you can see with the choices of the Faramis and the Uranus, it's more like we can sustain the team fights with the damage of Team Philippines, but the problem here as well as, where's the magic damage burst? Where's the one thing that you can complement with the damage that Lark has set up with the momentum, with all of the items that he tried to get with? So now looking back on the replay here, almost 9 minutes in, and they tried to give trades with KSA. Yes, damage was there. They have good setup, they have good sustain, but one thing they wasn't seeing here is how the Angeling combo moves around and reinforced fast in moments that they were lacking on the vision. So they keep on pushing, they keep on taking out members here, and one of the things that they do as well is they're respecting the fact that the Sanji, the presence of the Uranus alone, was even a threat onto Few. So one way of dealing is to divert the attention of all of KSA's map and try to focus on the team or team members of KSA that can be a viable pickoff or even a gank. Just look at that Lark taking down on Esmeralda, and that's one way of seeing that they were mostly lacking on the damage and burst part.
Yeah, I thought it was great too, you know, the way that we saw Few kind of utilize this Fredrin here. I mean, stat-wise, it might be like, oh man, he died 4 times, you know, he got a couple of assists and whatnot. But if you just look at the placement, the positioning, even towards the end of the game there, where he was able to kind of like cut off and place up. And again, your sole job in that position is just to get the taunt off, right? The taunt, you get some of that CC. You're really not there for the Appraiser's Wrath, right? Like your job is just cut people off, get the CC off. You know, that's kind of what he has to do, and he did that perfectly. Again, allowing kind of this displacement to happen too against the ranks of KSA, and why it was so difficult. I mean, again, how do you catch your breath against that when you have, you know, Lings flying around?
How?
And, you know, every time, too, the Heart Guard wasn't always on the Ling. So, that, you know, there's that whole dynamic. And I just feel like teams are going to have to figure out how to deal with Angela and Ling if they don't take it themselves.
It's a double snowball for
Just
Ling.
ban out Angela.
No deaths onto Kyle T's and ban out Angela, because you can't have 2, you can only get 1. But if they seen the possibility in the first with the banning that the Angela was the way of like banning out the strong threat up against Philippines, they should have been considered at that point, because that way they were seeing more of like we might trim down the choice of the jungler, but the presence of all of the compositions that Philippines made is they don't change what's broken. They just keep on doing it. It might be a throwback, but this is just good to see this kind of combo back again in this tournament.
I mean, even the fact that this is kind of like a throwback, and like we've seen, you know, these heroes pop up before, even just kind of throwing that curveball again. Mid lane Fredrin might have popped up here and there, right? But it's not common. So you still have that kind of dynamic to play around with. And I also think that a lot of these teams that have been playing, you know, from day 1 to day 2, they've got their own also strategies that they might be holding on to, you know, for later on. Again, we're only a few weeks into this new emblem patch, the new patch in general, the overhaul. And we're already seeing a lot of interesting things, you know, even when it comes to the emblems, because you saw that too. We talked about tenacity quite a bit yesterday. We didn't talk about it so much today just because there's been variations, you know, popping up. But even some of these games where these heroes really shine with certain specific emblems makes a difference, right? We've even seen Bane now play something differently, right, in terms of emblems. So, again, how does that all develop over the course of the next 2 days ahead of us?
Yeah. And look at changes. We might get to check and count on what is the standing now, because we're still having games simultaneously running up to this point. So this changes how will the leaderboards go, and who would want to secure the last 3 spots today.
Again, my biggest question is Mongolia. Like, I can't wait to see them play. You know,
points.
6 points,
in
just like the
total
Philippines.
with Philippines.
Yeah, so again, this is kind of like people weren't expecting that dark horse kind of. A lot of people were expecting Cambodia. And Cambodia, we heard from Chama earlier where he's like, I can't wait to face off, against Mongolia again, if they get the chance, right? If they get the chance. He's feeling pretty confident about facing off against Mongolia again, but also, too, who's going to be playing against Nepal, right? Like that is another thing, because earlier, as the start of the day for day 2, Nepal started strong. And then, they got swept in their second game. They kind of ran out of some gas in the tank. And now they're kind of waiting there, because what they are essentially fighting for, like I said, would be that 5th slot over heading to Romania.
Yeah, we might see how Bangladesh and even Kazakhstan went
Yeah.
in a stream set that haven't been broadcasted today, because that makes a difference in terms of points. So we will continue to update you on what is the standing of the day as the day goes by, because this is one thing that teams also consider, that what is the playoffs contention right here in IESF. So now we go back to our head-to-head and the stats on what happened in game number 2. A dominating approach of Team Philippines, 16-9. Only 1 turtle was taken, and this is just purely, again, the macro answer. The whole coverage of how they played around the map was a different way of countering on how seeing KSA could bounce back, and most of the difference from minute 5 to 8.
Yeah, this is again, the teams that, are very dominant in the world, around the world. That's kind of where they really shine, right? Is the macro part of the game, and just, executing things based on the compositions that they roll with. And now from day 1 and day 2, we've really seen just Team Philippines kind of opt for a similar playstyle from series to series, really, right? Again, how does that change things for them? KSA, on the other hand, they went with a similar plan. Like, we were even asking, what about this Bane? And unfortunately, even in the second game, it didn't work out too well for Tarzan. You had some good deadliest catches, but not necessarily what you wanted. And even for me, for Lark, like I said, he had the items he needed to pop off on the damage scale, but it was just so hard. Even with the follow-ups from Troll, like Troll got his Cho twice.
Yeah.
Even though the other bands were targeted towards him, he still got a very comfort hero for him. And, unfortunately, it didn't work, right? The kicks were there. They were being placed well, but it just seemed like at that point, Team Philippines had an answer for everything.
Yeah, and also we've seen the match of Saudi Arabia yesterday. They also got their hands on the link. Tarzan is good with that.
Yeah.
So one thing they're also trying, they pushed the draft out of KS on what are the possible choices in their book. So this is my best way of utilizing on hope and opening up the hero pool of each team here being present and being comfort, and also the comfort picks being taken out. So that's, we're looking at factors, we're looking at the data here on how the games or even the teams are going through the matches and how are they adapting again to the new emblem system. But it is a mix of how we're seeing their personality infused in the game.
And I think, too, the fact that, for Team Philippines, at least, now that we saw it was Xbox that played, right, and they can kind of interchange things if they want to, that's also, and it really didn't change their look. It didn't really change too much. Basically, it's kind of like plug and play, right? You have that kind of strength to do that. But I'm sure there's also a dynamic, like you mentioned, even some of those unorthodox picks that we have seen, if you've watched Xbox play in other tournaments or, around there, that he has quite the hero pool. So I think that's something that has to be considered for the dynamic from Team Philippines going forward.
Yeah, strong start, no defeats.
Yeah.
Philippines and
Just like
Mongolia. I want to see a match tomorrow on how the teams move around this kind of new flexibility and adaptation, how they look through the games. And who knows, this might be the country that might consider as a dark horse, or even, well, a great way of seeing that there could be a wild card that could contest more of the positioning in this, even in the playoffs.
Yeah. I wouldn't count out Mongolia. I wouldn't count out Cambodia. I wouldn't count out, any of these teams really, but you have to say that most people watching, even around the world, they've got their ideas of pretty much like the power levels of these teams, right? We even heard Bara mentioned earlier Super Saiyan, right? But in a way, it is kind of power levels here. And I would say that most people didn't expect Mongolia to be where they are. They're literally even in terms of points with Philippines. And for a lot of people, they didn't get to watch their games, right? Because it wasn't on the part of the live stream. So even us as casters were like, man, what's going on with Mongolia here? And how are they, what's that secret for Mongolia, right? And if it ends up being a rematch or as well for Cambodia and Mongolia, that would be great. Again, we're going to have to find out like where everybody places because there are still matches. Even though this was the last for the stream, there will still be matches going on, of course, where placements will happen.
How fast the day goes. A sweep, 3 games today. It's all 2-0. Looking at how teams are growing from day one into now, looking at more of the winning formulas showing up, the metas are kicking in, and might as well new non-traditional marksmen here are showing up. Well, there's a lot of cards in the table, but can you be sure that that might be the chance of like going up against a team of one another? Because there's a lot of flexibilities being served up in the table. So right now, acknowledging the strongest competition right here, the contention of the playoffs is getting more closer and closer. And how the 4 days could actually make the difference on whose country is going to be in the 5 slots in Romania. Few steps closer in getting themselves into glory.
One of the great things I think too about just having these tournaments obviously is seeing especially the impact of where the changes of the game have taken us and what we can learn, because all of this, what's happening here, will lead on to, of course, Romania or the other tournaments around the world. Everybody kind of tuning in here, seeing exactly what happens. Here we go. We've got the group standings, right? So we've got Group A sorted out already, like we were talking about. Mongolia, 6 points, already securing that top spot. Cambodia there, number 2. So both those teams will be moving on to the playoffs, of course. Like we mentioned as well, we have Nepal going into that last chance matchup, right? And this might also tell us again who is going to be facing them off from Group B once we get to Group B. Unfortunately for UAE, they are out here, but we loved having them here, of course.
Yeah, we have now the second standings on our screen. We have Philippines with no losses, 6 points in. Kazakhstan and KSA as well, 4 and 3. Look at that, a toe-to-toe. Only 1 point of a difference. That might be in a different result tomorrow as the game goes by of the day. So, as well as Bangladesh out of the contention as well.
Yep. So that answers the question, who's playing against Nepal, right? We've got KSA. It should be Nepal and Saudi Arabia battling it out. Kazakhstan, their performance that we saw yesterday, OSX, great to see how they performed on the live stream. But then, of course, they had those wins off the stream too, which garnered them that second spot right now. Right, so those are the group standings. We see who makes it forward. Again, those 4 slots, right, for Romania are secured, and then we have that last chance, that 5th slot between Nepal and KSA.
Yeah, in total, it could be like another match you're waiting off stream. So we will see the results tomorrow. But wow, what a great way to end the day with all sweeps, man. Seeing how the teams progress, it's amazing. And seeing how we look at potential, like Kazakhstan, right? And as we look upon the bracket once again on what's going to happen in the playoffs, let me tell you guys on what is the positioning right now on our IESF. We have Mongolia and Kazakhstan, and we have for match 2, we have Philippines versus Cambodia. And you're looking at the bracket for the playoffs.
So that's tough, right? I mean, we're not going to see. It could happen, right? Cambodia isn't going to play Mongolia right away, so they have to beat the Philippines. Cambodia has to beat the Philippines here. Mongolia has to beat Kazakhstan, and that's the thing. I want to say too, based on what we saw from the group standings, things can still change, right? I mean, when we get to the matches tomorrow, what did they learn from day 1 and day 2, right? And hopefully, again, I don't know if you agree with me on this, OSX, but either we end up seeing so much Angeling combo
throughout the matches,
like that becomes a staple, or teams figure out how to deal with it, right? And that might pop up, I feel like, tomorrow, especially when we get to the playoffs now.
Well, up against an Angeling. Either you come up with a great lethal burst. Hayabusa hasn't been,
where's Hayabusa?
Yeah.
Where
if
is
you
he?
want to have a -1 on this well, sustain and deadly combo. You need something more of a slippery catch here.
Well, to be fair, I don't think high boost is also just the sole answer to like.
No, like
the sustainability.
combining a good composition, just having that -1 is a great way of being efficient in the lineup. Who knows? He has been out. So maybe you've been considering a different part of a hero. You're considering Jawhead somewhere in the gold lane. Who knows?
Hey, Jawhead works in the jungle too, by the way.
Ooh,
You know, that could actually happen too. And I know a couple of analysts that have been talking about this. I don't know if it would work better than a Bane jungle, you know, but and with Jawhead, you're kind of exposed once you use, you know, his ultimate and the way the kit works. But you can clear really fast. I just don't know if, like I said, if we just see Team Philippines still holding on to this sustainability kind of strategy that we've seen them do now from day 1 to day 2, or again, what they kind of drafted and played with off the live stream in their matches. But I still think regardless, whether it's Team Philippines, whether it's Kazakhstan, Cambodia, they know just how devastating these sustained compositions are starting to pop up, right? And how they're going to handle that. Because even with, like before, when there would be so much sustain, your kind of answer was, all right, early dominance ice. That was like the best thing you could do. But it doesn't seem like it's enough right now. You know, we're seeing these roams build the dominance ice early on, but still they can't handle the outpacing, basically the outpacing in these early skirmishes that lead into a team fight, and that's why the snowball happens. So that's what I'm saying. What is the answer there? Hopefully we find out. Unless it just ends up being 2 teams sustained fighting each other, right? In some form or another.
Man. I'm totally excited because if you want to compare sustain in the roam, you can't go really that much of a passive way of like being a tank most of the time. That right now that most of the assassins show up, you need more vision. You need more way of like saying, okay, he could be here, I can take it from here. But one thing also to consider as well is like, how do you even burst down or take out the assassins? Because there's a lot of playmakers in each team uniquely shining. So you might want to consider that who is going to be your poison, who is going to be your, again, kryptonite here.
The kryptonite.
Yeah, that's only the one way to see it. With all things being strong here going into the playoffs, they need to make sure who to have a -1 with once their matches comes up. Because right now, if you want to see Mongolia versus Philippines, well, we need actually to wait on what the results could be in day #1. Because can you feel the suspense and even the hype building up? We only have the numbers to rely on.
Yeah. I think a lot of people are waiting for that.
Well, speaking of waiting now, let's welcome on stage with Wajay and Barra together with Team Philippines for their winning interview.
شكرا لكم اخواني المعلقين، ورجعنا لكم بعد نهاية المباراة الأخيرة في لعبة موبايل ليجند، وشفنا الانتصار لمصلحة منتخب فلبين ضد السعودية بنتيجة 2-0 مثل ما ذكرنا. والآن بتكون عندنا مقابلة مع اللاعب أماندي، وحابين نسأله بعض الأسئلة وكيف شعورهم بعد ما فازوا في المباراة الأولى.
Well, first of all, congratulations to you and Team Philippines for having an amazing win. First of all, how do you feel winning this match?
It feels real great because I got to play and I got to represent my country and we won against Saudi.
Well, it was pretty much an interesting and I would say a hyped match. ولا وش رأيك وجيه في المباراة اللي شفناها؟
أكيد طالما أنهم فازوا المباراة الماضية أخوي براء وأخواني المشاهدين، لازم نسأله وش الشيء اللي خلاهم يحافظون على الفوز وعلى النتائج هذه من بداية البطولة إلى الآن بدون أي خسارة.
Well, everybody's wondering right now. Pretty much the question would be, how did you keep up with the winning streak? What's your secret? I mean, what's going on here?
I think we got the right meta and we got the momentum from our first match against Bangladesh, and yeah, after that we got our momentum basically because also of our practice. So yeah, we have the momentum and we'll just keep winning until the playoffs.
Practice, practice, and more practice. تمارين واشتغلون بشدة وبقوة وبحماس. So, Amanda, anything you want to say back home?
Gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga pamilya ko, sa pamilya ng teammates ko, and also maraming salamat sa kampi ko sa pagtiwala sa akin, sa pagpalaro sa akin dito against the sub player. Thank you. Yun. That's all. Thank you very much to our supporters. Yeah, that's all.
Well, salamat po. That's for sure, definitely. وجيه الحماس قايم صراحة والأداء جدا ممتاز وأعتقد خلاص بنشوف بعد بيصير زيادة وزيادة.
خلاص حنا اليوم في آخر يوم في الجروب ستيج أو دوري المجموعات، وأكيد كلنا متحمسين نشوف إيش ممكن يصير في النهائيات في الأيام الجاية. فعشان كذا حابين ناخذ بريك بسيط وبعدها نرجع لكم في لعبة دوتا 2.
And ladies and gentlemen, this pretty much concludes the Mobile Legends segment for the day. We'll be heading to Dota 2 after this. And again, congratulations to Team Philippines. And now we'll be heading to a break. And we'll be back with the Asian Championship.